Summit and Awards powered by Woot in association with InMobi. Our gold partner is PTC Network and our gifting partners are Plum Body Loving and Park Avenue Grooming. I must tell you that this ceremony will be spread over a conference of 2 days where there will be keynote address, panel discussions, and fireside chats focusing on the digital video content and OTT platforms. Top industry stalwarts will be presenting case studies and sharing their insightful thoughts on new technologies, trends, and developments in the category. For more information, you can check out our website adgali.com and do follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. You can also send in your queries to our social media handles, means @Gali's social media handles on Twitter and Facebook as well using hashtag SCREENXX 2021. Now, can we please have a quick look at the SCREENXX 2021 Summit and Awards AV first? Namita, you're on a mute.
Namita?
And now I would like to,
Sorry.
Now I would like to thank all our sponsors, including MX Player, InMobi, and PTC Network, along with our gifting partners, Plum Body Loving and Park Avenue Grooming for their continuous support and making this event grand. So may I request Madhura to please play the AV for our sponsors as well?
चिंगारी लगा दी है मैंने, धमाका किसी भी वक्त सुनाई देगा।
हम उन्हें बचा नहीं पाए। खबर पुख्ता है, मर गई वो।
भाई त्या अष्टपचा गेम वाजला
कोणी वाजवलं गेम? मकसूदने
ढगात गेल्यात जमाय 100%।
पिछले 4 साल से इंतकाम की आग में जली हूं मैं। सिर्फ पहचान बदली है, जुनून और जज्बा अभी भी वही है। आज तू जलेगा।
मोहतरमा की तारीफ।
लीला पासवान, हो सके तो अपनी सल्तनत बचा ले।
शुक्र मना अब तक जिंदा है तू।
उस फोटो के साथ पोस्टर छपवा दो, वो एक वांटेड क्रिमिनल है।
जब तक मेरा मकसद पूरा नहीं हो जाता, मैं चुप नहीं बैठूंगी।
बहुत पुराना हिसाब बाकी है अपना।
2 दिवसात मी लीला पासवानला ठोकणार।
वो शिकार मेरा है,
दिन थोड़े बचे ही तेरे।
बड़ी शानो शौकत के साथ उसके टुकड़े किए जाएंगे।
मैं बॉम्बे आ रहा हूं।
चिंगारी लगा दी है मैंने, धमाका किसी भी वक्त सुनाई देगा।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोलाक।
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms, and engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
World's #1 Punjabi television network, PTC Network. World's turned Punjabi. Have you?
यार एप्पल पाई कैसे बनाऊं?
अभी मस्का ब्रो, फिर नटमेग, घुमा घुमा
और अब
put it in.
वाओ, कुकिंग और किकिंग।
New Park Avenue Sports. Feel refreshed to play 2 games at once. Be a multiplayer.
So without further delay, I would like to welcome the founder and CEO of AdGully, Ms. Bijoya Ghosh, ma'am. So please welcome and take over the stage with her opening remarks. Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Hi, good to see you, Namita. Good to see everyone. Well, you'll hear a sound at the back. Those are the pitfalls of being on a virtual environment. Okay. Good morning, friends. Welcome to SCREENXX 2021. My name is Bijoya Ghosh. I'm the founder of AdGully. Today, I am here to give you an overview of what to expect at SCREENXX 2021. I request you all to follow us at AdGully on all our social handles. Our hashtag is #SCREENXX 2021. If you have any question for our speakers during the course of the day, you can post it on Twitter or in the chat box. We'll try our best to get your queries responded. When we met at SCREENXX 2020 virtually, of course, the conversation hovered around the transition to digital, the tremendous spike in content consumption on digital, ways to navigate the new normal, facing the numerous challenges posed by the global pandemic. Here we are, of course, a year later, hopefully much wiser from our experiences. Today, we are well entrenched in this new normal and have adapted well to living, working, and conducting our businesses on digital. As in the case of all the industries, the media and entertainment industry, as we knew it, has changed. While the comfort of familiarity and scale are fueling the growth of traditional media, consumers today are spoiled for choices in the digital space. OTT has been the sanity saver of the collective nation, bringing us entertainment, information, networking, gaming, and much more during the long months of being confined at homes. Without doubt, OTT has been widening the scope for newer narratives and storytelling on the one hand, and democratizing the entertainment space on the other. Today, content creation has become very diverse and is more inclusive, embracing stories from all parts of the country. Regional content is poised to be the next growth driver for the OTT, and there is a lot that M&E companies can explore in the tier 2, 3, 4, and much more smaller markets. As we gear up to commence our 2021 edition of ScreenXX, the conversation is more optimistic. Armed as we are with COVID-19 vaccinations and 540 odd days and counting of learnings, the M&E industry and specifically the digital entertainment is ready for next phase of growth. I would like to share some stats which kind of echo my optimism, and this is the FICCI M&E report. Team, can you share the slides, please? Some of it, of course, we've shared during our, at the beginning when we were showing the promo. As you will see, paid video subscription crossed 50 million in 2020. 29 million subscribers paid for 53 million OTT video subscriptions in 2020. Around 1,200 hours of original content were created for OTT platforms across films and episodic content, which led to increased demand for OTT subscriptions. Yes, we saw OTT players turn into movie premiere platforms as cinema halls remain shut. This has also changed the box office equations. Whether or not this will be a long-lasting effect remains to be seen. Netflix invested 30 million in content in India across 2019 and 2020. Disney plus Hotstar claimed 26 million paid subscribers by the end of November 2020 as it put IPL behind paywall. The FICCI ENY report projects that OTT players are expected to increase spends on original content to around 19.2 billion in 2016, a 17% growth over 2019, and further increase their total investment in content, including sports, during 2021-2025 to rupees 300 billion. Around 500 original titles were expected to be released in 2021 across platforms. That's a lot of stats, I understand, to wrap your heads about. So I'll leave you to ponder upon those stats and see how the OTT industry has grown. As I move on, friends, we have put together some of the leading experts in the M&E industry for ScreenXX 2021, who will reveal the extent of dynamism in the digital entertainment in the country, decode the growth story, caution us about the challenges and pitfalls along the way, and more importantly, chart out the future course and trends that will dominate the industry in the years to come. Keeping in mind the strong demand from the industry, ScreenXX this year will be a two-day affair, as there is so much that I feel that can be covered. So without much ado, let us move on to the proceedings of the day one of ScreenXX 2021. Commencing the proceedings of the day, we have Gaurav Rakshit, Chief Operating Officer, Viacom 18 Digital Ventures, who will deliver the opening keynote address. Welcome, Gaurav. Welcome to ScreenXX 2021. Over to you, Gaurav.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're settled in to an armchair somewhere, sipping on a hot cup of tea. Very pleased to be able to do this session at all. Truth be told, it's a whole lot easier in person. You can see your audience face to face, watch them nod off during the bits, the boring bits especially, and course correct as you go. But this is the new, so let's get started. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the OTT industry and some of the stuff that we're working on. It is in India on the cusp of becoming a mainstream disruptor of the media and entertainment industry in India, right? There's no two people that have different points of view on that. The ad-supported free VOD consumption engine is well underway. Hundreds of millions of users, trillions of minutes of watch time. But the subscription revolution is just getting started. Many of you think that we're already there. People should be willing to pay. And in some segments of society, you're absolutely right. In fact, if you're listening to this session, you probably belong to the segment that has already tipped. But the truth is, you only represent a microcosm of Indian society that is now willing to pay for digital content. Sure, they access paid services through bundles, data plans, but reach into wallet to pay for a digital media service? That's not so much. Outside of subscribers for cricket, which is this country's most secular religion, direct subscriber volumes are in the millions. That's certainly not very impressive. So what does that mean for us as an industry? It's clear that we will grow exponentially for the next few years as consumer paying habit catches up with the platform's ability to deserve it. And I say deserve it because I do think it's a journey for all of us to deserve that consumer's money. It's tempting to try and, solve world hunger with something that's very prescriptive in nature. But I really think that it's a journey and we're all in this together. So what I'm going to do in this address is outline 4 principles which I use at Voot to set course for a brand new tomorrow. While it's tempting to think that content is what we place at the center of the industry, and it does find its way into everything we do and think, but at the center always is the user. I hope these principles will be of some help to you as you design your plans to architect the future of OTT as an industry for your users, your teams. So here goes. The first principle is a somewhat counterintuitive bracing principle, which is set course wisely in line with your appetite and life stage. It's very tempting to try and do more. There's a bunch of OTT services out there and more to come. And it is a great opportunity, but it's really important to know your own mission. It's very easy to get swayed by what's cool and sexy, especially in the microcosm we inhabit. We start to lose focus on our true mission. At Voot, these past few years have been critical to make the transition from a bootstrapped service to a good business and brand. It would have been very tempting to play directly for greatness. But candidly, it would belie the understanding of where we are and what it takes to be truly great. This journey has forced us to focus on the things that we decided mattered most. And it actually forced us to turn a blind eye to many of the tenets that are really important for greatness. But it would have thrown our organization completely off course. By way of example, we've reduced focus on large, expensive content properties, which typically suck up disproportionate attention across all the teams in a system. And that was in favor of building a more compelling, more engaging platform and service. It's an extremely difficult choice, especially coming, once again, as I mentioned, from the microcosm that we all belong to. We're all exposed to what we think of as great, even though they have journeys of their own. But the journey to good isn't a walk in the park either. And it's not a compromise victory. It's what we set out to achieve. Our markers of success are actually what keep us going. We do now have the highest levels of engagement in the industry. We have the best unit economics in the industry. Brand strength has tripled vis-a-vis competition. We managed to launch 2 subscription services, Voot Select and Voot Kids, all born into lockdown actually, and very focused on specific audiences. These are all incredibly valuable assets for the journey ahead. Our journey from good to great. The second principle I like to use extensively all across everything we look at is obsess about tomorrow's user. It's a tempting and very common occurrence in terms of, focus on the user. But I think it's especially hard to focus on tomorrow's user. The articulation of our second principle is inspired by our recent foray into streaming football on Voot. Play the ball into the space where the user will be, not where the user is. We do need to obsess about what is it telling us. What do they want? What will they want? Are they able to unscramble this complex maze we set out of them, which is the sum and substance of all our intentions? For example, in the content space, shouldn't we explore whether users are really happy when we leave a web series unfinished at a critical hook point and only sort of give resolution in season 2? Is that really being fair? Is that really listening to our users? Is that what they want? Is there a better way to straddle their satisfaction and our desire, obviously, to build a franchise show? It's also important to keep abreast of trends outside of content, not just in media viewing habits, but any digital behavior. These worlds tend to migrate much more fluidly than they did in the past. Social watching is here, but how do we make it truly social? So many times our users are adopting parallel tech to actually engage socially while watching content. Look at something like gamification. It's not manipulation, for Gen Z. Gamification is here to stay. It can enrich an experience. I don't know how much we're learning from these trends that will take over the world in a few years. What about mood-based content consumption? Do we have any point of view on that? How are we looking to where the world is going to be? I think that's the limited point that I'm trying to create, which is try and have a point of view of the world that we will be living in, and then architect that world for your users. But in this search for the truth, the challenge we have is that we tie ourselves into knots. And what happens is there's no room to set sail and explore these new horizons when we've already created something very complex, a little stodgy, and that's, I think, where the challenge is. Boil the proposition into something simple to understand. Use consistent messaging, use simple UX. That gives you room to grow and evolve, because otherwise you're going to be stuck in a knot of your own making. And that's what's going to allow us to actually imagine where the user is going to be 3 years, 5 years from now, and build a service for them. The third point, and this is a young industry, don't be afraid to take calculated risks. The industry will continue to grow, right? But disruptions are what make the difference in switching trajectory, moving into widening orbits, higher and higher, and away from where we are today. There have been disruptions in the past. There's been a data-led disruption with Geo. The lockdown was another such disruption. But these are typically secular in nature. They help all OTT players. I think that we all need to find those disruptions that can astonish and delight your users, so you stand out from the crowd. For Voot, Big Boss OTT was one such disruptor. We pioneered putting marquee content exclusively on digital. We broke all the rules of the game just to serve our users. We pivoted an iconic show that had been running for 14 seasons in an episodic rhythm every year in favor of a 24/7 live stream. We thought that was what our users would want. We dropped a tried and tested format from 15 weeks to 6 weeks because we thought our users would appreciate that. We brought on a new anchor And to replace the legendary Salman Khan, which was a huge risk in and of itself, we thought our users would be okay with that. And they actually embraced it. We drove a digital first proposition built on live, interactivity, immersive experiences. And we drove it in the market with a new sales team who had never done any of this before. Very eager. But we hadn't done this. And we put this all together in the space of 2 months, from start to finish. Actually, that's another mini principle right there. If you're convinced of going ahead, do it quickly. You'll find the universe conspires to make ambitious plans come together. Teams come together, partners get excited, everyone's stretching, and the user benefits. So that, I think, is a mini principle we also embrace out there. It was an incredible success story, I have to say. Big Boss OTT was an outstanding milestone for Voot. I probably would have shared another story with you guys if it wasn't. But the real value is not in the radical platform growth we achieved, the revenue story, dominance on social, even record-breaking, unprecedented 1,000-hour live stream. Never been done before. The real breakout for us is we know so much, much more than we did 3 months ago, that it just makes us that much more capable as a platform to serve our users. And that, my friends, is priceless. Knowing it, and then of course you have to want to step through the door, but there's nothing that short circuits that faster than actually doing. And I have a final principle, which is build a team or participate in a team that lives for this journey. Not everyone is cut out for the buffets of an adventure like this one. There are no roads to success. There's only unpaved tracks. There's sort of a compass somewhere to guide you. And there's many, many khaddas, ravines along the way, right? So try and join teams of like-minded explorers who are looking to change the world, who are not looking to hold on to the comfort of the familiar and the present. These guys make for great companions in this journey. Every time you fail, and believe me, you will. If you aren't failing, you aren't trying enough. You will fail many, 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 many times. And you need someone to dust you off, get you back on your feet, and keep going. And I'm not just speaking of employees or colleagues. I'm speaking of entire teams across content creators, distribution partners, solution providers, tech consultants, so many, many others who help shape this ecosystem. Find like-minded people for your journey. And those that have this DNA of exploration, it will really serve you well along the way. That, candidly, is all I can bear to speak in a monologue over a video conference. Very, very difficult to do this, but a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you so much for your patience and indulgence. Wish you all the best for a fantastic day. I hope the rest of it is as engaging, if not more, and you learn a little something along the way. All the best, guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gaurav, for sharing your wonderful insights and sharing your knowledge on digital content and OTT platforms with all of us. Once again, would like to thank you. Now, this is the time to let's start with our first panel of discussion, which is Beyond the Pandemic Push, Building on the Momentum. As we all know, guys, the proliferation of digital technologies during the time of pandemic has been critical in triggering structural alterations in the media and entertainment industry. And it has proved to be a game changer for the industry as well. The government recently changed some new rules to regulate OTT platforms, and 5G will further propel the digital entertainment industry. Now, talking on many such issues, we have a panel of speakers with us who are very esteemed experts in their respective fields. So we would like to welcome Mr. Amit Dhanuka, Executive Vice President, Lionsgate. Along with him, Mr. Chandrasekhar Mantha, Partner, Deloitte. We have with us Ms. Gunjan Arya, Chief Executive Officer, OML, and Mr. Manish Kalra, Chief Business Officer, Z5. Alongside, we have Mr. Siddharth Roy, CEO of Hungama Digital. Welcome all of you. And we have with us Ms. Shraddha Agarwal, COO and Strategy Head of Great Digital, who will be moderating the session. Over to you, Shraddha.
Thank you, Namita, so much. Hi everyone. So today we have a very interesting panel where we are going to talk about the topic which I think everyone is tuned into, not just professionally but personally also. So before we go there, let's see who all we have on the panel today. And I think while Namita has done a round of introduction of who they are, I would want to do it in a different manner, where I would like to take their names and ask them one question, which is, which one have been your favorite series on any of these OTT platforms, and which series did you finish in one night? So let's go in alphabetical order. Let's start with Amit. Amit, which one was your favorite series and which one did you finish in one single night?
The recent one that I can remember that I finished in one single night was Normal People. On Lionsgate Play, of course. So, yeah, that's the one that I can remember.
So next, let's go to Chandrasekhar Manta. Which one did you finish in one single night?
Well, I'm finished most of them in one single night, unless they are too long. But the recent one that I can recollect is, I don't know. I mean, I saw actually something which was regional. I think I saw Samantar too. Okay, and on MX, and that I think was very unique sort of content that came. I mean, coming from regional, I was really taken back.
That's nice. Let's go to Gunjan now.
Hey, hi everyone. I think this is a bit of a googly question because everybody's wondering, hey, do I pick a show from my stable that I've put out, or do I just genuinely be honest and reveal my watching habits, which otherwise most people don't get to know of? But personally, I really enjoyed Good Luck last year, and it's something that given the lockdown, we were able to watch with family and all of that. It was just super, super enjoyable. But I think from something that I just had to finish in one sitting, it would have to be Squid Games, which is all the rage right now.
Nice, nice. So we have both the answers from your name to the designation. But that's nice. Let's move to now Manish. Manish, which one did you finish in a single night? And is that from Z5 or is it from another platform?
Yeah, I think I'll call out Sunflower. It was an amazing family drama with a thriller. We saw very, very good consumer response in that series. So I would recommend all of you to go and watch it.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. And finally, Siddharth, which one do you finish in one single night?
So actually, I'll be probably the one out here where, for me, it was Ted Lasso on Apple TV Plus. Amazing series. The second season came out, I think, about 3 or 4 weeks back. But really fun viewing, and it was a great series. Yeah.
Very interesting. So while we know now what did they watch on the personal front as well as the professional front, let's start with the today's session. We all know that India is a market that loves to watch free content, right? But it took a good amount of time to start them paying regularly for cable. Now imagine they need to pay for OTT as well. Today, if you look at 2020, we basically now have approximately 41 million paid subscribers, which was only 18% in 2018. If you compare this with TV gets 63% of the revenue that comes from pay and then 37% from advertisement, whereas it's completely opposite for OTT, right? 60% of our revenue comes in from advertising and 36% or 40% odd comes from subscription. So if acquisition is one of the key important things for us as an OTT platform, what do you think drives that? So let's start with Chandrasekhar. Chandrasekhar, what do you think are the drivers and trends that impact customer acquisition costs, and how do you get these consumers who came as freemiums to convert them into paid subscribers?
Well, that's the $1 million question everybody's trying to answer, right, Shraddha? And I wish we all had the answers to get that resolved. But quickly, what are the drivers here for the customer cost acquisition, right? I mean, you have what is the spend that you incur to get the customers on your platform, and secondly, how soon do they, or how long do they stick to your platform, right? I mean, that is something that that largely drives customer acquisition cost. Now, in terms of where most of the OTTs are currently, they are trying to build viewership. They are trying to build stickiness to the platform. So they are incurring a lot of costs in terms of acquiring the attention of a customer, right, or a subscriber. So there is a lot that is spent at this point in time just to garner eyeballs and ensure that you get enough subscribers on your platform. So that is currently high. Having said that, what has happened in the pandemic is that intuitively people have moved from have spent a lot of time on the OTT platform. So to some extent those costs would have gone down in the last 1.5 years, given that customers are by default moving to a different platform. They're spending a lot more time on the OTTs, right? So to that extent that would have settled. But having said that, it's still something that will continue to increase in the next few years. Still a loyal set of customer or subscriber base is kind of attracted by individual OTTs. In terms of churn as well, there is very limited there are very limited switching costs for customers, right? Today I can easily subscribe for a month on a platform, move on to another platform, and keep jumping till I find the right set of platform which kind of caters to my viewership needs. So the churn at this point in time, and given the sensitivity in terms of pricing that an Indian viewer has, the churn is also pretty high. I would subscribe for IPL for the next 3-4 months and then move on to another platform where there is more interesting content. So till the market sort of settles in a space where both these drivers are kind of stable, the customer acquisition cost, in my view, will continue to increase and only in a few years come to a stage where most of the OTTs are comfortable with that. So that's on your first part. In terms of moving people from free viewership to paid viewership, again, there's a whole lot of factors, Shraddha. I mean, it's a very broad sort of a question which requires a lot more in-depth analysis. But largely, if you see, it's the content, right? I mean, if you have the right content, if you can attract customers or subscribers with the right set of content, you would have more stickiness, and people will be compelled to pay for viewing content which they want to see. Having said that, the customer experience, what the app or the OTT offers in terms of transferability between platforms, or how well it is adapted for a mobile viewing to a tab viewing on across platform or across devices, that is very important. The in-app experience is very important. So there are a lot of factors that drive people to prompt people to pay for a particular platform. I'll quickly stop there and then look forward to hear from others as well.
Interesting drivers. I would want to take this to Manish because I could see Manish smiling in the start. I'm sure some numbers must be hitting his mind. I want to understand that, Manish, has the cost of acquisition for you reduced after pandemic, like from 2018 to 2020? And as he said, to convert any consumer from a free to a paid subscriber, it's the content. So which series or which show of yours actually got you less cost per user?
Interesting. I was smiling when our friend Chandrasekhar said the cost of acquisition would have come down. I think it's just that appetite to acquire has gone significantly higher. So while there is a transition which is happening, we are like looking at much more and multi-fold acquisition. So it never goes down. But I think it's important to address that question. What does it take to subscribe? I think two points I would make. A, obviously, customers the king. They need to like you. They need to like your brand, your platform. And B, content in our world is the biggest king. So if you have compelling content with real relatable stories, which connects with this consumer, they would definitely want to come and sample you and pay for that subscription. Now, how and where do you kind of acquire them? So from our perspective, I'm giving you some internal insights. We use a lot of data to identify, hey, this taste cluster is kind of more relevant to this customer audience, and this is how we should pitch it, and this is how the communication should be for this type of a show. And then accordingly, basis that analytics and insights, we kind of define the marketing plans and strategies. And obviously, objective remains to minimize that cost and acquire as much through organic buzz and drive the subscriptions in the right way. For us, two factors which work in our favor, Shraddha. Number one, most importantly, we are also an AWOD platform. So by virtue of having a lot of content from the mothership, which is the Z Network, we get like hundreds of shows or episodes which get dropped on the platform every day. And that's where you see our like MAUs are 80 million plus. You will see another bigger number coming in very soon. But the point here is that, hey, how do we build this funnel from AWOD to SWOD? We kind of give them the right inputs, do the right recommendation, personalization, and ensure that on platform itself, we are able to organically convert as many free viewers to subscription viewers. I think second most important point is that, hey, how do we pitch to them? I think I touched upon it, the communication, the targeting, the drive. You asked another question, which content delivered the lowest cost of acquisition, which is exciting, and I'll reveal it for you. I think the big bhai, Salman Khan, he obviously has such a huge organic following in itself. So Indians are crazy, and it's kind of an event that, hey, on Eid, his movie has to go live. So from that perspective, we leverage that all the buzz and the drive and the fandom. And in terms of actual cost per subscription, Radhe was the lowest cost per subscription for us. So yeah, that's your answer.
So if we understand that Salman really works for the Indian market, let's take this to Amit and understand, when you are trying to bring this whole global premium content to the country, how are you managing cost per acquisition? Because clearly Salman can drive that. And I want to understand if there is a star from the global world who can drive that low cost of acquisition for you also.
So I do want to sort of add that, our global strategy has been that when we enter a market, we of course bring, our premium curated hero content, to the market. But eventually we start padding it up with local content. That takes time to evolve. It takes time to create and make, and for us, that journey starts next month, when our Indian originals start coming out. But in terms of customer acquisition cost, I'll tell you out of my experience what I've seen, right? I've seen, number one, what plays out is content. If you have good content, you have compelling content, consumers find a way to reach your platform and see it. That's important. I think the second piece which plays out really important, which is very important, is how you build a brand out. Because, if your brand is not known, people have a subconscious mindset of always going to the first 2 or 3 that launch in the country. It's almost like sort of mineral water, where people will still go and call Bisleri instead of, asking for mineral water. And that plays out. And I think the third part, which is very important, is that while, you are solving for compelling content, you're solving for, the brand being sort of known and, established, within your target segment, you're also available at the consumer touch points when they're making that decision to buy. And whether that's through UAC, whether it's through Facebook, whether it's through affiliates, it's through different mediums that you're actually going and spending on. And eventually, look, it takes time, for that customer acquisition cost to come down, which would be true for all my friends in this panel. And eventually you start seeing it play out, right? So yes, there would be a piece of content that will deliver you far better economics, than others. But eventually, as a business, you start looking at it, that what does it deliver to you, day after day, week after week, month after month, and what is the target that you're really going after from your business plan perspective. And then, of course, there are external factors, right? I mean, we recently had RBI come in and say that, hey, look, no recurring transactions. We sort of had banks sort of, pull that away. So that threw everyone in a dizzy, right? I mean, free viewing period went out of the window. So all of those pieces also sort of, work when you're looking at your customer acquisition costs. And you have to play all of these, you have to juggle all of these multiple balls to make sure that you actually come to a sweet spot. There's never a sweet spot. That sweet spot is always lower. But eventually you start going towards that and, finding a way to get there.
Oh, that was interesting. And I really like this conversation about the RBI, because I know this is not just a problem of our OTT as a platform, but every app today, right? Which is very well done in US and Europe market. Now that we understand all this, I think Gunjan would be like, oh, thank God, I don't have to bother with cost of acquisition on a platform. So let's go to what is the content that works on these platforms, right? And Gunjan, you guys come up with really bizarre, random, cool concepts. I really love Raid Nights. And I think with GCN, you guys are able to offer a lot what that comes to India and different kind of content that India wants. So what do you think? What genres work today for the country in terms of content?
So we haven't obviously worked at the end of, say, a Salman Khan or a cricket where, they end up just becoming religions for the country, right? But what the principle that we've sort of applied is, let's study user behavior, user trends, and figure out what's working there, and whether that's then applied to content we build for OTT platforms or for brands. That's been a common trend across the board. So I think, just in terms of your earlier question, which is how does user acquisition work? It's literally that. Initially, when an Amazon Prime Video or Netflix came to India, we were one of the first few partners that started working with them, because we were already creating a lot of digital content that consumers were used to. So you looked at, hey, here are users that are already consuming content digitally. They are the lowest hanging fruit. How is it that we migrate them to our platforms? And obviously, as OML, we haven't had a chance yet to work with Lionsgate and Z5, but I can only speak from my experiences with the other platforms. So that's on the platform side, right? Where we're constantly tracking for, okay, this is what the slate looks like. These are the shows that are not getting made. We know that those audiences exist. And as a platform, I think it becomes, and I'm obviously speaking on Manish and Amit's behalf, I apologize. But at least what we've heard on our side is that it's a rolling target, because not only do you have to first acquire your set of customers that will consume X type of content, but then you've got to keep them there. So you've got to keep on building on that category or that genre more and more. While that exists, overall, there will always be shifts in terms of what pops. So whether it was Scam 1992 that did really, really well last year, and then we got a bunch of briefs that said, hey, do you have a show, something that, which could be our next Scam 1992. So there is now suddenly an interest in that space. So there will always be markers like this that that lead to trends popping. But overall, I think it's really important to just pay attention to what folks are already consuming and build on top of that. That said, I don't think that you can purely look at digital research as your output. So you can't just say, hey, so many people are consuming cricket content, so let me put up one more cricket match. That's not going to be enough. But use it as a brief. So the inherent human effort to use that and then build on top with creativity still needs to happen. But I think the briefs are getting sharper thanks to all the data that we have.
That's nice. So while you touched upon the fact that, yes, content and cost of acquisition help each other, and hence you guys come on board from that perspective as well, I want to bring in Siddhartha now. And I want to understand that you guys just moved into Sri Lanka and expanded content with Sinhala and Tamil, and even in fact Chandrasekhar mentioned about the fact it's not just or even Amit mentioned the fact that regional content is another big play. So in content, apart from genres, what do you think the language has to play as a key role in terms of driving customers and even increasing stickiness?
So I mean, there is no doubt that we're all aware about consumption. Each of us, in that sense, we're aware that roughly 50+% gets consumed in the Hindi speaking markets. And then there's a very large portion that gets consumed in regional. As each of us are going out, at least from a Hungama perspective, when we go into regional markets, we are very clearly focusing on two priority markets. And I'd call them as a set of states which are there where you're building content to go after that state. And that opportunity is directly linked to the kind of language that you want to cater to. Take, for example, Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, what we've done is we've done the full gamut of experience, where we've got the movies, we basically bought into future rights into films. We've got a couple of series that are being produced. We've also done series in India, and because they consume culturally a similar format of content type, we have the ability to take content and dub it for Sinhala and make that available out there. They're also a large consumer of Tamil content because the north of Sri Lanka has a very large Tamilian population out there. And there, again, there are synergies. So you're able to build out an interesting bouquet with the users out there. And then you're working towards ensuring that you're being able to create a proposition week on week, month on month, where then the larger opportunity and retention gets driven. So that's where some of the interest lies. And it's a very organic growth when we are looking at our neighbors around India, because there is a very large overhang of Indian content that which way they end up touching because of the broadcast experience out there.
So I am also assuming that something is also happening within our southern countries. And today people are looking forward to Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam as a key content piece. And I always had this question in my mind when I used to present media plans to my client: who is watching this regional content? Are these people who doesn't know Hindi or English, or are these people who actually know Hindi, English, but they enjoy regional content because that's their native language? And what percentage? Like, I know people enjoy their native language, but what percentage of these users are who are watching regional language despite of knowing 3 languages?
So, I mean, the way I look at it over here is that, take, for example, Gujarati. There is content that's being made in the Gujarati language, but they're a very large consumer of Hindi as a language. You switch this to Bengali, the Bengali consumer consumes Bengali content. But if you even look at data on the dubs that are happening on Bengali language for Hindi content, there is a very large consuming community that consumes the same content in the Hindi form as well.
Okay.
Okay. Except for the south of India, where a Tamil consumer may not understand Hindi as a format and may not consume, but we are all aware of how dubs for South Indian films has done to the broadcast ecosystem. And that is for real. So today, when you go to Hangama Play, we have over 1,500 films from the south that are available in Hindi as a format of language. Or when we have Hindi content, if there are dubs available for South Indian languages, we want to make that available. We're doing it extensively on the Hollywood franchise, the transactional VOD, where we break latest Hollywood titles which are broken same day with the US. In that context, we get all the four South Indian languages, including Bengali, become the mainstay. So today, if you were to go and want to watch Mortal Kombat's available in all languages.
Yeah.
So do not necessarily treat that it has to be only in English. The languages play a very important part to broad base the community, and middle India is where consumption is happening. I mean, 350 million people consuming some form of video today.
Yeah.
Okay, and let's also be very true. Now, we are aware of where that 40 million plus consumer bases have turned out. I mean, today the telco ecosystem, be it the larger OTT players, we are all aware of how they are funneling the opportunity for us because they are making that available to their users as part of their pack set.
I think that's very interesting. And I like the reference where you mentioned about the fact that how you take a Hollywood flick and you convert that into English language. I want to take that to Amit again, and I want to understand Lionsgate is a platform where I understand things will be in English, right? Because it's a premium global content. For you also, because you're also looking forward to create dubbed content, right, out of this. So between this TG of 15 to 45, we being the second largest country who speaks English today in the world, you still need that local content or dubbed content will work better for you and will get you more stickiness and more consumers today?
So, look, just because we are one of the largest English-speaking country does not mean that, our consumption of content is also English. Yeah. We were surprised when we go on our social media channels and handles, we see that the amount of requests that we get for our content to be localized in that language. And that's where it actually started from. We heard what the consumers were saying. We started localizing it, in 3 languages earlier. the three South languages. We then went, to Marathi. We did Bangla. We even did Bhojpuri. And we keep expanding, right? Because consumers keep writing to us that, hey, I want to see this. I want to see this in my local language. I want to see this and we see the consumption patterns, right? They're brilliant. The numbers are really, really encouraging. And that's what's got us to do it, right? I wouldn't say that, I wouldn't claim that, we had this great vision. No, we just heard the consumer, what they wanted, and we delivered it to them. That's what we did.
And that's interesting. I remember when I watched Iron Man in Hindi, it was hilarious.
We have John Wick in Bhojpuri if you want to watch it. So that's
wow. So which is the language that you get maximum requests for on your Instagram or Facebook?
Generally the southern languages. We get a lot of requests, for the southern languages, and we do end up localizing in them. We did some experiments in Marathi also. We weren't we haven't seen a lot of traction there, which has also led us to believe that they're okay with understanding Hindi, so that should be fine. But yeah, I mean, southern languages.
That was saying Gujarati guys understand and Bengali guys understand Hindi. So actually the half of the country below, like above South, we understand Hindi, so we're okay with both the languages. It's South where the major problem comes in.
Yeah.
So if I could jump in here, we've had some experience with even gaming content. In a couple of weeks ago, we did an online tournament for this game called Valorant, and we decided to get sportscasters in 8 different languages. For us, I think the surprise came from 2 different aspects. One, there were 2 million people that showed up to watch other people play a game. So at least for folks on this panel that are more than 30 years old, I know this is a bit of a culture shock for us. And then the other part was, in the 8 different languages, the number 1 language that got the maximum traction was Hindi. The second was Tamil. And the third was English. So I think, to what Amit was saying earlier, to his point, there is a certain appreciation for narratives and stories which will transcend language barriers. And then there is an opportunity for us to even build shows that are native in a native manner. So Comic Stand, for example, is a show that we build for Amazon Prime Video, and it's in its 3rd season now. We actually did a season in Tamil, because there is an audience there that wants to consume Tamil comedy that speaks to their themes and their stories. I think it's really what digital has done, has made options available to people to a point where everyone is an audience of one. So my mix of what I choose to watch, whether it's a Squid Games plus Good Luck, which are 2 different platforms, plus say another show that we did in Russia recently, which is in the Russian language, it appeals to me, and that is what I'm going to choose from a digital consumer's habit, right? So I think it becomes really exciting to then see how we're building for different regions, different countries. It's no longer just about, hey, here is the biggest franchise in the world, say it's John Wick or Bond or whatever, and now let me translate it in as many languages. But as a digital consumer, we're becoming more and more picky, and we want to see things that are built for us, not just translated for us.
And in fact, you know what, when we do now, I remember when we used to do advertisement, we used to have an ad, a single TVC that used to just convert into different languages. Now we are looking at creating content for that particular region with that particular actor, whoever is the Tollywood or star there, and then we basically look at using a pop culture reference from that region. So in fact, that is something that we're trying to do, which we call in Grapes language as a vernac room, where we not just dub content or translate content, we look at pop culture references to create social content as well. Yeah, actually, that's a point. And this comes to a very interesting fact that the consumer today, right? Who is this consumer who's doing all this? And I remember I watched my 10-year-old nephew watching a YouTube gaming video. He's playing. What are you interested in? Why are you watching him playing? and this audience is really bizarre, and brings me the question, and I would like to have Manish brain picked on this. Z5 is known for female audiences, right? So let's take a cohort of female audience, and you guys have the best serials, which all moms and mamas and aunties used to watch. But you guys have a lot of audience, when I look at your stats, also coming in from this age group of 15 to 25, not just 25 to 45, right? Who is this audience? What is the kind of cohort who's watching all the content on your platform?
So first, I'll contradict you. Z5 is not known only for female. Overall, Z content, which is the TV-led content, is heavily female-dominated, and that forms the top of our funnels, the 80 million users we spoke about. And that's a positioning that Z took, that he will always talk about empowering women and kind of bringing that out. Having said it, even right now, Shraddha, if I look at AWOD audience, it is 48% male and 52% females. So it's a healthy mix. Yeah, and surprisingly. So these TV serials obviously get a lot of family viewing, and there's a catch-up audience which comes on the platform and views it. We also have a lot of live news channels, almost 70 of them. So that drives a lot of male consumption as well. And then there are, we realize that non-fiction shows drive a lot of male consumption. So that's on the AWOD, the free before paywall side story. When we come to the SWOD, which is behind paywall, it's actually a male-dominated scenario. Because also we realize that primarily the most of the paying audience in for whatever the way India is structured, the credit cards, the online payment instruments are with the male of the house. And that's where the subscriptions come from the male. However, we do realize the genres there. And we do a lot of consumer research. The consumers tell us that, hey, it's like a buffet. When I'm alone, I want to watch something of a different type. But when I'm with my wife, I want to watch something which is romantic. And when with my family and kid, comedy, romantic, and family drama works for me. So the kind of content we create, because consumer has so many choices, it is a function of what they're doing, the situation they're in, what they want to consume, and what mood and tonality they want to kind of consume with. But to answer your question, the 15 to 24 obviously is consuming a lot of our non-fiction shows on the AWOD side of things. We see a good amount of female audience also coming 15 to 24 on watching their catch-up TV. However, most of the SWOD shows which are behind paywall tend to be above 18. So that kind of segregates that audience. And we do take, based on the recent guidelines, we do take kind of permissions from the consumers on what they want to consume and what they don't. Yeah, so there is an online consumer, 15 to 24 is kind of growing significantly. They have access to their best of mobile devices and internet. So they're consuming content which is available and exciting for them. Genres remain non-fiction, thriller, as well as the catch-up TV.
I have two follow-up questions, and interestingly, you said that in your conversation. So one was with respect to the fact that news, so we were having this conversation with a couple of brand managers last week, and we was wondering that what is cable being used for? So I was like, I think they only watch news. But then a lot of people also mentioned that we moved even to OTT platform to watch news, because it's not that we're watching a live news show at 9:30 to 10, etc. So we watch news as per our convenience. We get it on our apps. So we watch news on the go. What is this audience who's watching news? Like, what percentage of audience is watching news? If I have to put a percentage in comparison to your total content on Z5, so let's say 5% watches news, kind of stuff.
Very interesting. So to kind of first clarify, we have 70 live news channels. So you can watch live TV, whether it's Republic or Z or ABP or any of those, as it's running on TV, same feed at the same time. So that we realize drives a lot of news consumption. Now, in terms of penetration, it is significantly high. I think SWOD penetration of news, and a lot of these are cord cutters. So these people, because they were going to TV only to consume news, now they can consume it with their Z5 subscription. So that's like above 50%. Wow. For AWOD, news penetration is kind of around 25-30%. But obviously, when you're on the go, you want to consume, we do create a lot of those snippets out of news. So what we do is, let's say 30-second, 1 minute of the latest news, whatever is going on and trending, and our editor team, they understand what's getting consumed. So they kind of keep feeding that in. So overall, news is becoming a good engagement driver and frequency driver for us. Absolutely.
Nice. And the next one, which I want to pick on you, is you said that if you're watching OTT with your wives, you would want to watch romantic flick. I don't. Can I have hands who watch romantic flicks?
No, I was being politically correct here. So it's the point I was making is that, hey, there are different genres. One is AG, one is lusty, one is romance, one is comedy, one is thriller, one is this. So the consumer is kind of open for choices. They say, hey, in whichever mood I am, I'll watch it.
For sure.
Say that again?
I'm very happy. I'll send this clip to her that, you know what, he watches romantic flicks with you. Okay, let's
Yeah,
move
go on.
in understanding this consumers better, right? I wanted to have some understanding on the trends and graphs with Chandrasekhar here. Can you throw some light of are these users only watchers when they watch a content, because advertising is 60% of the pay, right? So these consumers are only watchers, or also they convert into buyers because of the kind of ads they see on OTT platforms?
Well, again, it's where we are, right, in the whole OTT evolution. At the moment, the way brands are using it, and largely what we're seeing is it's more top of the funnel and middle of the funnel sort of advertising that's happening. So in terms of driving conversions, it's still early days, from a consumer cycle point of view. But from a measurement point of view, it's very clear that, I mean, on an OTT, you will clearly be able to track your entire customer journey. You can see whether the conversions have actually happened. However, having said that, there's a lot of potential here because the wallet share will shift. There will be a lot more that will come onto the OTT OTT medium as an advertising platform. And that is when newer formats will be explored, and as you get a more loyal subscriber base, a lot more could be done on the conversion side. There will be a lot more true results or outcomes that can be measured from an OTT platform measurement or an ROI point of view.
Get that. So now we know that this audience is basically in the upper funnel. We might move to the lower funnel, and especially with people who are behind the paywall, they might convert into something which is more of a lower funnel. But this audience, while India as a country is watching a lot of video, I wanted to understand from the audio perspective. And Siddharth, if you can help me here, understanding that it's not just the video OTT which is booming, audio OTT is also booming, and you guys are a fantastic player in that game, right? Who is this audience who's watching audio? Because till now, it is very difficult for me to convert a client of mine to say that let's get a sponsorship for podcast, right? Or let's place our audio ads in podcast, then just playing video ads. So who is this audience? What is the size? How can we get them to start advertising with podcasts as well?
So very clearly, Shraddha, the size of the community today that is consuming music is roughly 250 plus million. If I was to add in YouTube out there, we're talking 350 million plus, whichever which way. Okay. I mean, we are alone 66 million users on a monthly basis on music. Yeah. Okay. It's very, very large. The amount of sessions that we do, the amount of repeat customers that we have in a music is far, far larger than appointment viewing that happens on video. Okay. It's habit formation. It is today a massive science. And between 4 players, of which 3 of us are largely Indian, we control 80% of the market, whichever which way. Okay. So it's an out and out in India play out there. Yes, we've got the global majors. Amazon Music, whichever which way is behind the paywall, is part of the Prime family. But outside of that, everyone else is out there wanting to play the part. Today, Middle India is contributing far more expensive. So tier 2, tier 3 are growing at an exponential level out there. There is obviously a large movement towards getting users to move into paid. Amit had shared the larger issue with regards to RBI. In fact, because the price point in music is roughly, if you were to give and take promotions, annual packs roughly range between 400 to 500 rupees a year. And a lot of us, because of the way we were acquiring our users and they were not necessarily recurring opportunities present, we were whichever which way driving a very large portion of our customers into annual programs in that sense. Because music is very, very strongly linked to habit formation. A customer doesn't get up in the morning and he says, "Usko aaj gana sunna hai." There are ways to make that happen. Okay. Now let's talk about music itself. In India, we don't only listen to our music, we watch our music. Because our music, 75 to 80% of our music comes out of movies. And the way we build our movies is on the breakout of music. as the big play. So that also has a very, very large consumption economy, which is linked to the overall film piece. There's a lot of work over the last 2 years that's happened in the non-film space, and that's also seeing a sizable breakout. It obviously came from Punjabi as a music language because there they first become large singers, artists, talent, music that leads them into getting movies, and that's where the entire proliferation happens of the overall funnel in that sense. In other languages as well, largely you're seeing in Hindi and in other languages now, non-film is starting to go out and create a niche play out for themselves. With regards to podcasts, one of the core influences of podcast has been the fact that there is a very, very immersive consumer experience that's being driven on podcast. But the communities in the size and scale of music consumption that happens tends to be extremely small. I mean, we're talking low single digit percentages out there, because our volume of music consumption is so much that that always will be a very small subset of that experience. But the consumer is hugely immersive. So if a guy is coming and doing roughly a 60 minute of music spent with me in a specific session, a person who's consuming podcast would probably be doing 2x or 3x of that time spent. What are the categories driving this? Horror is driving it, fiction is driving it, devotional is driving it in an extensive manner, and their massive habit formation is happening on emotional. If a person comes to listen to a certain following on a daily basis in the morning, be rest assured that that person is going to be coming literally 30 days a month during that period. So it tends to become a lot more habitual in that sense. So all of that is playing within the overall music block. And the way we look at it is, in India, music and video are joined on the hip because of where the content gets created. And in that sense, you have an ability to move the user from one screen to another. And the larger spatial web that's coming out, which is the larger movement of product from a UI UX perspective, whichever which way, there's going to be a seamless connect with how users are going to go in and out of content formats.
That's interesting. And I like the fact that we're saying about that horror, devotion are the one which is driving a lot of consumers. Which one is your favorite horror audio ones or series or podcast, whatever content piece you have? I think I should just link it now.
So there's a very interesting a series that we've done, which is called Bhoot Lela. It's a very, very interesting. You should love to get you to consume that.
Interesting. Nice. So now that we are in the last 15 minutes of a session, I would like to move to the last section. We understood that how do we drive consumers? Who is this audience? What are they consuming? Let's understand, how do you get moolah out of it, right? So how do you get your advertisers on board and brands on board to invest? I would like to have Gunjan here. Your revenues are definitely soaring. I need to be knowing how to make more revenues with you. I want to understand, why do brands prefer investing in content, branded content, versus just investing in ad spots? It's easy, right? I make a TVC, I should run that. But why do you think more and more brands are now interested in taking sponsorships or in-film integration or anything like that?
I think at the very base level, it is because our user habits have changed. It is no longer sitting in front of a TV and waiting for an ad break, where you found the maximum audiences. If everybody is on digital and everyone is choosing what their own news feeds and timelines look like because of who they've decided to follow or what kind of OTT platform they've decided to subscribe to, each one of us is deciding what our own media feeds are going to be and what we access, which is where I think being part of pull content versus push content, and to me, that's the distinct difference between branded content or being part of entertainment versus pushing out or broadcasting advertising is. Because advertising by definition is disruption. Let me come and disrupt your attention flow and tell you about my product or service, versus, hey, let me be part of an entertainment piece that you would have liked to consume in any case. And here is a brand that's enabling it. And we've been doing this since, I think back in the day when TV was still the largest medium to reach folks, we built AFPs back then, right? Now, of course, it's us working with OTT platforms in various countries. So there have been, and I know there was a conversation about the upper funnel and the lower funnel. There are markets, and I hope that that's the trend we're going to see in India soon as well, where we've worked with brands to create long form shows. It's gone on an OTT service. We found a way to figure out who's watching that, pluck out parts of the show, and then use that for retargeted advertising, and then link them using the influencers that are part of the show, send them to an e-commerce platform, and then try to close out the loop like that. So I think there are opportunities. I just think it's about paying attention to how users are consuming content, what their behavior patterns are like, and optimizing for that. And whether that's OTT content, whether that's branded content, for us at least, that's worked for us no matter which market. For example, we don't speak Thai, we don't speak Russian, we're not speaking Hebrew, but we're doing shows in all these markets, whether commissioned by platforms or whether commissioned by brands. And the baseline principle is always, hey, stay close to the numbers. If you're able to see what the numbers are and you're able to work with the biggest content creators in those markets, because they know they have the general sense of, they have a pulse of the market. Shraddha, you mentioned have a sense of pop culture context. If you're able to marry those two, you're going to get something that people will want to watch.
Interesting. So let's say, Manish, here, where you guys are actually creating a lot of build-up programs like, Interactive Kitchen, there was IG80, which is launching this weekend, the season 3rd, right? I find it difficult at times to convince my client to pay me like 20 lakh, 40 lakh, whatever sponsorship amounts for these branded content. What percentage of your ad revenues come from sponsorship content versus ad spots?
I think sponsorship content is still niche. Like you rightly said, it's something that if a brand wants to build an experience, tell a story, and use a long form content to kind of leverage artist and science of creation, they will do it. And I think Gunjan touched upon it, that if you can then retarget those users by other channels and figuring out how to kind of convince them to purchase or do a transaction or engage with your brand, I think that's a longish story. Most of even on OTTs right now, the AVOD revenue, I would say 90-95% comes from ads. We do sponsorships of, let's say, contents which are not what you call as AFP or branded integrations. These are like that, hey, you take the top most watched series and you become a co-sponsor, which is like a very TV phenomena, which media buyers and kind of brand managers are used to. But yeah, that's what's driving. But what's working for the OTT platform on AVOD side is your ability to target. Then you can know that, hey, this 25 to 34-year-old female, she lives in Lucknow, she's watching it on a 12,000 rupees Redmi phone, versus here is a 35-year-old female who is watching on an iPhone and is in Mumbai and may have a different aspiration versus that person. So how do you target? How do you measure? How do you kind of define ROIs? I think that's where OTTs come into play. And then that's where brands kind of are able to measure the entire funnel from view through to click through, if at all it's happening, to kind of attribution to their brand. But it's very, very targeted, focused audience, which you can target versus spraying and praying on a TV-like platform.
Get that. I think we are at the fag end of the conversation. I would just want now I would want Chandrasekhar to come in and just help me in what are the key trends that you've seen in any of your reports when you do these researches that really helps us in driving OTT as a key behavior, right? Like everybody should start moving from TV to becoming a cord cutter. So what are the 5 or 3 things you recommend should be done to do that?
Well, I think we discussed that at the start of the session, right? I mean, in terms of the most important thing that drives user loyalty or subscriber loyalty is the content. If there is right content targeted to the right audience, promoted to the right audience, then you will definitely get that sort of viewership, and consistency. So that will then drive a very strong, loyal sort of subscriber base. In addition to that, there are a lot of the opportunities in terms of partnerships, collaborations, which can kind of give I see collaborations and partnerships as a win-win for both brands as well as the platforms, right? I mean, one promotes the content for the other. If you would do it on your own, you would do it yourselves. So today, if I have a branded content there, I mean, both of us promote that content, and that gets more attention, that drives more sort of viewership. So that's an opportunity to explore. In addition, obviously, there's a lot more interactive, engaging sort of viewership that to be had in terms of gamification, in terms of, and there are a lot of genres to be explored yet in terms of edutainment, infotainment. We're still exploring, sort of content which we all know, but there'll be unique genres that will come in. So these are some of the trends that I see that will come into this entire ecosystem and possibly change the way we are looking at content completely.
So thank you so much. I think they're very important points that you said. Content is king, queen, jack, everything. We have Gunjan to tie up that partnerships and collaboration. Gunjan, you not work with two of the panelists. It's a big opportunity for you to start doing that. Then what we understand is genre, regional content will obviously bring that. And one thing that I really think Lionsgate is also doing really well is engagement. They've got Tiger Shroff, they've got Ananya Pandey to do AMAs, they've got live sessions. I think all those kind of interactivity and engagement activations can really help us in building our consumer stickiness. So that's the key highlight for today's panel discussion. I hope everyone enjoyed that. And over to you, Namita and everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
everyone.
Thank you, Shraddha.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
That
you,
was an
everyone.
interesting session. Manish, you brought out some interesting insights on the Z5 domain. Siddharth, I'm really thankful to you. And Shraddha, I must say kudos to you to bring out the best in all of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Joy.
Cheers.
Thanks.
All
See
the
you.
best, everyone.
Bye.
Moving on to our next panelist, OTT, a new age marketing medium. So OTT provides new avenues for brands and marketers to reach out to their target audience with ads based on their online behavior of audiences, their browsing habits, lifestyle-based data, and much more. Thanks to the interactive and choice-based nature of OTT viewing, advertisers can access a treasure trove of insights about what audiences watch, when they watch, and the kind of time they spend on watching every day. With the help of this customer data and user profile, marketers can personalize and customize tailor-made, impactful, and targeted ads. User profiling allows brands to aim the target audience with most relevant advertisements using the most engaging content. OTT allows brands and marketers to make use of augmented reality ads, AI-based predictive personalization, 3D view, etc. However, there are challenges. Despite OTT's dynamic advertising capabilities, there is no standardization, uniformity, and transparency in OTT advertising. The industry needs measurement tools for this. To discuss all of this and more, I have with me an esteemed panel. The session will be chaired by Uday Sodhi, partner, Curate Digital, and he'll be joined by Ahmed Faraz, General Manager, FNP Media, Ferns and Petals, Chaitanya Ramalingam Gowda, Co-founder and Director of WakeFit, Jayesh Latil, General Manager in Mobi, Ramalingam Subramaniam, Chief Marketing Officer, Coin DCX, Vikas Bagaria, Founder and CEO, PSafe. Over to you there. I'm looking for an interesting session.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you so much. And a big welcome to all the panelists. Wherever you are sitting, let's make this nice and interactive. And I'm going to quickly start off. We've got a very interesting group. We've got 3 brand advertisers. We've got a media company, and we've got 1 platform. So we're going to get a good mix of conversation. So I'm going to start off with the brand guys and people who are the real people sitting with lots of money. So tell us, what are your advertising goals for the year ahead? Where do you see yourself spending? Is OTT part of your overall advertising mix? How important is OTT, and what all are you doing? Let's start off with Ramalingam and then, move to Chaitanya and Vikas.
Thank you so much, Uday. Yes, OTT has been an interesting channel for us, and over the last couple of months, we have been going big there. There are interesting takes versus say versus other channels. We find there are benefits, but I still feel there is a lot to be explored, lots to be learned on this particular channel. It definitely gives us good control over the overall marketing activities that we can perform. And as we scale, we as a business at CoinDCX, we started OTT first because it was more experimental, understanding how we go about our large spends. And we got to measure and track it really well. There is still a lot more that can be done. We still need to come up with better campaigns at our side, and also work with the partners to understand and create attributions much stronger. But overall, I feel as a starting point, I feel OTT is a good channel, and as a business, we have got good focus there.
Sorry, Ram, I'm going to push you a little. Is it a large part of your spend, or is it still experimental, and why?
No, so the experiment is not on. Okay, I'll just clarify myself. The experiment was not only on the channel per se; it was also an experiment at our end while we started doing certain big campaigns, and we chose OTT, right? I could experiment in any when I go into say large spends, I could have experimented in various different channels. It could be broadcast, print, but we chose that let's start with OTT, right? And we had properties available there, like we had IPL and other forms of cricket available, for which is a very good property from the market that we are targeting on. So those opportunities were available, and while weighing various channels, we felt that is good. In terms of spends, yes, still, like if I look at the overall broadcast spends or brand spends, if I want to call it, OTT still has a significant portion of the budget.
Great. Chaitanya, you want to pick up from there? Tell us what's your advertising focus for the year, and how does OTT fit into this?
Sure, Uday. So we at WakeFit, we're a home furnishing and furniture company. So that means these are products from couches to wardrobes to beds and mattresses. And given this, we are always on the lookout for reaching out people that we are not able to reach out well enough on the standard traditional means. So from a top of the funnel perspective, definitely OTT is one of the important channels that we look at. Because we are trying to reach audiences who may not be available as easily on, say, YouTube or on some of these publisher networks, or going on some of these regional newspapers that we get inventory of. So can we reach them when they are much more immersed in watching something that is of interest? They have chosen this. They have chosen to watch this episode. They have chosen to listen to this particular episode while they're working. So can we do that? So from that perspective, we have been always looking out for it. But we've also seen certain constraints which don't enable us to spend as much as we would have liked to. We can come to it later in the session, but we wish we could have done a lot more. But in reaching out to people who may have very specific interests, we love OTT from that perspective.
Super. And we'll take this up in further questions as to where do you think you can spend more money, and how can you spend more money. Moving on to Vikas. Vikas, you're again another very focused, very niche D2C product company. Tell us more about where do you see OTT in your larger advertising goals or go-to-consumer goals?
So Uday, PSF is a new kid on the block. We're still learning how to go ATL, and to be honest with you, we are into 4 different genres: toilet hygiene, menstrual hygiene, and sexual wellness. We just started this year, which is Domina. I think OTTs in our future planning for advertisements fits well, because as you know that condoms and sexual wellness product or pleasure products are not being advertised on Facebook and Google. And so what we are looking OTT as collaboration in episodes, because we have massages as well. So a lot of products which goes into sometimes even the words toilet seat sanitizers get rejected by the traditional digital media. So in our I think the fourth quarter of this fiscal, we are planning to go big way on OTT. We had a little bit of success on digital on YouTube when we did some kind of collaboration with TVH and other episodes, and we really got some good response. So as of now, I'm still learning, but yes, OTT is a platform for us to go starting from fourth quarter.
Good. I'm sure people are listening to you. Ahmed, you're right in the middle of being a D2C, a consumer brand, an e-commerce brand, and a media company. Tell us, where does this signal coming from advertisers, what does it mean for you?
So before I get into that, just a bit about us. So we are, right, as you said, we're in the middle of it. We are part of Ferns and Petals, which is one of the largest e-com gifting company, and it's been there since 1994. But FNP Media per se is only 2 years old, so to say. Founded 3 years old, founded in 2018. In 2019 is when we started making content. And so we have also tried something different when it comes to our content. We've been into short films very largely. We've been into storytelling, poetry, kind of a short format content. We have 2 YouTube channels for it. And what we have seen from whatever clients we've approached and whatever clients we've got on board, we've seen that conventional advertisement is not what client is anymore looking for. So we pitch them some solutions which is based on the storytelling overall, because everybody is going towards the storytelling route. However, to increase traffic on my short films on my YouTube, I have taken help of OTT advertisement as well, myself as a brand, where we advertise our short films on Hotstar AVOD content, where because short films and short format content on Hotstar is available in AVOD model. And so what we did, we experimented with few of their properties, not the cricket one, but whatever content which aligned with our our target audience persona. We experimented and we saw a lot of OTT people are also coming to our YouTube short films as well. And we've seen a lot of traffic coming from their side. So yes, we are actually doing, so we are also somebody where we are getting clients for our target audience. We are also advertising on OTTs for our platform as well. So we are in the midst of it, where we are becoming a platform and experimenting on different types of advertising overall, to see which kind of audience is responding to what kind of a content. And obviously similarly we are approaching brands for advertisement or storytelling, so to say. So we are not pitching them in film advertising, which is conventionally being done for the last few years. We are actually creating storytelling videos for them, which sometimes includes only poetry videos done in a different way. And so I've that kind of an advertisement is what I have seen in the last at least 3 years since I've been involved in performing arts of spoken word. I'm sure Vikas will agree, because I've seen a lot of
Safe advertisement being done by poets across India, and in a very beautiful and very integrated way. So similar is what I have seen personally being done by brands. So that is the route which I think it's brands and brand managers and brand owners are taking right now. And it's going to get bigger and bigger from here on, because the consumption of content over mobile devices and over OTTs is only going to increase with 5G coming in, and all these telecom companies pushing more and more data consumption. So content demand will also increase, and so will the budget of advertisements by the brands.
Perfect. Thank you, Ahmed. Jayesh, give us a larger picture. Give us, where is the industry moving towards? Where are advertising spends going? You have a 360 degrees view of the world. You have a high-level view of the world as probably one of the largest advertising platforms in the country. Give us a picture of where are ads, where are brands spending, and how is OTT becoming a large part of their marketing mix?
Right. Thanks, Uday. Thanks for that question. I represent InMobi, the capacity of the business head for India, and InMobi happens to be one of the largest non-walled garden platforms available in terms of both supply and demand. And it's heartening to see the kind of interest that has been getting generated on OTT. So I'll take a step back over the evolution of how digital videos. Here I'll specifically talk about video. I'm not talking about the audio or OTT per se. See, over the last 3-4 years, the adoption of video OTTs has really propagated. So what I would see as the numbers progression is it's huge. So likewise, the spends also have started increasing. So earlier, what used to be pure TV has now become video, and within that video, another 35% has got added into the digital video piece. And what used to be purely YouTube has now spread into YouTube plus OTT plus other platforms, right? So platforms like gaming becomes another piece. So the biggest advantage that somebody gets on the OTT platforms is, of course, brand safety as compared to multiple other platforms. OTT is curated content, most of them is curated content, and you know where you're going, you know the kind of programming which is there. So, and because of historically how it has evolved in India, unlike in many other countries, what you also see is the fact that OTT has become an extension of linear TV. It is not necessarily true in other countries. So you see the same content, like in the earlier panel, people were talking about live news. Yes, OTT has live news, and OTT has all the television content that is there, and plus the originals also, which is coming in. Now, because of that reason, it is easier for advertisers to actually adopt to a OTT format. Otherwise, it would have been a big hurdle to cross. But that is because of the way it has evolved, that has become a less of a hurdle. And like Subramaniam was talking about, the advantage of having a lot of these impact properties, be it a Big Boss or be it a IPL, that also creates an advantage for advertisers to go after OTT at a lower cost as compared to TV. Okay.
Is there enough supply out there, Jayesh? My question is, there are obviously advertisers sitting on one side, looking at video as a very large part of their marketing mix. Is OTT able to create enough of a supply for these advertisers? And is the supply, in enough cohorts available for advertisers to go up?
Absolutely. So, see, if you look at the numbers of some of the largest players in this category, what you will realize is we are not talking anymore 50 million, 100 million. We're talking hundreds of million. Be it a Hotstar, be it a Z5, be it a Voot, or be it any of those platforms are all upward of 100 million. And we just touched the tip of the iceberg. We have only talked about the top 5. You must understand there is another 40, 50 OTT platforms which many of us would not have been aware of. Right. And
absolutely, there's a long tail. There's
a long tail, and it is only going to get more and more. And my effort. So one of the things that is also happening in the industry is the shift the democratization of content is something which I love to talk about. So earlier, it used to be, the content used to be very, very closely held, right?
Now there are creators also everywhere.
Sorry?
There are small creators also setting up their own thing.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm not talking YouTube channels. I'm talking proper OTTs. While many of them have not started the ad monetization route, but that's a route everybody is going to take in India. And that is where we come in, right? So because of the fact that the reach that they will get versus what we will get as a consolidator would be much higher. So the two things that are happening in this category, in this particular ecosystem, is the fact that content is becoming more attuned to the user or the consumer. So you will find content in regional languages, vernacular languages coming up. You will find OTTs coming up in vernacular languages. So these 40, 50 of them that I'm talking about is spread across. Apart from the top 5, which maybe straddles across multiple languages, there are specialized languages, there are specialized genres of OTTs. I will not name some of them, but that definitely is there. And that is where the play is going to get more interesting, right? So the moment, say, a PSAVE wants to go, Vikas wants to go to specific areas, there is content available around that. There are specific OTTs around that. Whether they are monetizing or not monetizing, they are ready for that supply to be, monetized is something. It's a different question, but it will be at some point in time. On the other hand, you have somebody like Subramanian Ramalingam who wants to go after impact. He wants to go after digital native clients. You have OTT, because compared to television, there are 3 advantages you're bringing in on OTT. One, the fact that the investments are lower, you can go very specific, you can target, and the fact that it is digital. The conversion or the attribution is much easier over there, right? Then comes to a format like, or a brand like WakeFit, which is specifically around home care. You have multiple targeting options available. Like we provide a layering in terms of household targeting, which becomes an added advantage. What used to be a lot of spillage has narrowed down to less than 15-20% spillage now, or 30% spillage. So when you look at all these things put together, there is enough inventory out there. Inventory is not a question at all. Now, whether the right matrices for targeting, or rather the right instruments for targeting is available with the respective OTTs, or do you need somebody else to support that, is the question that needs to be answered. And that is probably where we come in.
Sounds good. Sounds good. That was a nice pitch for InMobi in any case. So let's move on from there. And I want to open this up for everybody. Maybe we can take it up one by one. But I think Jayesh has opened up a nice conversation here of telling us that there is enough supply out there and there are enough players out there. I just want to understand from the advertisers a little bit more as to where do they see, or how do they see OTT working for them? Is it more a reach medium? Is it an impact medium? Is it something that you're looking for to get a response or a revenue sales? Is it something in your sales funnel? Or are you looking to target a niche audience specifically and say, OTT gives me access to a certain type of audience, and therefore I'm going to go after that and use it in a tactical way. So I want to understand from all the 3 advertisers, maybe even Jayesh and Ahmed can slip in after that to give us their view of how they're seeing advertisers do it. But maybe Ramalingam can start off by telling us, where do you see, what's the purpose with which you're trying to get into OTT advertising? Is it impact, reach, response, niche audience targeting?
Right. So see, CoinDCX is in crypto space. Cryptos, or investing in crypto, is at a very nascent stage today. And for me, creating the right kind of awareness is very important. So traditionally, if I was launching something new, I would have gone for certain high impact, high visibility campaigns with a lot of spillovers, with a lot of wastages that would have happened. Right? What I am getting as a benefit, and in I would actually like to also pull in YouTube a bit here as well. It's not specifically OTT, but I would like to pull in that. Is that I am able to target much better. I'm able to control my spends much better. As Jayesh also pointed out in his conversation, I'm able to control that, right? I'm able to create impact within a specific audience. Okay, and that's where I feel I'm able to communicate much better. I can go. So what's the concept of cost benefit, right? The cost benefit is I can now do.
Tell me. Did you when you went for the cricket spends over the last few months? Did you also do television, or television was your main medium and digital was a backup medium, or was it giving you more coverage, or was it giving you more OTS? What's the objective? And I'm trying to get one layer under to see what's the strategy, because there are enough advertisers, agencies on this conversation, and they'd like to understand, what was going under the hood at that point in time.
Right. So that we went OTT first. Right? We did not go TV and then OTT. We went OTT first. And the reasoning is very simple, right? I am able to target a specific audience with high impact. And because the costs are in my favor, I'm able to produce larger stories. Right? I might be doing the same spends, but instead of a 10-second or 20-second slot, I might even explore a slightly larger slot with an OTT medium for the same kind of budgets, which gives me enough time to communicate well for a segment or for an industry which is hardly understood. Okay, so it becomes very important for me to communicate or give those stories in a very specific medium that will be most likely for me to convert as business, as well as create that kind of necessary impact. So I'm just saying that the mindset is slightly different. I'm not selecting OTT for impact or for specific targeting per se. Like if I want to do a large broadcast impact, obviously I might go to some of the larger mediums which has the largest reach, right? But in this place, I feel I have better control. So as a marketer, I am looking at that advantage of that particular control. And because we are a digital only business, right? It makes a lot of sense for easy conversion from OTT, which is also digital, and moving them directly to my app. And we get those kind of benefits on the platform. And many providers are building those new small tools on the live feed or on recorded content, where you can directly convert people. There is engagement that happens within that particular piece. So all these things are giving me better control, better visibility. And I feel that's one reason as a brand, we are not moving away from OTT. Although now we are doing a lot more in other channels as well, like we did TV even recently. But we started with OTT. I would still want to continue the spends there because I feel that I have better control and better visibility.
So I'm trying to interpret what you're saying. Does that mean that OTT has, because you can target and you have a large enough audience, you can create an impact to your niche audience in OTT, and therefore it gives you that much more control over your spends, and the control of spend also means you have less waste.
Correct. So the impact in a specific audience with a longer form of content is something that I am able to do with OTT. And that is that control that I get. So hence it's interesting for me.
Thank you. Chaitanya, you want to add to that? Where do you see OTT in your mix, and why do you use it? What's your strategic reason?
So I'll, unlike Ramalingam, I'll probably take out YouTube. I'll only focus on what traditionally is defined as OTT. I think for us, OTT is currently only about live sports and hit shows. Think of it as the early days of any e-commerce platform. The true adoption came when the long tail was as equally adopted by everybody in e-commerce as just the hit products. So earlier days in e-commerce was only the mobile phones, only the cheapest products. So that was where, and people started buying those. True adoption of e-commerce came when people started buying other smaller items also. You could have a long tail of 1,000 or 10,000 or 1 lakh pieces, which would each see 2-3 sales. And then it made sense for us to say, can we build a category in this? Is there a latent demand? And so on and so forth. Similarly, OTT is in that phase. Currently, it's only about live shows, live sports and very big hit shows. So when Scam 1992 happened, so one particular channel was very much in demand to advertise. When some Big Boss comes on one property, people want to advertise there. So it's not yet percolated where I can say, hey, even the other assets which are there, content pieces that are there, are going to give me access to somebody, and I can use those content pieces to advertise in a cheaper manner. So that adoption hasn't happened. So where Wakefit comes as a startup, we're a 6-year-old company, but we always have this mentality of measuring ROI on everything we do. So we are never going to say, let's spend 4 crores, 5 crores here and then see what happens. So given that mentality, what we look at is, we want to have a little more space so that we can have more narrative. Second thing is whether this ad can be interactive. There were a few experiments where we could get users to interact with it, not just see it passively, which is very different from television. The third one is specific targeting, and fourth one is measurement. So when we look at these 4, it makes a lot of sense for us to work with those OTT platforms. And also if the long tail becomes more and more consumed because of the quality itself going up, that will give us cheaper assets so that we can have a better mix of spends, not just focus on those 4 shows.
Makes sense. Thank you, Chaitanya. Because over to you. Where do you see, or I know you're not advertising right now, but what you're hearing from others, what do you think would be your approach? What would you want your approach to be? I know you can target better on OTT. That's what we're hearing from the other panelists. How would you approach it going forward?
Sorry. What Chaitanya has just mentioned, I think taking startup as whole, this is exactly what we will be doing if we start, advertising. Why we want to go on OTT? I think that's the only reason. The control, the less of, privileges, all this kind of stuff. But why PSAVE wants to go on OTT? That's very important because see, we talk about changing the behavior, the taboo topics, right? Still menstrual hygiene is only 37%. That's what government says. We said there's only 22% penetration in India. Sexual wellness and sexual pleasure, nobody's talking about it. But take example of Lust Stories in 2018. That 20-second scene sold 5 lakh vibrators in next 30 days, right? So you can imagine. So that's what PSAVE want to target. We want to target specific shows where we can integrate our products. Like, for example, a toilet sheet sanitizers. It reduces the risk of UTI. It's a perfect product whenever you have a travel shows, right? Menstrual cups. We are the highest seller of menstrual cups in India, which is a sustainable menstrual products. So we want to target people who are talking about, sustainability. We're talking about less of cost for menstrual hygiene products. So that's the best way a PSAVE look OTT as. Along with that, we are not only a D2C brand. We very few people know that we are present in over 100 cities in over 20,000 stores across India. And that gives a confidence to people who see us online, and then they are on the offline bit, they see our products there on the shelf. That's confidence also, because we can't afford to go on TV right now. We want to go on a specific OTT channels, OTT shows, or content related programs. I think that will really help. So we are really confident of getting an OTT in a big way, but we want to try it out first and then take baby steps.
Yeah. Emma, tell us more about, I think there is some conversation or something that we are hearing from everybody saying that it can be longer. The whole advantage of OTT seems to be being able to do something longer, something more interactive. You as a media company, how are you able to speak to advertisers? What is their feedback? Are they open to doing interesting formats, interesting things around, advertising? I know programming is different, but I'm saying pure advertising. Are they able to do different stuff on OTT?
Yeah, I think that's what has been the shift. Brands are opting for more interactive, more story driven, more content driven, different, more vernacular driven advertisements. See, as Jayesh also rightly pointed out, that there are so many OTTs which people are absolutely unaware about. They are language specific, they are dialect specific OTTs available, which gives a very specific target audience for the brand to target. And as the spends are much lower than TV, the overall advertisement on that particular OTT can stay for longer. If you have, let's say, a certain budget, that budget might be consumed on TV on a lesser time, and OTT will take longer time to be consumed. So it can stay on that OTT for a longer time. So brand recall becomes a little more. It's a little higher than that. And overall interactive advertisements, storytelling, overall, how to engage their customers in a different way, not a conventional just seeing an advertisement on TV or on a screen and just be done with it, is taking a backseat slowly, and brands are opting for something which is more interactive, where they can actually speak to their consumers, they can actually speak to their customers, and customers interact with them. And apart from that, as Vikas said, content driven advertisement are also taken front seat, because it's not just about talking about the benefits of the product. It's also about the feel, it's about what the product stands for, what the brand stands for, and converting that into a overall content piece which people which that kind of a audience is already consuming on different OTTs. So if, for example, PSafe tomorrow comes up with some certain content which already been consumed in different OTTs, and put that content out as an ad on those content on those OTTs, then obviously the brand recall for the products of PSafe becomes higher, right? So advertisements or advertisers are definitely opting for interactive, different, innovative ways of advertise, and budgets slowly year on year are increasing, and in this kitty of innovative advertising than they were in conventional TV advertising. So that's increasing. And Chaitanya, as Chaitanya said, that YouTube is also something which is not out of the books for a lot of advertisers. It's still there as an OTT. It's still there because YouTube again gives a lot of reach, as a or there are ways of targeting certain target audience persona on YouTube as well. The only difference is on OTTs, obviously you get to pick, you get to analyze, you have analytics at a deeper level when it comes to ROI of an advertisement. On YouTube, it's limited to certain things which Google offers. But again, as we see, if you see the overall kitty for advertisers, OTTs and YouTube obviously is something which people are spending on.
Thanks, Hemant. Jesh, I wanted to come to you and ask you, when you're talking to advertisers, you're talking probably a very broad spectrum of advertisers in the country. What's the response that you get from advertisers? What are they wanting to spend money on? Is it very response driven, very CPA driven, or is it very impact driven? I want to get the best impact. I want to build brand salience. Where do you see most advertising coming? Where do you see more money coming in? Where are your advertisers spending more?
Yeah. So I'm assuming the question is how advertisers are looking at video advertising on our platform, and how.
Yeah, I mean, when your team is going out and speaking to advertisers, where do they come back? Where do they come back and say, no, I want only CPA kind of advertising, or response driven, or is it more brand driven?
So let's be clear. Advertisers have a lot of us. Like, we have 3 marketers on the platform. Somebody wants impact plus engagement. Say Ramlinga would be more looking at impact in a niche audience and then translation into actual performance. Chaitanya might be looking at a little more of awareness from some of these platforms, and Vikas is purely talking about awareness currently, if I'm not mistaken from whatever he said. So there's a short answer that I want to give and then explain it a bit. So if your question is whether OTTs work for impact, yes, of course it does. It has multiple impact properties you will find across the OTTs. If you are asking me whether it has the reach, yes, of course it has the reach. It might still not be the 30 odd million which is there with television, but it's definitely crossed 450 million. That's the reach of OTTs today, put together, all of them put together. And then the last question that you had, which was basically, is it engagement driven? Yes, that's the biggest advantage of having moved from linear to linear to digital, is the engagement that, I'm so sorry, the engagement that comes with it. There is one thing which I would like to point out, and since people, Chaitanya as well as I think Ramlingam also brought in the aspect of YouTube. So I talked about reach as well as impact. There's one thing which OTTs are currently lacking though, and that is frequency. Because you might be able to reach. So like, for example, if I were to talk about YouTube, YouTube might have a MAU to the MAU to DAU ratio of somewhere close to 80%. OTTs might be lesser than 35-40%. So getting the communication back to the same guy again and again with one OTT becomes a challenge. And that is where you need somebody who can cut across the OTTs and give you that unique reach as well as the frequency that is required across that, right? So that's the short answer. Now, in terms of response or response or engagement, there are platforms or there are methodologies which you can use to have much higher performance. And that I'm sure Subramanian Ramanujan definitely is aware of that. He's probably already experimenting with that. But when you compare it to multiple other mediums, OTT definitely offers the required engagement opportunity. You can have an interactive ad, you can try out with rich media, you can have. So I'll take an example. I don't know how many of you have seen this last, not this IPL, not the two halves of this IPL, but the previous IPL, Hotstar had tied up with Swiggy, or Swiggy had tied up with Hotstar with a property called Swiggy Pop, which was in the vertical format. You're watching the broadcast, and then suddenly you wanted to snack. And the biggest, insight that drove it was cricket and food were going together. And the whole idea was to actually have a one swipe ordering in from Swiggy, from selected options nearby the person's location. So there was multiple things which were enabled in that, including geolocation, including connectivity, and of course the ease of engagement. So that kind of an opportunity will only be possible on a platform, either on OTT or something similar to that, right? And that is the biggest advantage. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one question that's come up on the Q&A, which is probably related, and you can best answer this. In terms of OTT spends, how have they grown over the last couple of years? Where do you see this going over the next? There are reports that they're growing at 25-30% year on year. But are there numbers out there that you can share in some way?
Tough one. I don't have numbers with me in the sense which I can share, but I can tell you overall on the platforms, definitely growing at a much higher pace than traditional TV. It is when you look at digital, you have display, you have video, you have search, and of course social. Social and video is the highest growing within digital itself. So it is growing at an upward pace of more than 25% is how I would put it. The spends on OTT is significant these days. So when I say spends on OTT, of course, I'm including YouTube also in that, and it is significant. It is not something which I would say is any more, like Chaitanya was saying, is the initial phase. No, it is not. It has definitely crossed the threshold. And from a content, so going back to Chaitanya's observation, I'm sorry, I'm disagreeing with you, Chaitanya. Only the fact that there is enough out there right now in the form of consumption beyond just the impact properties. There is enough consumption out there, and that so maybe I'll consume too much of time. I don't want to get into an example, but the growth is high. there is enough consumption happening, and there is the growth is likely to be high for the next few years as well.
Super. So I'm now going to open it up for Chaitanya. And Chaitanya, you had a quick answer. You had something that you wanted to talk about. What works, what doesn't work for OTT advertising? Tell us more about your experiences with measurability, delivery. Jesh mentioned a point about saying, how do you get frequency of messaging to the same audience across platforms? Do you face a challenge in it, or that's not so much of a challenge? You're saying you want to focus on the same guy visiting the same platform, and each of these platforms now have significant OTS. So I'm just trying to see, there's a delivery angle, there's a measurability aspect, and there's a part of what's not working. Why would you spend more money? Why are you not allocating more money? You raised that point. I want to bring it back to you. Tell us more about what you're
Sure. I think very valid question. I think I would look at it as targeting, attribution, and measurability. Those are the three angles from which I can probably answer this question. In targeting, as you all know, if it's live sports, the amount of targeting that you can do is restricted by the platforms because it's already live, and you don't get 2 level, 3 levels of targeting. They usually restrict it to 1 level targeting, and that's and it's not that they don't want to provide it. It's the limitation of the nature of the beast, so to speak. So that is one thing that keeps us sort of unhappy about. But on the other side, what I was mentioning and Jayesh sort of disagreed with was that yes, the growth is very, very rapid. The content supply is very, very good. But that discoverability and more people watching it, so that I can bucket it as an advertiser and say, I want to target anybody watching these 10,000 types of 10,000 shows that fall into this one bucket, because I will be able to reach that one kind of person. That is sort of compromised currently, because the long tail supply is there. Long tail viewing is also completely fragmented.
So my question to you, Chaitanya, is, that's a very nice nuanced point here. I'm trying to understand, do you like to target content, or do you like to target audiences? Because as if you have a clear audience in mind, do you first go for an audience, or do you go for the content piece?
Please think about it from my side. The audience profile and demographic is provided by every single platform. Google, Facebook, YouTube, everybody provides it. The richness that I get from an OTT platform is content-based behavior. Can I understand somebody's viewing preference and tailor-make my messaging or my narrative to reach those people, irrespective of their age demographic? It might be 4 different people in 4 different age demographic, but if their interests are the same, and they're very interested in, say, home decor shows, they're very interested in home improvement, they love keeping a beautiful home. And there, for me, suddenly the age does not matter. I will be able to reach them and find value. That's the reason I was saying targeting, richness perspective, OTTs can give me a different dimension that others may not be able to provide.
And Chaitanya, do you use different creatives when you're out there targeting different audiences, even on the same platform? Say, for example, you're doing a sports show or a sports live event versus the news versus
Yes.
A fiction show. Do you use different creatives?
Yes, we do. We do. What we do is when we do the shoot, we try and use different call to action and different tonalities. For example, one was where it was like a news anchor talking about Sansani Khez cover, and everything is exciting for him. So that was one that will be very nicely suited for any news kind of a channel. People are already expecting that kind of excitement. Then you have much more messaging around home improvement. That can be something else. Somebody who's very deal seeker, there's a different messaging. Same core asset, but how you show it will probably be different based on different methodologies. So that is the target.
Perfect. So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So go ahead.
No, so the other 2 parts I'll quickly touch upon. The second one was measurability. Here I meant not just what happens to the sale or whatever. I want to talk about what happens to that user am I able to trace, and that's linked to the other attribution parameter also. So can I trace this person? And then what happens after that? Is he recalling me better? Is he coming down the funnel? Is he recalling me better, but he's taking 3 months to convert? No problem. But at least can I have that visibility? That's the reason I said targeting, attribution, and measurability. If we get more technology involved in this, we would be much more comfortable with OTT.
Okay, I hope the OTT guys are listening to you. Ramlingam, are you? How has been your experience on what's working, what's not working? Are you able to measure enough? Are there enough deliverables? Are you getting a large enough audience for your product out there? It's a tough product to make people understand, but are you able to get the results that you're looking for, and what's working, what's not working?
Sure. So largely yes, but there are a lot of because the OTT space is still evolving. Every provider is at a different level of attribution that they can provide, and that is where it starts becoming a challenge. Some people are ahead, some people have innovative solutions. So if I want to look at it strategically and focus a lot more of my effort there, it is not fully ready yet in a lot of spaces. Okay, but largely with the goals in mind that we had, we were able to work it out. So if you ask me, we are happy, we are moving in the right direction, but a lot needs to be done. And having seen that, being part of this space, advertising with them for a while, I can see a lot of innovations coming in. And with that, I feel there is a lot of potential as well. So largely, it's good for us, and I can see a lot more happening. And good part is, this is what I have experienced, is that OTT players are also working very closely with advertisers, trying to solve their problems. But perhaps that's the way they would want to grow.
And this is obviously a place for somebody like Jayesh to come in and tell us, where does the challenge that Ramlingam's facing or Chaitanya is facing, how do you create a platform which allows them to get better measurability, better performance, better funnel management, better attribution, and be able to spend more?
Just before Jayesh
Sorry,
I'll just finish my point. The point was, currently a lot of efforts is also there on the brand's end to understand this much better. But once that the communication is on, I feel that we'll be able to create better stuff. But I largely feel it's going in the right direction.
Perfect. So I'm going to ask one. Sorry, Ahmed, you want to say something? You want to add to this? Okay. So Jayesh, we lost you. Are you back?
Mr. Uday, I'm sorry I'm interrupting in between, as we are running short of time, so we would have to close this discussion as soon as possible, maybe.
Okay, so we'll wrap up. We've had a great discussion here. I think we'll wrap up on the positive note that Ramlingam left us on. He's obviously wanting to spend more money on OTT. He sees a fair amount of development happening on the technology platforms to enable more and more advertisers to spend more money. And Jayesh tells us this medium is growing very rapidly and probably one of the fastest growing mediums in the marketing mix. So thank you very much. This esteemed panel has been great to interact with. Thank you very much for SCREENXX to give us a chance to go through it. Thank you, Adkali and team.
Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Uday.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Uday.
Great interacting with you. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your wonderful thoughts. And we have got so much to learn from your insight that you have shared. Thank you so much once again. And thanks to you, Uday, for bringing out the such stories and content out of them, or sharing their knowledge on screen. Thank you so much once again. Now, this is the time to move forward to our next panel of discussion. We have our prominent experts or speakers, we can say, to talk about making stories the centerpiece again behind the big boom. We have seen in 2020 to 2021, OTT players sported a big smile on their faces with every second film coming their way for streaming. Now, the need for differentiated content might push the platforms commission digital only, digital first content, and this trend might continue. So, the next challenge is to bring such stories or content which will create more personalization to the viewers. To talk about this, that how we can make the stories centerpiece again, we have with us Mr. Deepak Sehgal, Content Head, Applause Entertainment. Welcome, Deepak. We have Mr.
Hi.
Goldie Behel, producer and co-founder, Rose Audio Visuals. We have Mr. Shreyas Talpade, actor and founder, Nine Rasa. We have Ms. Pooja Rajadhyaksh, Head of Content, Eros Now Originals. Mr. Siddharth Anand Kumar, Vice President, Films at Events at Saregama India Limited. Mr. Suparna Verma, writer and film director. Also, Mr. Vaibhav Vishal, screenwriter. And alongside, we have with us Mr. Siddharth Alambian, who is the head video content, brand solutions, and Folk Studios, who will be moderating this session. So, Siddharth, you can start the proceeding.
Thank you, Namita. That was a wonderful introduction. Hi, everybody on the panel. Lovely to have such an esteemed panel talking to us. I have a quick intro apart from what Namita said before I open the floor to all of you. Very good afternoon. So we live in times where we are so distant, yet we're using all of these mediums to connect and shooting in manners that we never have. I think Shreyas is joining us from what seems to be a vanity. Hi, Shreyas.
Hi.
Set looks very different than it has ever before. Sets aren't the same that they used to be, Heck, on many shoots now, the set is all sometimes a ring light and a smartphone. So no particular person, or no matter how experienced we are, can we put a finger on exactly what is going to go viral or what is going to really, take the internet by the storm, as they say. So learning from sessions like these is very, very important. And now what has become certain, however, amidst all of this is that storytelling and the script, no matter how long the communication has to be, it has to be on point. So from the bits that they were just discussing in the previous panel that I just caught a little glimpse of, while there are numbers and all of that is great, I think as a filmmaker or a storyteller myself, I would like to ask all of you all, and this is open, I think, apart from the writers, anybody can take this. It's the new game and it has new rules. What I'm trying to understand from all of you is that, are we devising storytelling differently for the web or the OTT than we did for any other platform?
So I'll jump in first. I mean, see, there's a structure, right? Films are a 3-act structure, for example. There's a start, middle, end. Also, in Hindi cinema, you have something called the interval, which doesn't exist anywhere in the world. So we cater for that. You have first half and you have a second half. When it comes to OTT, the structure of a show, like for example, in American television, you had the 5-act structure, which was made for television because you would have 5 inserts of ads coming in. That changed over time as well. So now with long format filmmaking, which is what we call OTT writing, the structure itself is different. Number one, the kind of layers and arcs of various characters. There is no insignificant character in a series. Some might rise in the 3rd episode or the end of the season to do something in the next season, but everything that you seed in has a reason. There is nothing as tertiary. So you have much more in-depth layering of stories, of characters. It's a much more denser world. It's like reading a novel, literally. I mean, it's that compared to, say, other forms of structures of writing per se. And as far as, I mean, these are the basic rules. Otherwise, the only rule is there is no rule because you're discovering something new every single day. I mean, in fact, Deepak Sehgal, who's here, is, I think, creating some of the most insanely awesome content these days with applause. They are revising the rules every single day. I don't think we have a rule book.
Was somebody saying something, Supan? We lost you for a bit over there.
Okay, what is the last thing you heard? I have no idea.
Applause is doing great work.
Oh yeah, basically I'm saying, I mean, that's what it's, there is no rule book anymore. I mean, we are discovering and rediscovering rules every single day. A show like Squid Game comes and changes again the rules, something written 10 years ago. So it's something that you're passionate about, driven about, because writing a show takes about a year. Prep, pre-pod, post takes another year and a half or so. You're talking about 2.5 years of your life for just one season. If you decide to give 3 and 4 seasons, that's easily 7 to 10 years of your life gone in just one thing. So it's something that you really come from a very passionate space about, and that's what this is all about. Go for it, Deepak.
There's
Vaibhav,
one
I
more
think you were
big thing that has happened with the advent of OTT, that language has become a bit less focused. That means people watch Korean shows with English subtitles. They'll watch a Korean film with English subtitles. Like Narcos is Spanish or whatever it is, but you're watching it with subtitles. So you're immersing yourself in a non-perfect viewing environment where your eyes are shifting between what is being said. So you actually normally end up seeing those things twice. Good for the platform, but yeah, so that's a big shift since OTT came. I would never watch a language that I'm not comfortable with on broadcast, even if it had subtitles. So that is one big shift that has come about.
I think Vaibhav, you were chipping in right.
Yeah, what Sean said, that completely sums up. That there really are no rules anymore right now. That we have to kind of see the environment has changed, the canvas has changed, the language has changed, the syntax has changed. All of that obviously has changed. But the fact of the matter is that people want good stories. So when I would be sitting with Deepak, and I have, as a matter of fact, on Scam, the brief was fairly simple. That bhaiya, ek achhi story bana ke do, and we were allowed to do whatever. And that's the beauty of being the present time right now. That there are people who are there are networks who want to tell stories. There are people who want to tell stories, and as writers, we have been given a completely free hand to do whatever. Which is exactly why, at the same time, on OTTs, you have a scam happening. Then you have the underbelly, of the northern India, in form of a Patal Lok, which is happening, at the same time. You have an urban Indian story in form of Arya, urban Indian housewife, which is also happening at the same time. And let's not forget the amazing stuff that Ekta is doing on alt, which typically, in these larger mainstream discussions not talked about, Broken but Beautiful, Gandhi Baat, all of these have their own audiences, all of these have their own audiences. And again, they are trying to explore newer spaces. You be in a new space, you construct a good narrative, and you tell a story not been told before, people are going to watch you. The good part right now is that there are enough and more people in forms of platform, in forms of people like Deepak and Samir, who are willing to back you up on that.
I just wanted to add something to this. Is one thing that I have noticed is in this new form of storytelling, is especially on the OTT, is that there is a lot of see, the main thing is engagement, right? Because there's so much content out there, and the audience is very, very restless. So I think while everything that everybody else is saying is true, and there is a far more different kind of content, but now we are saddled with trying to make sure that they don't skip and they don't go somewhere else, which was something that was there in our training from television under Deepak sir. But it's a hybrid model between filmmaking and linear television. So I think engagement, because we are not only trying to get the audience which is so used to watching 1 minute clips, and then moving on to the next reel or the next TikTok video, but we are also competing with the big budget extravaganzas that are going to come on big screen. So while developing a few shows, I myself have faced that where do we fit in? How do we draw the audiences towards our content? And the answer, the only answer is, while investing more into characters and making them more engaging. Also, the worlds are very, very important. The milieus and the worlds. I also feel that the more on the OTT, on the digital front, if you're introducing the audience to a new world, almost dare I say, not educational, but a great example is, say, a Scam itself, because it's the most successful show. They were almost educated about the thing. So there has to be some takeaway from this thing, that I had this experience and I learned something new, bordering on infotainment, in a sense. We did some crazy stuff with Deepak called Hello Mini, which was a breakout hit on on MX Player. Again, like you said, Weber, these shows don't get their dues, but the numbers are phenomenal, And what we really worked on is a high level of engagement, and because our audience was, we were competing with the young and restless audience, So I think even if you're making a slow burn, there has to be a kind of a we are currently working on a slow burn, Deepak and me. So but there is a kind of anxiety, or there's a kind of, again, a different kind of engagement. We have to constantly keep them hooked. That hooky nature has not gone, which we have inherited from TV. A cinema captivative experience is far more different and much more different in expression. That's what I feel. That's how I feel it's changing.
Just thank you, Goldie. I think a lot of all of your answers lead to the next question. I'd like to ask Shreyas, who's also in front of the camera and dabbling and behind it. How is it to play out the longer arc? Is it more enriching for the actors' performances?
I think for actors, this is probably one of the best phases, that we can ask for. The content is extremely challenging, something that every actor would want to. I mean, look at phenomenal actors that have come out of OTT in the recent past. Some of the best performances, because you couldn't have even imagined. There was a time when we would see certain actors and say, "Haan, ye bahut acha hai, arey kya baat hai." But then you're not aware of what the others can do. And now because of OTT and all these various series that we have, like Mr. Bell very rightly mentioned, there's a world that we create. And it is creating of that world and all those characters in that world that makes all the difference. Content has always been something that people have been looking out for, right from your films or theater or TV, whatever. When there is some new content, हम लोग महाभारत और रामायण के भी वो जो बाण जाते थे तो हम उतनी इंटेंसिटी से देखते थे क्यूरियसली कि ये कब लगेगा, कब जाएगा. But I think it is creation of that particular world that we try to do with OTT platforms, which is making all the difference. And for actors, yes, this is a phenomenal time to be here. No doubt about it.
Very quickly, jumping onto the very next bit that I'd like for you all to kind of ponder upon is, there is a never seen genre of storytelling. मतलब मैं जब भी पढ़ाई कर रहा था तो हमने 7-8 सीखे थे. वो 8 तो अब पता नहीं उसके सब genre also have become main genres. Like while there was action, comedy, drama, etc., there is now different kinds of inbuilt sub genres which have become almost like primary genres. Like Squid Game, for an example, would be a psychological, interesting drama meets some amount of thrill, meets some amount of I don't know, some comic dark humor sometimes.
Yeah, but our masala films always did that. You look at Manji's movies. They were all multi-genre films there. So it's not new for us. It might be new for the West. What do you say, Deepak sir?
I think if you take Squid Game as breakthrough because they made children's games really horrific. Then imagine playing catch and cook and having to shoot the person who is caught, or playing hide and seek. It's just that kind of rattles you completely. What the hell are these guys doing? Quite basically shot and things like that. But it's just that impact value that show has created. So yes, I think on the broad perspective, if you take this, the 8 to 10 episode, 12 episode does give the scope for, of course, new actors and talent to crop up. But it also gives the opportunity for many new stories like Squid Games and others to be put out there. Because the cinema experience has become too expensive, actually. If you see, to go to a cinema today or a multiplex today is a fair amount with a family, is not a small amount of money. Daily broadcast television has got married to its striped shows, doorbells ringing at end of episodes and all that. So that has become a kind of, my mother-in-law watches all of them, but that's different. And but I think this OTT space that we are playing in the premium drama series is the one which will allow us to experiment with stories, and many will be picked up, which you didn't ever expect so much of the formula to be picked up by audiences. That is the opportunity we have, and which we have to grow and put out there more and more.
That I'd like to add here. I think one of the reasons why people are experimenting with new genres of storytelling in this medium, of course, it's a very different way of storytelling, is that unlike the Indian cinema and the linear television, there are no constraints, there are no commercial constraints, so to say, which is why there's a lot more creative freedom and a lot of independent talent that's coming forward and showcasing their work. So I think this medium is allowing that. I think television and cinema in that sense didn't allow that much. And I think that's the reason. And of course, secondly, there is a huge sizable audience that is present. A very big audience base in our country, which is present, which is willing to sort of experiment. Like all of us are talking about Squid Game. So, I mean, and the 20-year-olds have kind of got hooked onto it. I was just having a very discussion with my team saying whether Squid Game is better or Breaking Bad is better. For me, it is still Breaking Bad, but it's just taken, the urban population, urban youngsters by storm. So yes, I think that's a lot to say. But of course, I think India is a different. Like I think one of our panelists mentioned, we've seen this before. We've seen so much of violence, people wanting to kill each other. I think one of the reasons we've been so worried post-pandemic is that there's going to be a lot more crime, which is going to be prevalent in our country. So I think in that sense, we've seen this kind of violence in some of our own crime genre shows. But yes, like Deepak rightly put it, I think it's the kids and the games. It's horrific. It's terrible of how it's kind of impacted and how the youth is loving it. And so yeah, so I think that's one of the reasons I feel people are experimenting with many genres. I think we're ready for it. There's an audience base as well. It's a huge audience that will sort of lap onto it.
Correct.
See,
I guess
also
all
you're
of
not
us were
writing.
just,
Yeah, so go ahead. I'll add
all of
in.
us were just hungry. A lot of people who are hungry for to prove something, and a lot of people are hungry to watch something new. And I guess that is the reason that it is that hunger that is just driving us to create something new and something amazing every day.
It's also the fear of Friday is gone, right? You're not writing for a Friday where everything is coming down to recovery of a film's budget, deciding whether
Yeah.
the film or the show is good or bad. It's nothing to do with recovery or budgets. There is
Yeah.
no
Lot
Friday's
of
review
creative
deciding that.
freedom.
So you have much more creative freedom. You're not thinking of trying to create a pan-India, film which works in Bihar and here because that's a bigger market. You'll do recoveries here. You're purely creating storytelling. Also, it's a very individual experience, OTT. It's not a communal experience like films. So again, the way you consume it is very different. And there are audiences for various genres, some which we think are niche. You realize the niche is also big in number. So of course, the budgets kind of prescribes to those things, but you have an audience for everything today. Hence, the experimentation or the opening up of the horizons of storytelling.
And two ways to it would be that while we would like to say that there is a lot of creative freedom that the medium allows, it also allows little bit of creative control because we're a long format. People can, tell their stories like the way they want to and write it and have a live-in setting. I think that those are the things which have kind of which is why this is a very new medium. And I think we're all loving it. No commercial breaks, just watching your 8 episodes back to back, binge watching. And I think the Indian youth is sort of pretty excited to, and they've been watching it for a while. And now, of course, tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well. So I think in the next 3 years, I think all the reports that we've read is that we are going to be having about doubling and tripling in the next 2 to 3 years.
One big advantage
Also has to-
is that, one big advantage I may add is that you watch when you want to watch. Broadcast television and film, they have show times, they have this. I can watch in the afternoon, I can watch early morning, I can catch up on it. That is one of the biggest advantages. You're watching at your convenience, which nothing else offers. The online media.
And our youngsters are watching it on the go on their phones. I mean, while we would love to say smart TVs are coming and, it's going to keep, increasing, our youngsters the youth of India is watching on their phones. They're all hooked on. Yeah, absolutely. So whether it's Netflix or any other platforms, they're absolutely watching it on their phones.
I also think that it has a lot to do with the, acceptance of the fact that there are various audiences and not just one, homogeneous mass that we are talking about, which is exactly why a Hello Mini could, coexist with an Avrod, could coexist with an Andekhi, could coexist with a Scam and Pataluk, etc. Because you are now trying to micro-focus. And my belief is that, and I'm so sorry if I'm preempting one of your questions, my belief is that this micro-focusing would continue in the coming days and days to come, where you would be, kind of zeroing down on clusters and perhaps trying to create, specific programming, for them, which already is happening. And what we also must, kind of take cognizance of is the parallel emergence of the language OTT, platforms, and some amazing work, being done there. Up very, very soon, the way I look at it, a lot of that would also start, kind of getting onto each other's space. So Pratik Gandhi's next series was, a Gujarati series, and I wish the larger audiences could have watched it. But in the coming days, I'm very, very sure that that would also begin to happen, and the languages would, kind of join the mainstream already.
That's true. Hoi Choi is now available, I think, in one of the packs that Amazon Prime Video provides. So it's I wouldn't have to call my in-law and tell him कि दे दो आप मेरे को बंगाली subscription, मेरे को बंगाली film देखनी है अभी.
Indeed.
हाँ जी. So essentially,
just add. Sorry.
Yes, please go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add to what Weber was saying. When he touched upon the actors, about Pratik. I also think something that's very interesting that's happening is that when you are seeing now actors on the OTT, and Shreyas will agree with me on this, is just stripping them off all the stardom and looking at them just as actors now, and you're just one-on-one with them. You don't have the advantage of the claps or the whistles or the stereophonic sound in the cinema hall, and that has exposed a lot of stars, as to how they carry a movie or a story, and it's becoming more focused towards their craft, and so that's another very interesting cycle that's taking place very silently, and I can hear Shreyas smoking over there, and I'm sure he agrees with me on this point, because now you're no longer the biggest star of the country. You're just an actor telling a story. Of course, on your first hit, a curiosity will be there, but after, because that content is not going to go away from the cinema hall. It's always going to be there, right? So it will, that's a big paradigm shift that's happening to the actors.
It's amazing for us writers to know that there are such wonderful actors available, to know that, one can, write for a Shreyas, one Sharman, Manoj Bajpayee, it is just, the kind of possibilities that it opens up for us, because now we can visualize the character, we can see how they're talking, and then writing for them is even more fun, knowing that, there are these amazing actors who will be mounting your lines and giving, a shape to the character that you've envisaged. So it's not just actors, Shreyas, it's for the writers also that it's the best time to be.
No, I agree. I completely agree. And it's like I sometimes say that it's a great combination of theater and films is what I call OTT, because you want to experiment. There was experimental theater at one point in time, where only few people would go in. But now that breed is growing because they want some more stuff. They want some amazing new stuff to be created, not only on screens but even on stage. And the reason we started Nine Rasa was obviously to help the theater community. But the kind of demand that we are getting right now is create some more amazing stuff, because that is what we want to see. And there's a whole breed of new actors who are there is no apprehension about anything. They just want to go out there and do their best and perform, because that is, at the end of the day, especially in theater, that is what really comes across. Your writing and your acting. That's it. So yeah, great time to be here.
Siddharth hasn't chipped in yet. Siddharth, would you like to tell us anything that you feel about this whole new genre of storytelling that is emerging?
Well, it's very exciting. I think, we are like a bunch of monkeys. A lot of us are old hands who've discovered a new tool. And, I feel like when TV started also, and we had Hum Log and Mahabharat and, these shows that were very innovative, and there were unfettered expressions of people's creativity with a new medium. And then gradually regulations creep in, and, being humans, we love to put things in boxes, and that creeps in. My fear is that some of it has already started to creep in, and that's the elephant in the room. While obviously a lot of us have found expression and fortune making stuff for OTT, but we already have somewhat of a pecking order established in terms of actors. And certain actors, as a producer, I can tell you with the cast what sort of a budget I can get from a platform. and there's a certain cynicism to that when you look at it, and it starts to then restrict talent discovery to a certain degree. I was a part of TV, a lot of shows on Channel V and MTV, and the audiences were watching at a certain point. But then the S&P departments in every channel started to make stuff so unrealistic that the kids stopped watching. And with the regulations we're facing on OTT, again, there's a risk that we could veer away from, reflecting reality, which is what I think younger audiences want. They want to see their reality reflected in the medium, and when you start restricting the words you can use and the milieux you can go into, and the sort of naturalness of performances, these problems crop up. So I feel, it's very early days for us who, we've had a TV industry for, since early 90s at least, that has been there. This is just a 2-3-year-old medium. We're still trying to figure it out, but already there's a lot of pressures on us. And, I think people who are running platforms, they have a lot of pressure driven by data. I've always been against, data-driven decisions in creativity. But, you start hearing, and I'm sure all of us have heard things like completion ratio, and, you need to serve the log line within X number of minutes. And the risks are still there. We could suddenly have a genius like Ekta come up with Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, and then being the good Indians we are, we will all start making that, and you'll end up with Nagins. So I think, such an esteemed community of creative individuals, this is a battle we need to fight so that that cycle doesn't repeat in a shorter time frame, which it did on TV over a longer time frame, I would say. So for me, that's the sort of the tough part about this new medium.
As an avid consumer, I would just like to chip in a little bit here. मुझे तो भूख हो गई है. Like now I'm really hungry for these new genres, and I'm really looking forward to kind of getting that. So I don't know what to do, but something to ponder upon definitely. What if some of those TV geniuses come in and do the same thing on OTT? And I think they've tried as well. But I'll quickly move on to the next bit. As you said, the completion ratio and that lends to this question is that there is this new concept of binge watching in India. We weren't those people who would sit and binge watch. Now there's families who sat down and said, lunch bhi idhar hi le aao, dinner bhi idhar hi le aao, hum ye khatam karke uthenge. And I've done that with my family. So what would all of you like to say about this whole new concept that is you binge watch? And is that a complete kind of attitude change se zyada? It is the way we do things. It's a change in our habit. We generally take out time, go to a film, come back, have an agenda. Now there is a binge watching culture, and it can differ as per audiences. But the binge watching bit, what would you like to say about?
I can say something. If the daily soap production reality allowed it, all the women of India would binge watch every day, every show. They won't wait for the next night. It's just the production reality that stops it. What we do is we complete a series and then we put it out there. Then you have the chance to binge watch. But you put Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi for 5 hours a day, and once you're hooked, you'll binge watching. So this is just the reality of the environment which has allowed it. And of course, the lockdowns and all gave us a real, kick in the butt so that we could go forward. A lot of people started watching OTT because TV production also halted for a while. There's no new content coming up. We had banks of 8-10 episodes. I mean, Weber would remember we did scam posts during lockdown with on Zoom calls and trying to see edits and totally.
We shot during lockdown.
We shot during lockdown. Hello, Mini.
Season 2 and 3.
Yeah. So binge watching is of course a new thing, but binge watching was there when you took a DVD of 24. You sat and watched at least 5-6 episodes. You didn't watch one episode and say I'll watch one tomorrow. So binge watching for homes that were part of the DVD culture and that they were binge watching anyway.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, we didn't have the option earlier. Otherwise, I would have binge watched Ye Jo Hai Zindagi like mad. I mean,
like Friends, when it comes right across the
Binge watch.
schedule, you end up watching 4 or 5 episodes.
Yeah.
So, we are
So,
writing a series like like a long film. So that's how as writers we are approaching stuff. So there's enough and more right at the beginning where you're teasing the audiences, and in the end you're leaving at a cliffhanger so that people continue. I mean, I personally learned it from 24, because that's the first binge watch that I had done. But anything and everything that I'm writing, and I have one of my directors, Suparna over here, and one of my producers, Deepak here. We have the same formula that we are following, where we are kind of treating this entire thing as one part. Also, because things have become much more disciplined, we have when I got onto dialogues of one of the series that I'm writing right now with Supar, we had the 10 episodes ready. So as a dialogue writer, it was great for me to see all of it at one go, see the graph of each of the characters, and therefore write this entire thing as one comprehensive, one singular unit, and that is a key change, as far as writing is concerned.
I would just like to add here on binge watching is that it's a very immersive experience for our young, for our youth, and because our format is a long running format, people get very familiar and have a sense of comfort with the characters, and I think that sorts of just pulls them to kind of watch it. And of course, I mean, we know it that it's all over because of the social media. People want to have those social conversations. They want to have sort of those, be up, completely catch up with what's been new. It's typically how we all did on Squid and all of that. I think that's even more stronger in the youth today. Because of that, I think it's a very emotional release. It's instant gratification. And I think that, and purely because of the format, people can just kind of watch it very well. I mean, we've all said that. I think we would have definitely watched some of our television shows at a go. You don't want to stop. You feel very bad at 25 minutes or 30 minutes. The show is getting over, and you wait for the next day. And here, of course, the medium allows you to watch across. And for our young, I think it's also a lot to do with sort of being up with what's been the new release, and an emotional sort of a connect with the characters. And that's a big thing, because you watch them over 5 hours and 6 hours, you get that sense of comfort.
I think we had somebody else wanting to chip in. Please go
No,
ahead.
I just wanted to say that Apple is not doing that. Apple is releasing one episode a week. So I don't know what that theory is and what is, it's also something to look out for, in that sense.
So I think their theory is that probably people, the new shows, for instance, maybe people don't sort of consume them and forget the detailing of it. Or I think I did read about Apple, and they're doing it about one episode, but also they want people to absorb one episode, stick with it, and wait for the other one. But I think most people, because the medium is such, people consume at length. People will sit and consume 4 or 5 hours of content at a go, and completely identify with the show if they like it.
Strategies may differ, for various platforms. I think as, by nature, we are binge watchers. Look at how we consume the Facebook reels. Yeah, they're the most idiotic thing on planet. But once you start, you don't stop, and you realize that half an hour is gone seeing random stupid cat videos. So I think it's the inherent nature of of us as audiences that we like to watch things continuously. That's my read. That's my take on it.
I think binge watching is mostly young audience, or audience like us that is into this field. For a lot of working professionals who are bulk of a lot of the audience, I don't know whether they really binge watch that much. They might watch 1 or 2 episodes. You got to get up and go to work. So the binge watching culture is mostly the youth, I feel.
I feel it's the old people, because they can't even go to work. They can't even go out.
Yeah.
Youngsters can at least get up, drive a car, and go off somewhere.
It's the two ends, basically. Basically, if you don't have to go to work, you can binge watch. Or if it is your work, which it is for us, then you binge watch. But there's this whole lot of audience that doesn't binge watch. I think that maybe because, in our whole, Versova to Bandra society that we have, we all binge watch, so we think the whole country is binge watching. I don't think people have the time to binge watch.
You're obviously not a town person. You stopped at
No,
I'd like to
film community, media community.
I'd like to deviate just a little bit on that. My father, who's in Hyderabad, who's a businessman, has completely binge watched Patal Lok and even told his colleague saying, "Abhi dhanda manda hai, baad mein baat karenge. Tu bhi Patal Lok dekh jaake." So
that was
a
lockdown. That's a aberration. We are hoping we don't have more lockdowns. I mean, we are hoping, but we're not hoping for it. I mean, obviously, we're not hoping for it. It's just a dark joke. But that's an aberration. I don't think we should treat that as a norm. So I have a little bit of a different opinion. I mean, I personally like to binge watch, but I don't know whether people are only doing that.
Also, enough if you realize binge watching came with piracy, because when piracy happened, you were downloading shows in bulk, which you could not see across the world.
Downloading the VHS cassette we used to binge watch.
So it's I think piracy started binge watching. I mean, it's a hit need, right? You don't want to wait.
And all
then
those
happened.
Pakistani shows we used to binge watch.
Yes,
Those
exactly.
old
So I mean, we have. So yeah, so we are.
But that's what I'm trying to say.
Older
That's
generation.
us,
The younger generation has kind of. So I think that changed the paradigm. I mean, porn, piracy, everything illegal basically changes the world for the better in a way, I guess.
That's true. I know a bunch of engineer friends who tell me show khatam ho gaya hai kya, sare episode aa gaye hain, fir baat karte hain. Then I'll probably finish it in one go. So that's very true. That's a great insight. Just moving beyond something, and then we spoke about this a little. Have we gone beyond the superstardom zone in India? Have we moved on to the end of superstars? Can we call it that?
So here's my take on it. I mean, sorry, I'll just tell you this. So here's my thing, right? We as a culture, like aspirational heroes in general, we kind of put milk on posters and shit like that. Inherently, we are a land of kings and queens and Raja, and even the government is a Raja, and we are Praja and all that shit. It's inherent. It's in a very DNA. But yes, to answer it simply, it's not superstars or actors, stardom driving content on OTT anymore. You can take great actors. Will they eventually become superstars? Today, Manoj Bajpayee is the biggest superstar in India with Family Man season, coming out. I mean, you have Jaideep Alawat getting his due finally. He's huge. You have so many great actors who have literally been kind of thrust into a different league altogether because of OTT. But they act differently. They don't behave a certain way as movie stars do. But and end of the day, you have your ATLs and BTLs, and if you spend more on the BTLs, you don't really need to spend as much in above the line costs. Though you do have marquee shows coming up, which are your tentpole things, which are great for branding a channel. I mean, instead of spending 200 crores in a ad, I rather give that to Hrithik Roshan and say, "Come be on my thing." He will record all the Diwali greetings, and I can use his face with my logo next to his. So it makes more financial sense to have these shows as well. I mean, and they are stars. They do pull in a massive audience.
Suparn, but you cannot be a star on OTT or if you can't act any longer.
Absolutely. Yeah,
that is gone for sure.
That's a very the next line after that.
That is gone for sure. That is gone away. You could be a genre star. Like a Rock or a Arnold Schwarzenegger or like Tiger is today. But then they are also being true to their abilities. I think the era of of 35-year-old man playing or 40-year-old man playing a college student getting away with it, although he did it in 3 Idiots, but he's a supreme actor. But is pretty much gone. So you need to do your basics first. You need to know how to act. And I feel sorry for the actors also because in this whole digital way of shooting, the two people who suffer the most are the actors and the editors. because there's so much footage and they're made to do things from all angles and everything. I mean, my schooling has been on film, so I still have a, kind of a, an efficiency of the amount of takes and angles that I would like to use when I direct, but it's just crazy, for the actors now, I think they hit the hardest, actors and the editors.
I think they
Yes.
hit the hardest when people lack some sense of humor. As actors today, before saying every dialogue, we tend to think 10 times. ये किसी को बुरा तो नहीं लगेगा. इसके लिए मेरे घर पे आएंगे, पत्थर फेंकेंगे, मेरे फैमिली को ट्रोल करेंगे, क्या होगा? So that, I guess, is the worst part today, to be very honest, because whenever you're trying to say something new, something which probably is out of the norm, suddenly you are told by some people that, "Bhai, ye mat bolna, iska thoda sa problem ho sakta hai." I just hope that somewhere we just develop a little more sense of humor and get a little, practical about certain things. Otherwise, I think it's pretty good.
Before it reaches you, Shreyas, the creators go through that same process. So you get a filtered down process. But
I want to jump in over here that, and little bit disagree with Goldie that, there would be actors who are not really known to be actors, or, not known for their acting chops, who, again, depending on the story, may actually, find an audience and do well enough. And a prime example, with due regards, is Bobby Deol, in Ashram. The series has not been talked about much, but the series is, was a super hit. Bharti, thoda baad mein awaaz karenge, please. So sorry, guys. My by times, all these meetings with.
But Bobby has done a good job. He's acted well. He had to perform. He was very good in that Class of '83 and Ashram. He went all the way. He shed his inhibitions. There was a new Bobby Deol out there. So he can't just do Dunya Hasino Ka Mela any longer. He needs
you're right. What the point that I was trying to make is that he still has a certain kind of width that he can't go beyond. And he still has delivered on that. So it's not.
But Vaibhav, I kind of agree with Goldie that at the end of the OTT is primarily actors' mediums. You can't have just stardom driving a show. I mean, it will fall flat. You can't hold that kind of long format storytelling across 8 hours if you can't act. And, otherwise you would have a whole host of other actors coming out here. And Bobby did a pretty good job.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what, I'm just adding another question to it. I'm not completely disagreeing either. So there is one gentleman called Mr. Faisu. Chances are that, some of us have heard of him, some of us have not. He was one of the biggest TikTok stars of India. Ekta took him and put him in a series. Now the thing is, we really don't know how these superstars who already are. They're not talking about the film superstars anymore. I'm talking about the TikTok stars, the Reels superstars. All of these guys. So we really don't know. I mean, there's still a long time for us to to figure out whether they'll work or will not work. Traditionally in the West, a lot of these guys have taken over and have done well enough. So it's slightly early to kind of predict. I mean, unless we are talking only about superstars, on films, coming on OTT. But otherwise, there are superstars emerging from other spaces.
You're right about that. There's immense pressure on even actors to have a certain following on social media. Because I need to be relevant. But that's something that the community has to break out of themselves.
And that's a different business decision. That if an actor has say a 10 million followers or a TikTok star has 10 million followers, get him on board just to pull in those number of viewers. But it's a strategy that works. It's a hit or miss strategy. It's not something that's working in the long term, which is why you don't find a lot of TikTok stars or say Instagram stars really making debuts. They're there, but they're very few and far in between. And it's a hit and miss thing, right? We are all trying newer things to ensure that the audiences comes in and engages, not just the script level, but also at the casting level. So that's a very casting related decision, which it's a hit and miss thing. It's almost like casting Deepak Agarwal right? In Chandni, whose career unfortunately got over the minute he opened his mouth because he's a non-actor. Malhotra, yes.
I think what
in Lamhe.
In Lamhe, yeah.
Was it Lamhe or Chandni? Lamhe, yes.
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of valid points in there. We often get that as advertisers, we're told to take a online presence holding actor into the thing, and then on set, the client and the creative are just rambling about how they're probably not the right person. But thank you all for chipping in, contributing to this conversation. I'm looking at any questions that, do we have time, folks, to take questions?
I'm sorry, I'll have to take your leave, guys, because
Yes,
I'm
I
a
think
little
we'll
late
have
for
to
the
end.
shot.
But thank you so much, everybody on the panel. Bijoya,
Thank
do
you,
you have
Siddharth.
time for questions?
No.
All right. No worries.
Everybody's kind of running late.
Thank you. Thank
That
you,
was really
everybody.
fast.
Pleasure
Hi,
speaking to all of
thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Thank
Deepak.
you, guys. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Bye,
Take
bye,
care.
bye. Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much. Bye, bye,
Thank
bye.
you. Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you for such a wonderful session. Thank you, Goldie Bell. Thank you, Shreyas Talpade, Deepak Sehgal, Pooja Rajadaksha,
Thank you.
Swarn, Vaibhav. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for
Bye.
being
Bye,
here.
guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, folks.
Thank you.
Good day.
Moving on to the next session, the SVOD play and the best monetization model. I had kind of thought of giving a little intro on the topic, but I think we're running short of time. I will just jump and introduce my speakers for the day. So I have my two industry experts who will throw more light on the topic, which is Fardad Palia, Head SVOD and International Business, Viacom 18 Digital Ventures, who is in conversation with Louise Boswell, Chief Executive Officer, Asia Video Industry Association. Over to you, Louise and Farzad. I look forward to an interesting conversation.
Thank you very much, Bijoya. And there you are, Farzad. Great to see
Hey, Louis.
you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Look, I'm just sorry that we're doing this online. It would be great fun to be able to sort of sit down in person and sort of have the audience in the room. Maybe next year. I don't
make
think
the best of what we have. Yeah.
Absolutely. But listen, it's great to see you. I think we've had some interesting conversations today, and we're obviously going to continue the theme of talking about OTT, and we're going to sort of dive into monetization in particular. But I just wanted to sort of start because I think, I mean, you're running a really interesting business, and just sort of looking at the news, I saw in the Business Standard today in India, I think they were quoting a report by Bain & Company that they've just done, just talking about the phenomenal growth of streaming video in India. And they were coming up with statistics. I think it's grown 1.5 times between 2018 to 2020. Long form, so what we're talking about, OTT, is growing much faster than short form. There's the social stuff. India is growing at about twice the speed of China and Indonesia. I mean, it sounds incredible. I mean, you must be in the right company in the right place at the right time. I mean, it's you don't need to do anything, do you? It's all easy.
Well, I've been at the same company for 17 years now. But yeah, it is quite the right time. You're right, Louis. I think what's really happened is, and I think these are well-known facts, is that digitization kicked in. It kicked in really well. Data is inexpensive. People are able to stream. But I think what's really happened at the heart of most of it, and that's what's really caused the change, is that we've had the country beginning to consume a different kind of content over the last few years. It happens cyclically every decade or so, but I think with streaming coming in now and video streaming, I think the consumer now has an option to watch content outside of television content, and that's what's really taken off. And even the consumption of some television content, I think streaming is quite rapidly becoming a preferred option with obviously the conveniences of on-demand consumption and all of those sort of leading the way.
So, I mean, that's interesting. So do you see online video being a sort of a different product to TV? It's not just a different technology and a means of delivery, but it's actually, from what you were just saying, I mean, it's a somewhat different product.
It's there's a section of consumers, and we have both, right? We have a section of audiences that come to us to consume what they would have otherwise consumed on television, because they find it more convenient. You're able to consume it on the go, when you want, where you want, and so on and so forth. Those are the conveniences, the traditional conveniences of the on-demand world. And they're catching up on their TV shows. Of course, behind the paywall, we have some great opportunities for them to consume TV plus plus kind of offerings, which is watch it 24 hours before TV and things like that. But then there's a whole nother section which is not necessarily a consumer of TV content, the regular entertainment TV content, and they come to platforms to consume a whole different kind of content, which we refer to as originals, or or blockbuster movies, which may not necessarily be on TV, and so on and so forth. So there's both sorts of there's both kinds of consumers.
And those consumers would be divided between those who are online only and those who are online and TV and use it differently in different contexts and for different purposes, I guess.
Yeah, so this is the way we look at it, and that's the way we design our model, is that there's one section which is right at the top of the pyramid who does not consume television anymore. All of their entertainment or sports or news consumption is online. There's a big chunk in the middle of the pyramid, which is consuming both. It's consuming television and it's consuming OTT.
Right.
And it's consuming maybe a little less of OTT, but they're picky about what they want to consume on OTT, which is mainly the originals and unique content. And then right at the bottom, which is the broader base, is the large section of television consumers who are also consuming a bit of OTT and looking for richer experiences to do with the content that they're familiar with and consuming on a daily basis.
Right. Okay, no, got it. That makes sense. And so listen, I mean, given that you are in such a boom industry at a boom time, you're obviously not the only ones operating in this space. And so there must be, I think, a lot of competition out there. I mean, it seems that OTT is the common playground where all sorts of players are developing services. I mean, you've got people who, like yourselves, who come from a television background, but you've got tech companies coming in. You've got companies come from an e-commerce background, obviously, who are sort of big in this space, and OTT native companies. How do you manage their competition? How do you, how do you compete? How do you make Voot stand out? How do you sort of mark out your territory and then try to grow it in such a competitive landscape?
So that's a good question. And I think that's something that we ask ourselves every day as to, what makes us different today? What will make us different tomorrow? But I think, Louis, it's very, very early days. While I hear very often that it's such a crowded space and how is somebody else going to get in at this point of time and things like that. The honest truth is, I think as a network, for one reason or the other, we've always come to the party late in every genre that we've really entered in. Digital is one of the genres where we came in pretty early. So we launched Voot in 2016, 2017, when it was just sort of taking off. So we have a lot of learnings over the years, and the business has done exceedingly well. Until last year, it was only an ad-supported platform. We've launched our subscription businesses, Voot Select and Voot Kids, last year, and it's been a fun journey to see what consumers really want to pay for. There was a school of thought, when we were launching and sort of building out our proposition, that a consumer is never going to pay for any kind of extension to TV content, and we got proved completely wrong. So we innovated. We said, okay, let's, Voot is currently the catch-up destination for everything that's Viacom 18 television content. Let's see if we can become the premier destination for everything that's Viacom 18 TV content. And we put all of our fiction shows 24 hours before TV. It was a phenomenal success. Even today, it is, the number of subscribers that we got on the back of just that one proposition surprised everyone, really. And then we kept building from there, right? So one thing is really important. I think it's different for platforms which have existing content already,
which is the Indian broadcasters, and how they sort of make use of their existing content through windowing, some behind the paywall, some in front of it, and then layer on top with content which is only behind the paywall. I think it's different for the global OTT players who don't have existing content. They have acquired some local content, but it's not really the marquee local content. And so there's one set of guys who say, we want to play for the big movies and large scale originals. It again depends on which part of the pyramid you really want to play for. The way we started is we started at the bottom of the pyramid, talking to the broad audience of television viewers who are already customers of ours on a daily basis on the AVOD service, and upgraded them. And currently we're in the process of upgrading them to the mid-rung of the pyramid and then take them up to the top end of the pyramid with the premium sports and things like that we've brought in. Kids, again, is a very differentiated offering, and we're one of the only players who have a kids offering with Voot Kids, which is a separate app and a separate service on its own. And we're seeing very, very good results there as well. So I think as, if for a set of audiences, everything for them was a DTH box and they had all their channels on one box. And if they were to move to a different kind of entertainment and have all of their content, then I think it is important for a service that wants to play at scale to have a very clear offering for each segment, for every part of the family. And I think that's where everyone's headed, and in the language of their choice. So it's not just the Hindi language or the English language anymore. It's well beyond that.
Right. Okay, there was an enormous amount in there. It was really interesting. And I want to sort of reel you back a little bit and sort of unpack a little bit of that and probe a little bit deeper into some of those areas. So I guess first of all, so I mean, you see sort of OTT and sort of online curated content streaming at an early stage. I mean, I mean, Viacom 18, you got in early, as you said, in 2016, but even today in 2021, sort of coming into 2022, you see it as a sort of an early stage business, yeah?
It is. I think it's very early stage. I think if you see the velocity of original content that's being created, it's not very high, much as everyone, because it's just coming out of all of our ears, we feel there's so much being created. But if you actually slice it by every platform, there's maybe one show every month.
Right.
Which is by no means enough to satisfy the Indian content appetite at all, right? Yeah. And that too, a show needs to appeal to every set of consumer, and it's gone in 3 hours, right? I mean, maybe 5 hours if you take an 8-part series. So, we're seeing consumption, we're seeing consumers guzzle content. The average time taken to complete a series on Voot Select is about 1.4 days. So the amount of content one needs to keep churning out to satisfy a customer is a lot. And that's why I say we're very, very early stage right now. Yeah. And I don't think it's a barrier for anyone to come in. I think when we look at ourselves 5 years from now, we'll be looking back and saying, what were we talking about when we said that there was clutter at that time? It hadn't even begun.
Yeah, interesting. And the binge watching is really interesting as well. I mean, I know the last panel were talking about it, and yeah. And then just hearing that when you put your content on Voot 24 hours before it goes on TV, that was such a big success. I mean, that blows my mind, because you would have thought, okay, I mean, you wait 24 hours. I mean, it's not that big. That's not that big a deal, but clearly it is that big a deal. And if people are binge watching a series in 1.4 days, there is obviously a massive pent up appetite for the right content and for good content. So, I mean, let's talk about the business models, and you touched on this. I mean, the fact that your roots were in AVOD, and you launched subscription, what, about a year ago, I think you said?
A year and a half back, March 2020.
Okay, a year and a half. So yeah, beginning of COVID, you sort of got into subscription, which is probably good timing, I would guess.
Yeah, we're just 2 weeks in time. We launched on the 3rd of March, and 16th of March we were working out of home. So
yeah, it's incredible. But so I mean, there are many different ways. I guess one of the common themes between television and OTT is that the ways of making money are the same. I mean, it's advertising and a subscription, but it's trying to get the right balance and the right mix between those two things, which and what the content proposition is for the paid service. So, I mean, how did you approach that? So obviously, I mean, you started with advertising, and I guess originally it was more of perhaps a sort of catch-up service to Viacom 18. So that was your destination to go to catch up. But as you said, you're trying to sort of flip it around, and Voot is becoming the destination, and so needs to be fueled with its own original content. Is the introduction of subscription, is that the eradication of advertising, or is that the addition of premium content, or is it a little bit of both? What is the consumer paying for ultimately in your mind when they subscribe?
look, for a certain kind of content, it's purely windowing.
Right.
Window, it used to be television and then on to AVOD about 2 years back. It's now SVOD, television, and then AVOD, right? So what we've done is essentially we've opened up another window.
Right.
That's for the content that we have as a network. It leads to better monetization. It's a better customer experiences for those who really want to watch it in advance of it coming on to television. Watch it at your convenience and watch it ad free, right? So that it's a different experience which costs money, and there's a big set of consumers who are willing to pay for it. So that's the windowing part. The other part of it is, while you do that and enjoy your favorite television shows, if that's the cohort that we're talking about, you then have a whole new kind of entertainment and content which is available for you, whether it's original series like an Asur, or whether you have international shows from the Showtime and CBS library, or sports, which we've just got into, a lot of regional originals that we're now getting into, a large movie slate. It's all there. So essentially what's happened is there was a set of guys who didn't have the option to consume this without ads. They do have an option now to consume without ads. And then there is a whole separate set of audiences that says, I can wait, I have no issues. I'll watch it 24 hours later or 48 hours later, as the case may be, and I have no problem with ads. And that's a very, very large section of the audience. I don't want to pay anything extra. I don't think it's one or the other, subscription or advertising. I genuinely believe that both will grow. SVOD, given that it's a little more nascent, will probably grow faster. But I think as we go along, and we're already seeing early signs of that, there will be an option for even an SVOD consumer to either pay a lower price and consume with ads, or there will be packages which but there will be content which necessarily will have ads on it, even though you are a subscriber, especially in the live sports and live streaming space, because otherwise it becomes an unaffordable model for the platform. And also, what do you do when there's a break in between and over, or what do you do when there's a break, between two halves of a football game? So I think the two will coexist. The models are evolving, and I think it's very firmly going to be a subscription and subscription plus advertising kind of model as we go along.
So when you look at the market for those two services, then, I mean, for an advertising supported service, essentially your addressable market is everybody with an internet connection, be it mobile or any connection. As long as you can get online, you are a potential target and a potential audience. How big do you see the addressable market for subscription for the paying subscribers being today?
The way I look at it is I actually look at it in terms of households.
Right.
We've been used to looking at television. When we talk television in India, we talk television households, right? We're in 180 million TV households. And I think the way entertainment is moving is I think we will stop talking subscribers and start talking households at some point of time, because you're going to necessarily have, or more likely have, a household share a subscription, just like they share a television subscription. So I think while the penetration today would be about, I'd say about 20 million households would potentially have the option to consume SVOD. I see that number at least tripling in the next 2 years, because there's a lot that's happening on the distribution front as well now. I think the one big hurdle and one big sort of barrier that we've managed to cross, at least for the top end of the audience in the country, is that the Indian consumer is now willing to pay for content. I think that's what worried all of us in the SVOD business, including us, who wanted to test and see if there's even a real business, or is it just a lot of noise on the outside. And I think that sort of hypothesis has now got proof that the Indian consumer will pay. Of course, the price points need to be right, and it's got to be affordable, because you're catering to many Indias within India, and you've got a different set of content, and you can't make the packs too complicated. So I genuinely see that number at least 60 to 70 million households having an SVOD connection or a subscription in the next couple of years.
And talking of price points, I think you've come in with sort of quite a reasonable price, perhaps compared to some of your sort of peers in the market. Do you feel that you've got that price point right? Is there potential to sort of raise that over time? And given that clearly looking at the sort of the pricing, you get a very good deal if you sign up for a year. It's not expensive if you go month to month, but that obviously adds up a lot more. Is that offer of a year's lock-in for a subscriber, is that working, and you're getting those subscribers locked in for that period?
Yeah, I think our pricing has worked wonderfully well for us. When we launched, Louis, we actually launched even with a free trial. So if you took an annual pack, you got a 14-day free trial. If you took a monthly pack, you got a 3-day free trial.
Right.
And what we realized is that, and it was expected, we'd be naive to assume that it wasn't going to happen. People would come and binge a nice big original and bounce within 3 days, right? So like I said to you, 1.5 days average time to consume a series. But we did want to give consumers the opportunity to experience what they're really going to be paying for. We then experimented with doing away with the free trial a couple of months into our launch. And we did not see any drop at all, which was shocking to us. And we realized that, okay, there's something working with your price point, because people are willing to pay you. And we thought that maybe we shouldn't have launched with a free trial in the first place. But that's the brutal ways of the internet where you sort of learn. So I think the price point has worked. We're very focused on making it accessible to a much broader audience. So like I said to you earlier, we didn't start right at the top end of the pyramid, because that's not the proposition that we had. So we needed to be very sensitive where price was concerned. What the future holds is, of course, completely different as we address different customer segments and move upwards. But the price point is clearly working for us. And an annual subscription, I think, for various reasons, and we won't have the time to get into all of those, makes a lot of sense today, even from a customer's point of view, not just from the value for money point of view, but whether it's managing a subscription and so on and so forth. It's just a lot easier as you go along. Once, the recurring payments sort of get into their rhythm and those sort of things get sorted out, and which is the heart of any subscription business, it may be a whole different sort of ball game. But at the current moment, an annual subscription is quite priceless.
Right. And when you look forward, I don't know, in 3 years' time or 5 years' time, do you have a target, or do you have a business plan which is going to say we're expecting X% of our revenue to be coming from advertising and Y% to be coming from subscription? And if you do, are those projections that or forecasts that you can share, or if not for yourself, then perhaps for the industry as a whole?
Look, I think I have a certain projection. My management has, of course, far more aggressive projections, and we marry somewhere in between. But no, I to be very honest, even calling it out and saying that I have a specific projection for 3 years down the line, everything changes. I can tell you that it all changed from 12 months ago. So we're very clear on where we want to be as a business, which is we want to clearly be in the top 2, if not number 1, clearly, on both counts, both on the subscription business as well as the ad-supported business. And like I said, I think there will be a lot of convergence between the models. There'll be new models that pop up. So it may not even, in 3 years' time, you may not even be calling it an SVOD customer or an AVOD customer. And, the models are sort of converging and sort of blending in with each other.
Right. And I mean, talking about how that is changing, and you mentioned it a little bit. I mean, just very quickly. I mean, sports. I mean, you are making acquisitions. Sports is a part of the Voot proposition. How important is that, and how much more are we going to see on Voot?
Well, it's we've tested the water with especially with football. And we've gone out and picked up the top 3 European leagues, which is the La Liga, Serie A, and the League One. We've also got a bit of tennis with the ATP Masters, and we've got some cricket coming in, some more properties in the works. I think sports will clearly be a focus area for us as we ramp up, in that space. It's always been a sort of it's been a space where we've never really participated for a variety of reasons all of these years. Right. But I think that's now changing, and you'll see it across the network, be it on linear and more certainly on digital as well. I think there's a lot of space to play in sport, both at the premium sport level and at the mass sport level. So we've just begun literally 2 months back.
Right. And I guess the thing about sports as well is that, I mean, given it's the live nature of sports, I mean, OTT just opens up more windows for viewing opportunities. It's the actual experience, I guess, whether you watch it, if it's scheduled on a media channel or whether it's on a sort of on-demand streaming service, at the time of watching it, it's live and it's the same content. So I can see how that would be sort of complementary. But yeah, obviously,
I mean, it's been amazing to see the kind of traction that we've got just on these 3 football leagues in the last couple of months, with people coming in to watch games at 2:00 in the morning, 2:30 in the morning, in sizable numbers, which again has sort of surprised us, pleasantly surprised us, and they're very willing to pay. So that sort of is good for the subscription business as well, and of course we run ads as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. Listen, we're running out of time, but if I can, let me sort of ask you sort of one last question. And you were talking a little bit earlier about sort of Windows and how the Windows are changing. I mean, in some respects, I mean, OTT is completely changing the world of Windows, and I think you were sort of saying that it's now that the order would be TV, SVOD, sort of AVOD. I mean, do you see a time where windows disappear altogether? I mean, given the threat of piracy, and how, I mean, the moment a high-res digital copy is made available anywhere, it does run the risk of being stolen and disseminated. Is it a case of at some point in the future, you put your best foot forward on television, at the same time you're putting your best foot forward on streaming? And I mean, I guess maybe in the movie theaters as well. Do windows disappear entirely, or will there still always be a place for them?
I think it will be different, Louis, for different genres. I think the windows for movies will shrink. It's likely to be theater and SVOD very quickly. It's already happening. I see that sort of accelerating a lot more. I think it'll be a little more tricky in the case of originals, because if you do put it out, let's say on television at the same time, why is somebody going to want to need to pay for a subscription on the OTT side of it? So I don't see that running away in a hurry. In fact, that is one of the largest draws to pull in and get the customer acquisition going. But I hear you completely, and it's a big problem that we face today with piracy. Even if there were no window and there were only one window, the pirates are still going to get a hold of it, and we're seeing that. And it really does hurt the business. It is a problem, which I think as an industry we're coming together to take really aggressive steps on, because it's going to be a big challenge otherwise to monetize content.
Yeah, no, and look, I mean, something obviously that from AVIA's point of view, as we're a non-profit industry association.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting in between Mr. Fazad and Mr. Louis. Can we take it last question, because we are running late actually.
I was literally just about to say that, I mean, piracy mattered enormously.
Okay.
The perfect point on which to end it. So I think, Fazad, it's been a fascinating conversation. Thank you so much for indulging me and for taking the time. But Namita, let me hand it back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Louis. It was a fun chat. We'll talk some more.
Okay, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Louis and Mr. Fazad, for bringing in such interesting elements and talking about OTT, television, and overall entertainment industry so nicely. One such wonderful conversation, I must say. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And now I would like to invite our next distinguished panelist to have a discussion over going local, why OTT needs to grow deeper roots. Now, players have now understood that catering to the consumer base in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities of India is critical, as these segments have different behaviors of users as we compare it to the metropolitans in India, right? So therefore, OTT platforms will have to focus significantly on building regional and youth-oriented content library that will appeal to the local flavor. To chat more on this, we have a panel of distinguished experts, starting from Mr. Abhishek Jain, co-founder Oho Gujarati. Please welcome. Mr. Ajit Thakur is with us, Chief Executive Officer, AHA. I would like to welcome Ms. Soumya Villikar, co-founder and Chief Financial Officer, Planet Marathi. I would like to welcome one more panelist, who is Mr. Satyajit Devakaran Nair, General Manager, Digital MMTV. Mr. Vishnu Mohta is also with us, co-founder, Hoichoi TV. And I would like to welcome Mr. Rabindra Narayan, Managing Director and President, PTC Network. And last but not the least, we have with us Ms. Mrinal Jha, founder of Mrinal Abhigyan Jha Production, who will be conducting this interesting chit-chat. The stage is all yours, Mrinal. You can please continue. Am I audible, guys?
Yes.
So how are you all? Starting with you, Soumya. I think Mrinal is just connecting to the audio.
Yeah, I'm absolutely fine. Like in the middle of the pandemic, we are like trying to move ahead with whatever we can, sitting inside our homes and offices. Still, everything has started. But obviously, everybody is trying to go from local to global with their own regional content. I think that is the basic topic of what we today are going to discuss. That's what I assume.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So Ravinder sir, how are you?
I'm great. And taking off from where Soumya was saying, I think the new local will be global.
Yeah.
Because Indians are everywhere and they've been missing out on many things. And now is the golden period for them where they have access to everything that is being produced. And now things are getting produced for them, especially targeted at them. So it's a great, great going. We are in for a wonderful viewing time.
True.
Absolutely, sir. Can we ask Vishnu? Can you put on your audio mode? What do you have to say about like going local? Why OTT needs to grow deeper roots? I think Mrinal is just joining.
I guess
Vijay ma'am
I
is here.
Vijaya here. I think Mrinal is on her way. So yeah. Good to see you all.
Yeah,
Good to
it's
see
a
you all.
nice effort. We must congratulate you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you all. Good to see you all. So Vishnu sir, congratulations on 5 years completion.
Thank you so much.
There's lots happening. So I have a special affinity. I'm a Bong myself, and I know the kind of work that you're doing in the East. I think it's wonderful, and we have access to that content now. So many interesting things that you're doing. Can you share with me some of the things that you're doing in that market?
So, I mean, a host of things across content distribution technology, focusing on the content per se. As you just mentioned, we had a host of announcements around the content piece, where we recently talked about the next 20 original shows that we release on our platform. There's a little bit of an echo, sorry. It's only me. Okay. So, and that's across all the originals that we're doing. At the same time, you know, gladly movies are starting to release in theaters as we speak. And over the last year or so, I think there's been a big shortage of movies. I mean, we would have loved to release a lot more movies than we've been able to. So I think that's another big plus from this Pujo onward, which is starting from next week. I think there should be a steady flow of movies that release on OTT just after theaters in a lot of cases. So just looking forward to a great year. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of ways the ecosystem has matured. The partnerships are, you know, quite a few partnerships on the way. We released one with Prime, Amazon Prime channels. There's one with Airtel Extreme that just came on. There are a few others in the works. So I think as an evolution in the ecosystem, I think we're finally reaching some critical mass, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Ravinder sir, what's your efforts in the Punjabi space? If you can tell me a little bit on that.
Oh, see, it's a very, very interesting experience for us. For almost more than a decade, we've been doing 6 linear television channels. And 2 years ago, we launched our OTT, PTC Play, which is the only OTT in Punjabi space. There are 2 more players who've joined in, but they're only movie based. So we have a lot more to offer. And plus, we are the only Indian company which has studios in USA and Canada. So a lot of content gets produced in those countries, targeted at those markets only. So, and we are again the only company in the world which is doing virtual reality also. So every day from the Golden Temple, we do telecast live of Gurbani from the Golden Temple in 360-degree virtual reality. All our big ticket shows, film awards, music awards, Voice of Punjab are also available in 3D virtual reality. And this year we're launching a fiction series in virtual reality. So this will be a very, very unique and new experience for the Indian audience per se. And there's a lot we pack into our OTT. The battle is constantly between the linear channels and the OTT for the content. Who's going to be first? Who's going to be ahead? The bread and butter for all television channels is still the linear TV channels. But yes, OTT is slowly but steadily climbing up and catching up. So there's a lot happening. We're releasing original Punjabi songs. We are again the only company in the world which produces and releases an original 1-hour feature film every week. Every Friday, we release new feature film. Nobody in the world is doing that. So we keep doing a lot of new initiatives. We keep experimenting with technology. We keep experimenting with shows, formats. There's a lot happening. And for example, during the recent Modi visit, we were the only channel reporting from inside the White House, because PTC is the only accredited Indian TV channel inside the White House. We are the only Indian accredited channel inside the Canadian Parliament. So whenever the Baisakhi celebrations happen in Canada, at Capitol Hill, we're the guys doing it live. The Sikh Day Parade from USA, we do it live. So a lot of things. Every day we're reporting live from the White House. And people joke that Punjabis and potatoes are found all over the world. So that's what we try to do. We have 23 reporters in 19 different cities across the world reporting live. And that's how we got several awards this year for reporting on ground about pandemic from different countries around the world, including Rome, Belgium, New Zealand, Australia, you name the place. Wherever there are Indians or Punjabis, we have a reporter and it's been reporting live. So that's a remarkable achievement for a small regional player like us. We're not, the mainline channels are not doing such initiatives, or they do one-off. If some global leader is visiting, they'll report live. On a day-to-day basis, they're not reporting about the NRIs, they're not reporting about those countries, they're not covering happenings around there, but we are. So slowly and slowly, as I said, the local for us is also very, very local, as well as very, very globally local. In Canada, we have different beams going to the Toronto side and to the Vancouver side. Similarly, in USA, the beam for New York and for California, totally different beams. Europe, we are free to air, and all over Europe we're there. Similarly, in Australia, UAE. So all those beams are customized with local content. Unlike every other platform or channel which is producing content in India and then just retelecasting or rebeaming. So that's a new thing that we've started. Hopefully, others will also catch up doing that.
Satyajit, what are your efforts for the Indian as well as for the diaspora?
So I represent Malayalam Manorama. I'm part of MMTV. We have an OTT platform called Manorama Max, which was launched in September 2019. We're just 2 years young, and we have branched off from the mainstream television channels as a way to reach the end audience. Having said that, OTT is not being considered as a very separate platform here. It is considered as an extension of bringing in all the fresh content like web series, etc., which are viewed better by our audience today. So while the elderly segment is moving on with television, the younger segment is coming on to the OTT platform, and that is the way we are looking at engaging with them as well. If you speak about what we are doing extra, it is about creating a lot of shows which are more in tune with the younger audience, and we're also reaching out to the global audience via subtitles and stuff like that. So Malayalam is not restricted to Kerala alone. It is content to anybody across the globe who is interested in the kind of content that we produce. And these productions are not just limited to in-house content. It is also a lot of production coming in from external production houses, and we put out that content to the end user. That is the scene as of today. We have been adding a lot of new forms of content, new genres of content, and that is being lapped up by the audience in Kerala and the diaspora across the world, which is not just the Malayali audience, it is also non-Malayali audience who's interested in this kind of content.
Ajit, over to you. What are your efforts? Mrinal, I was just filling in for you.
Yeah, I know.
I move out. Ajit, I would love to hear what are your efforts.
Yeah, thank you.
And good to see you. So you're silent. You're mute.
Sorry. Hi Vijaya, hi Mrinal. How are you guys doing?
Sorry, I had some tech issue, but then, I mean, that seems to be the flavor of the season with Zuckerberg also facing similar stuff.
Absolutely.
No problem. I thought you were finishing one more script, so it's fine.
Yeah, that too.
So I move on.
Firstly,
the panel is all yours. Yeah, I move on.
Yeah. So firstly, thank you for the opportunity. And I always start all the panels by firstly thanking Vishnu and Hoichoi for leading the way for all of us. Vishnu, everything that we know and everything we've done, we couldn't have started without you guys. So thank you for setting the pace, and what a fabulous journey. Congratulations on season 5. And on AHA, we are not even 2 years old yet. We set up the company in April 2019. We launched in Feb 2020. And to be honest, guys, we had no clue what a roller coaster it will be. We knew that the young India watches a lot of video content on mobile and now on TV. But every number we had set, every benchmark we had about how much they watch and will they pay for it, all of that has completely gone for a toss in a good way. We are looking at 2x, 3x numbers in terms of organic subscribers without any bundling. And I think we need to acknowledge that a lot of us, at least I thought that young India will hesitate to pay, and because we priced ourselves at what the national apps were for just one language, and when we started out with limited content, but they have come in big numbers, and we're looking at a retention rate of 70 to 80%. And I think that is the power of entertainment in this part of the country. We have learned a lot, but I think to summarize the 2 to 3 things that have been a big part of this journey, the first and foremost, and that's kind of the theme of this panel, I think the 100% local as a pitch, and to have an app which only has Telugu content. And as we extend, we are looking at doing the same for other languages, has been the single biggest factor for this success. I believe they'll always continue to have some of the international apps and watch their Hollywood and Hindi content. And along with that, this was the local destination for entertainment in the way, in the format, in the form that they wanted. The second thing has been deep marketing. I think the audience of OTT is shifting rapidly from tier 1 to tier 2, tier 3 to rural as telcos in the country keep expanding. And I think we've seen joy now. Some of our big shows, we market in about 100 towns. We started with 30. We never started with saying we'll only market in Hyderabad. So that's been a good big learning curve for us. And the third one, I think Ravindraji touched on that. I think this is primarily a habit viewer migrating from television. And one of the big things that we have seen is, while we've not given them an original film every week, sir, but we managed to give them one new piece of content every Friday. And that has been one of the big driving factors of building the habit that you were talking about. And I think those are the 3 highlights, Mridal, and I think it's fascinating. I still think we don't know enough about them, but we know that when you give them good content, you build a habit and you reach out to them where they are. This is a medium that is set for exponential growth, and in SVOD itself, AVOD is not the only answer.
Right. Okay, so I mean, talking of like digging deeper roots, I was wondering about could we dig into what is our existing literature? And I wanted to hear thoughts from all of you. We've got great popular literature in all languages, especially, I mean, Bengali, of course, we all know, and the southern states have great literature, which people have consumed over so many decades, right? So how much are you all depending on the local literature to create content out of it? And I mean, like Ajit, you were in Sony, and Tarak Mehta, I'm sure, was one of the biggest shows even back then, right? And it continues to lead in the numbers. So how much of local literature are you all looking at when you're creating content on your platforms?
Mridal, just one quick one. I think all of us have had a chance to introduce ourselves except Soumya.
Right.
So
Okay.
maybe we should give Soumya a chance to talk, and then we'll come back to literature.
Yes. Soumya, please go ahead.
So thanks, Ajit, and thanks everyone to give us an opportunity. Of course, after hearing everyone, and we all know, we are the youngest or the newborn baby out of the OTT skitty. So we just launched last month, which is on 30th of August, with our SWOD. Earlier, we just had a beta testing a month ago in June month with a movie called June, with the T-word, which was, I think, the first one, the first trial that we had in Marathi. We being the first of OTT platforms that has been launched in India or in world as Marathi OTT platform. Although Marathi had a very legacy, high and good legacy of literature, content, poetry, theater, plays, everything. Still, what lacked was a platform which needed to bring everything onto one place, which could be one-stop destination for everything. So last year in pandemic, when we thought of like from film production, because everybody has a background of, I think, television channel like Manorama and the PTC, they have a television network and then they moved on to OTT. But we had a background of film production. We started with films, and then in middle of the pandemic, when we saw that we had 3 to 4 movies which were not able to get released, and like us there were around 100 or 150 movies of Marathi which had no other clue wherein to go. So that was the place wherein we had thought that this is the right time to launch up the OTT platform, wherein we can get all the Marathi content onto one platform and then move ahead with the theaters, with the multiplexes, and also with the OTT going hand in hand, so that the content gets its deserved place to reach to the global audience. So that is where we launched last month. We are very new to all this and almost like learning from everyone, from Hoichoi to AHA to everyone. I know that everybody has tested the waters from AWOD to SWOD and might be TWOD. We started with TWOD. We are now doing SWOD, and we would be also going with AWOD. It is all about the audience, what it wants. So audience wants a kind of entertainment, whether the gender, age doesn't matter, because nowadays the 60s are the old 50s. So whatever 50-year-old used to watch, now a 60 or a 70-year now watches, right? And everybody, even a granny, is also very net savvy, and they know how to use the OTTs and the YouTubes and all. So I think the audience has shifted, the taste has shifted, the entertainment has shifted. So we all have to evolve and take everyone, the regional one especially, to go global, because Hindi, English we already have. Even though Marathi is the third most spoken language in the Indian language in world, and 10th it stands in the world. Still there are all the languages where we can like use our literature, use our local content, use our regional content, which can reach and correlate to all the audiences across the world. That is what I want to speak.
All right. Vishnu, you want to take the question?
Sorry, Vishnu.
On literature and...
Right, yeah. So I think, as far as Hoichoi, or in fact SV at the parent company is concerned, we've been lucky to have been gifted a legacy of great literature over 100 years of Bengali writers over a period of time, and I think we continue to delve into that. There's still great interest when a show like that or a movie like that, which is something that people would have read when they were growing up, or they continue to read, is made on either as a film or as an original show. We made Bomkesh, we made something called Dekhen Babu, we're making a show on the biggest detective of Bengal called Feluda. They're very well-known names, and in addition to that, continuing today, I think a lot of the writers in India continue to be continue to be Bengali for that matter, in a general sense. And I think that always ensures that there is a great leadership, great body of work that continues to get created. And that's one of the key ways for us to look at the kind of content that we want to continue to make.
Right. Would you say that some of your biggest successes have been the serials or shows that have come from literature?
Yeah, so I mean, the biggest movie, starting with the biggest movie that we've ever made is a film called Chade Paar. It was in 2012. It was an adventure film. It was made from a book that people had read growing up. As far as specifically Hoichoi is concerned, again, Bomkesh, Dekhen Babu are very big shows. Even off late, so there's a book written by a guy called Arnav Ray. It's called Mahabharata Murders, the show that we are going to make in the coming year. That's written by Arnav Ray, but it is not written in Bengali, it's written in English. But it's still nuanced in a way that we'll be able to adapt to our audience, I guess.
Right.
So that continues to be the case, and there are always big takers. You don't have to market it as much, I guess.
Right. Okay, thank you. Abhishek, you want to add to that?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm glad to be part of this panel. I've already picked out my pen and my notepad because more than a speaker, I feel I'm a seeker here today. We are just 4-month-old OTT platform. And as Soumya also mentioned, we started as a production house. And somewhere we found that our voices or our stories are not finding the right place or the right time. And that's when we plunged into the technology business, if I may say. And obviously all these panelists and their channels have been our part of research and study, beginning with Hoi Choi or AHA or PTC. So we are looking forward to give a great amount of content. Coming back to your question about literature, yes, definitely Gujarati literature is quite rich, and a lot of it has not yet been explored. We intend to get into that, but the disparity is the fact that all this literature that we are talking about are classics. And if we have to talk about the contemporary literature, there is not much to really see in the open forum. And because of that, when we go back to the classics, it has got its own certain amount of production value and all of it attached to it, which for a very new company or a new startup, it's a little difficult for us, but we aspire to do that. In fact, our launch show, which was Vittal TD, was adapted from a short story, and it was a contemporary literature, but we only know how much time it took us to really come forward to something like that and then explore. So we look forward to that. People in Gujarat are quite attuned to reading, but yes, as I mentioned, that these are classics that we're talking about. We need to really find new contemporary work here. Thank you.
Right. So actually, coming from the same question, if we have to look at the other end, that today, tier 2, tier 3 cities, they're pretty aspirational, and it's become a level ground, right? With the onset of technology available to everyone. So are we saying then that maybe there needs to be a mix of the kind of content which is more aspirational, like you mentioned, Abhishek, that you can't go too classic in the kind of things that you pick up from literature, but do a mix? Or are we saying that let's just focus on what the audience wants today, which is more contemporary, more aspirational? A lot of our audiences are coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities, smaller towns. They would want to watch stuff that is more modern, perhaps. So what are your thoughts on that?
My view as a filmmaker since last 10 years, 12 years of my journey have been that when it comes to regional content, enough of being very aspirational and modern, these tier 2 and tier 3 cities really want to see the content coming from their own place, their own heartland, So it is very surprising when we made this launch show, and the shows that have followed up, they are coming from the heartland. We have shot something in the rural setup, and these stories are depicting those areas, and people have lapped that up. In fact, with Gujarat, the issue or the problem, rather the challenge, is that this community has always been so aspirational and so forthcoming, and they have got this, prosperity to spend over Hindi or English films or other language films, that they don't no longer want to see that. For that, they already have got their avenues to watch, but they want to really see something which is regional, which is local, which talks about them and talks in their language. So I think that's where we are trying to hit the market or the target, and hopefully the right mix of bringing the right kind of literature and today's story from that heartland would make a good deal.
So, Mrinal, to add to that, very strongly agree with Abhishek on this one. I believe that, in fact, not only in regional, but on this medium, even in national and international, the medium demands a lot more personalization of content, which is not the case with cinema, right? You've got to fill a theater with a certain kind of cinema, and that cinema will continue to exist. Right. I think what OTT has done is created a whole generation of viewers who are looking forward to much more realistic, relatable content. And one big aspect of that is content that is rooted, that Abhishek was talking about. And I believe that the more rooted the story is, the more it travels. And that's not true just for local, but across the world. And that is one thing that OTT is allowed us to do. So for instance, there's nothing like one Telugu local story. Looking at how Rayalaseema is different from coastal Andhra, and how that's different from the Telangana belt, and how that's different from the Godavari district. And I'm sure the same in Gujarat. So I think it's going the other way. So what we called the aspirational, I want to live that life of that hero on screen. I think OTT is taking content in just the other direction. I'm not saying reverse, but much more rooted, much more grounded, a lot more local.
Okay. All right. Would you agree with that, Satyajit? Sorry,
Yeah.
you were saying something, Soumya.
Yeah, so what Ajit said, I completely agree to it. The only thing is that people have aspirations, but they want the stories in their local language and their local stories. So the local stories which have more inspirational, more motivational, because that is the flavor of it. Whatever we show to the audience, it should be motivational and inspirational, irrespective of any language. Those are the local stories. I mean, the people who have struggled and reached over to some place, that is a story wherein a local would like to, or a regional person would like to see and hear about it, rather than going something which is like somebody over sitting in US has a struggle and reached over to some place that doesn't correlate to their lifestyle, to their thought process. So the regional platforms have a long way to go to bring in the flavor of the local audience.
Okay. Would you agree with that, Satyajit?
Yeah, so what I too feel is that the content is getting very real on OTT. So it is not about bringing content back from literature or creating heroes out here. It is about very real people, real situations around, and what can be seen around us. And that is true in every aspect. It's not just in tier 1, tier 2 towns or tier 3 towns. Every place has its own energy, and every place has its own what would you call it, the charm. So that needs to come out in every story, and only when that comes out are people engaging with those the new forms of content that are becoming popular on OTT. So I do feel that this needs to be focused on to bring out the non-apologetic nature of the people out there who are not aspirational but are just themselves. If that can come out in the stories, it becomes much more powerful.
Okay. Rabindraji, would you say to it? I mean, I understand that, people obviously connect and relate more to things that are around them, which are from their own culture. But there's also another side to it. I mean, entertainment is escapism also in certain ways. And you want to travel to places which you have not experienced, but would want to probably someday. So, what has your experience been when you've been creating content for your platform?
What we saw is the escapism is being provided by the English platforms, the fantasy series, science fictions, and all that. There were experiments in Hindi also. They didn't work that much. What the local audience is looking at is they are not looking for out of this world heroes. They're looking at characters which look like them, behave like them, talk like them, are like them. They want them to succeed. They want their stories. Like I told you, we're producing a movie every week. The themes which we discovered are working are which are contemporary, which are localized, which talk about issues and happenings around them, stories which are related to them, the immigration issue, the local violence, the degradation of politics, or all of that which is happening around them is getting you far more traction on local OTT platforms as opposed to the English or the Hindi ones. So that's very, very particular. For my Canada beam, 30% of the content I produce in Canada, because if I push them the Punjab, which is in India, it's still not that important for them. For them, it's what's happening to the students who go there, live in dormitories, how they're exploited, what are the opportunities there, what are the aspirations, those who made it big, how they made it big, the stories, conflicts, the crime which is happening there. That is more relatable to them. So so we have done geo blocking also. The beam for my channels which goes to those countries is the beam which is customized for that country. We're going that close to them. Every news bulletin that is produced there, four bulletins in a day relate to that country, their people, news about them. The series, the fiction, the talent shows that we do. Now we're doing a cookery show, Canada the Super Chef. So we're going to people's home with Super Chef Vikram Mehra and all those guys in Canada and shooting with local people there. And that gets massive traction instead of producing a cookery show in India and then relaying it there.
Right.
So
I think
local
the
is the way to go.
topic goes what Ravindra sir is saying. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. When you are talking that we have aspirations to go abroad, or like if somebody who is sitting over here and then they have aspirations, they already see that in the Bollywood or the English movies.
Yeah.
But then there are topics which might be extending the boundaries of our thoughts, the conventional, not so conventional. If we have the topics which are not so conventional, but we show it in our regional content and the flavor, then it becomes more popular. Like we have one series which we started, which talks about polyamory. So Marathi has never been talked about this, but then it is a very contemporary series. I mean, it talks about two very normal people who are sitting over there. I mean, these are the thoughts which the youngsters might be having or anybody else is having, and that are the aspirations or might be the kind of contemplation they want to do. So you need not show anything which is happening over somewhere outside. It can be very localized. The thoughts can be non-conventional. That is what I feel.
Okay, so just Ajit playing the devil's advocate here. We saw what on Netflix, and I think everyone talks about it these days, that there was this whole slew of so-called dark shows and thriller and all of those kind of shows that happened, and I think somewhere they've kind of revised maybe their policy as well, and are looking at broadening the structure, right? So similarly, do you think that when we talk about regional OTTs platforms, are we in danger of focusing too much on just being relatable and going local and making it really identifiable to the population, and ignoring the other possibilities? Like I think what Soumya mentioned, a show about polyandry. Like, there are subjects which would be very, very interesting for even a local audience, right? And people, because of their reach, and today, because news travels everywhere, so they know, they're aware, the awareness is there. So they would want to have stories which kind of may carry the local flavor, but still have a global appeal, right? So what are your thoughts on that? Are we looking at that as content creators?
Yeah, and also basically we live in a multi-universe, right? So we're not living in isolation. And I think there are three types of players who are going to coexist for some time till consolidation happens. There are the international standalone OTT platforms. There are the broadcaster catch-up TV driven international platforms with significantly more budgets than us. And then there are the local platforms. So I don't think those stories will go away, right? But some of those stories are being catered to by cinema, and some of the big platforms with the multi-billion-dollar budgets that they will continue to create. And I think at some level that those budgets will give the scale to it against which if we pick up those stories, we will not be able to match up. So part of it is driven by competitive USPs, right? So I believe that for us to find these local stories and local space which others are not telling is a great way to get started. But as we talk, we've set up a studio in Mumbai for AHA, where we are targeting and speaking to top showrunners to see if we can make a pan-India show of the like that you're talking about, in the genres that you're talking about. And then we will figure out a way to partner with a national OTT platform to give the Hindi to them and keep the languages with us. Right. So we'll do that. But I think the space to tell local stories that connect and which are aspirational, relatable, and inspirational and aspirational. There is so many stories out there, starting with literature that you started talking about, right? That I think we have a good 2 to 3 years to tap into that. And yes, whoever reinvents before the others is the one who will get the next share of the market. But for now, there's enough for everybody to dip into. And as long as we're finding our local space, and it's not a niche space, it's a very big space, the local storytelling. So I think it's about just a matter of who does what. And if there's enough for everybody, then we'll coexist for some time.
Right. Vishnu, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, so there's a general tendency with with creators that just the preceding hit or super hit becomes the benchmark for the next set of things that you want to do. And I think that's a trap that everyone has to be careful about. If you continue to do just the thing that you've already done, I think OTT is probably not the best place for that. Maybe it works in a lot of other platforms, but given the amount of content choices across languages, across various categories that any consumer, regardless of language in India today has, the challenge continues to remain: how do you continue to reinvent yourself and continue to push the boundaries of what you've done in the past, irrespective of success or failure. And this is the exact medium for experimentation, which doesn't have a lot of the holdbacks or the caveats that existed in some other mediums. In the case of films, maybe it is too expensive to experiment on an idea. In the case of television, maybe there is the interaction between a broadcaster and a creator, which also creates a filter mechanism in the first place. I think in the case of OTT, there is a little bit more liberation from all of that. And I think because you're able to, in a digital space, you're able to experiment at lesser costs as compared to some of the others. And I think you're rewarded as a result by the audience also for the effort you put into experiment.
Right. Okay, moving on to another subject. Actually, Ravindraji, this question is for you because Punjabi is the language that you deal in. So we've all seen the predominance of Punjabi, the usage of the language in Hindi cinema, for example, or even if Hindi GC channels, a lot of the families are Punjabi. So there's a lot of Punjabi cultural influence around. And so how do you see that translating now on OTT? How would you take that? Are you going to only focus on the Punjabi language, or use that language to depict a wider scape?
See, for us, fortunately, the audience is not just India.
Right.
Large chunk of it comes to us from Canada, USA, Australia, and Pakistan. So Punjabi, yes, will remain predominantly the language that we produce in, talk in, and work in. The constant issue that we keep facing is that the Punjabi audience is also the main audience for Hindi. So the kind of generalized themes, generalized typecast characters Hindi is creating about Punjabis. If there is a Sikh, he'll be a comedian or will be a frivolous sort of a character. No, that's not so. So we constantly fight with those perception battles and constantly create characters, stories which depict the real Punjab. Anything that you can see on an English or a Hindi platform, we will not be producing it. Any story which you can generalize in Hindi also, it could have been in Hindi also, we don't produce it. Be it a talent show, be it a film awards, be it fiction, be it religious shows, whatever we produce will be deep rooted into the heritage, sensibilities, as well as the contemporary life of an everyday Punjabi, wherever they are. If they're in Canada, it'll be relevant to them. They're in US, it'll be relevant to them. The Canadian audience of Punjabi is very different from the US audience. That's very different from the Australian or from for the European audience. They're very, very different Punjabis. Their aspirations, lifestyles, the language, their get-up, everything is different. So unless you are taking up their issues, their talks, those characters, their aspirations, their achievements, it's never going to work for us, because we will be unnecessarily competing with Hindi. They have big pockets, big budgets, lavish sets, huge production values. So if I try and ape them, produce shows which are being produced by them, I'll never be successful, because they will say, oh, Hindi guys did this, and they're trying to copy at a lesser budget. It's never going to work out. So I have to stick to what I specialize in. My artist, my language, my people, my settings, my town, my villages, my people.
Right. Okay. What about the others? Are you all looking at using the language that you're operating in, and also all of that culture that comes with it, to influence, say, or to use it in other markets, or is that going to be seen as cultural appropriation?
So, Mrinal, we are an exclusive Marathi platform. Like Planet Marathi started with an exclusive Marathi. All the content would be in Marathi. But
Right.
obviously, we will never stop in ourselves tomorrow if we want to syndicate the content or remake the content, because content has no language as such. That is a emotion, or that is a thought that we are going to give it to the audience. If Marathi audience has accepted because the story is theirs, but the audience sitting in Punjab or in Gujarat or somewhere in US might relate to it because the story is very relatable to them. So it should connect to their chord. So if we talk about having an aspiration to build it in Hindi, that becomes a different aspect, because that is larger than life. To create a larger than life picture which will be just like a fantasy will not work. But if it is a local story which connects to emotion of everyone, we might try to go out, explore it, remake it, or might be tie up with some other platforms or production houses or anyone, because that story has to reach out to the audience. If today we are a production house, or we have been today we are a OTT platform, we want to reach out to larger audiences. So today we have watched Money Heist, we have watched Game of Thrones from different content that is also relatable in some aspect. Might be the culture isn't, but the thought is. So similarly, we have a story which will be connected to other platforms. So if we have a story like Panchayat, which is like Hindi but still manageable and still like connected to everyone. So this kind of stories will work out in every region. Today we might have a story which is relatable in Karnataka, which is relatable in Tamil Nadu also. Or their story might be, because that is a story of a villager, or it's a story of a common man going out in the city, or working out for something, or having a kind of goal achieved through the kind of efforts, or anything. I mean, the story can be a biopic or anything. So we do not confine our limits. Obviously, we want to take our regional content outside. We want to create it over here and then spread out the fragrance of the same to the different parts of our world.
Okay, thank you. Vishnu, what would you say? I mean, Bengali content traditionally also has been popular in other markets, right? So is there a thought, a strategy behind maybe creating at least some of the content which can go into other markets and become popular?
Depends on whether you consider Bangladesh to be another market. The way we think about it is it's the same language, separated by nuances, culture, and little different backgrounds. We've been working towards that over the last couple of years, where we're making 3 to 5 shows a year in Bangladesh. We'd love to make more, but I think just the last year or so, year and a half, has been a little disruptive in terms of the COVID, etc. But that plus, I think we've always been lucky to have been able to work with some partners to syndicate our dub content in other languages, and we've seen that travel reasonably well. Continue to work with the platform called SCREENXX there for the dub content. It's not that we set out to with that mindset, but I truly believe that if you create great content, it travels. I think in this day and age, regardless of ethnicity, language, location, any other barriers that we can traditionally think about. I think you have to go about probably thinking, what is the right story that we want to see at this point in time, which is going to be relevant to whatever we've learned is our audience space, and more people, hoping that more people will join in on that, as opposed to just trying to say, what, I want to make a show which translates well in all the languages that I created on. We'll probably be trying to catch too many people. I mean, trying to do too many things with one piece.
It's like we have the subtitles and we almost see all the Bengali movies, or even what Hello and all we're doing. So we have been watching the Bengali movies since Satyajit Ray's. I mean, YouTube, you go on the channel, you have the subtitles and you want to watch it because that relates somewhere, that connects somewhere.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Satyajit, your thoughts on that? See, like Korean, I mean, Korean content and Spanish content. This is stuff that is becoming really popular now, right? Like people have in fact started learning Korean and Spanish, especially a lot of the youngsters. K-pop has become so popular with some of the teenagers. So that's how language spreads. Like I'm sure since y'all are thinking local, you would also want to have your language popularized around the world?
Very true. In fact, the movies in Malayalam today are reviewed the most by national reviewers like Anupama Chopra and all of that. Top three Malayalam movies are there in the top five. So that is the kind of popularity that the language itself has got. And I do not see Fahad Fasil doing a Hindi movie in a Hindi kind of character and becoming popular. I just see them doing themselves and being themselves in the stories that we say. And when I say we, I'm talking about Kerala and the Malayalam audience, and just being themselves, and that is being liked by most people around, and they're coming to watch the show. So I feel it is just by building up the same thing that I told the last time. It is just about building up the real situations and the real people in their real localities. It's only then that people actually connect to that particular story, and it doesn't matter what the language is. Then it's just a matter of translation or subtitles that we give, and if so, people do come and watch it. So it's about building that from all of us. I mean, right here and across India, of all the OTTs, building up content that they are strong in their region, and if that comes up, then awesome, because we'll be building up a global universe, like Mr. Rabindraji was saying. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think we're sort of short on time, but there is a question from the audience. I'd like to put that. It says, hello everyone, what's the biggest challenge you face in converting national audience to local or other regional audience?
So I think a regional audience is a national audience first. We are not converting the national audience to regional. I mean, if I want to eat something when I go out, it might be Chinese or something, but then every day I would like to have my own regional food at my home. So that is the answer to it. You have everything on the platter. You do not discriminate. I mean, it is my choice. I would be watching this today, and as well I would watch Hindi and English tomorrow.
And I think
that is my take.
yeah, I think that this is also going to be a myth buster, that your national audience is going to be your regional audience. Actually, technically they are, but then they are two different streams completely. People who want to consume the national and international content, they are consuming it anyway. But regional, as I mean, in the beginning of our conversation, we all talked somewhere about giving a solution to a problem. That is one-stop solution for one language that you would want to consume all your content in. So considering that there is no such competition, or there is no such way of converting the national audience to the regional audience, creating a new audience base for your own regional language is what we should all probably, or we are all trying to focus on. And then eventually when you become big enough, like a hoi choy, and people like us who I'm coming from Gujarat, I know Hindi and Gujarati, having understood Bengali because of our influences as filmmaker from Satyajit Ray or Bimal Roy, we would want to go and watch hoi choy again and again, in spite of the fact that we don't know, I mean, it's not our primary language. But that is like the cream that would eventually happen. But focusing completely on our own regional language or the regional audience is where the core is.
So I think the challenge is not to convert the audiences. The challenge is how to retain the audience owing to the challenge thrown to you by piracy. Every content is being pirated and being offered free of cost to people in the same quality that you are offering it at. That's the biggest challenge right now. Globally, we are facing the challenges more in US and Canada, where the laws are not so strict. The challenge is much more there, how to prevent yourself from pirates who are offering your imagine you're producing a Game of Thrones, and that becomes the most pirated show in the world, and you still make money because you're Game of Thrones. In India, you produce something in Punjabi, Marathi, Gujarati at a high cost, and the pirates spread it everywhere. You won't even recover the cost. That's the biggest challenge we're facing today, piracy.
Bijoy, do we have space for one more question? Oh, not sure. Okay.
If nobody is interrupting, we can go on.
Yes, yeah. So there's one more question from the audience. What are the challenges you're facing for monetization of OTT platforms?
I think Ravindraji just answered that question.
Yes.
Piracy is one, and second, the habit in Indians to get everything for free. How can I get it for free? Why should I pay 400 rupees or 500 rupees a year? I mean, I can go out and spend more than that on my commute from one place to the other in diesel, but I don't want to pay for entertainment, authentic, genuine entertainment made for me by paying for it. I mean, if you see the, especially in Punjabi or the northern belt, it's not so in Marathi or Tamil or Telugu. With the theater, people still buy tickets and go and see plays. Out here, you come to Delhi, everybody is looking for passes. Do you have passes to the show? You get the biggest of the stars. You get whosoever you name, Eminem and this and that, and people will be asking, "Pass hai kya? Do you have a pass?" So
and
the
actually,
biggest challenge is to make people pay.
Pay.
And also, piracy is no more considered as a crime. I don't know whether it was ever considered as a crime. It's a thrill. It earns you a social currency. तुझे चाहिए मैं देता हूँ मेरे लैपटॉप पे ये ले पेन ड्राइव. मैं तुझे V-transfer करता हूँ. So it's a thrill, and that is what is making a big dent. I'm sure, sir. Passes wala culture, to yeah, it's I think prevalent everywhere, and the loyalty towards language is what is a big hindrance or big challenge.
I think it should be a kind of habit made to our audience, so that if our audience or a customer first gets into, a viewer first comes and then gets into a habit of paying, I mean, he just has to pay. I mean, it has to be a habit of his life. Like today, we know that, okay, this is what we are going to spend in for our clothes, for our food, or we have to go out for the whatever kind of entertainment we have. This has to be a part of their life, and then it comes naturally to them, so that they don't feel that they are having a kind of loss in their pockets and watching something which is like not affordable, or which is not to the mark or value for money what they have paid for. So that has to become a part of their life and become a habit of paying, that, okay, we are not being charged for this much. We are charging only 1 rupee per day. Like, I mean, you cannot charge anything less than that. So.
True. Namita, do we have space? I can't hear you.
Mute.
Namita, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
I can't hear you.
So this is the magic of virtual conversation that we all are having. So thank you all for sharing your bit of information and sharing your knowledge and insightful thoughts with us. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks,
Great
Mira.
having you.
Thanks for joining. Thank you.
Out of our thank you. Okay, so now is the time to start once again with our conversation with our eminent speakers onto the next panel. Why a stronger technology game plan matters in OTT. Now see, tech-led innovations in entertainment came in handy during the COVID-19 pandemic as numerous app developers and content platforms used their reach to disseminate important information. OTT players are experimenting with various forms of in-app interactive activities such as contests or games that can be parallelly played while watching the video content as well. To put more light on how technology is playing an important role in creating and engaging experiences for the viewers, we have experts from their respective fields with us. So I would like to invite, first of all, Mr. Alok Majumdar, who is the Vice President Technology, Hoichoi. Welcome. We have Mr. Richard Dowling, Senior Vice President of Consulting, Think Analytics. We would like to welcome Mr. Sid Mantri, Senior Vice President, Chief Product Officer, MX Player. Mr. Vineet Mehta is also with us in the conversation from Winbit. To help us in moderating over the session, we have been joined by Ms. Shanta Saikia, Editor-in-Chief at Gali. Over to you, Shanta.
Thank you, Namita. Welcome our esteemed panelists. Good afternoon, friends. Whenever the discussion turns towards technology, most people usually brace themselves for a complex world of jargons, algorithms, analytics, and so on. Well, this panel intends to de-jargonize and demystify the role of technology in the OTT ecosystem. While the consumer is king and content the superstar, technology tends to get relegated to being a character artist working unobtrusively in the background. It is only when there is a glitch, like the 6 to 7 hour long global outage we recently saw suffered by Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, that the spotlight turns to technology and what it can do to save the day. With a growing competition, the need to create differentiation, and a demanding consumer base, time has now come for OTT players to have a stronger technology game plan. And as OTT delves deeper into tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and the smaller markets, the tech challenges will only increase. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to have a panel of tech experts and analysts here with us today who will be able to reveal the newer aspects of technology in the OTT ecosystem. First of all, we'd like to know how exactly is technology fueling the growth for OTT. We are seeing the growing adoption of connected TVs, Fire Sticks, and then there is the upcoming 5G tech. We need to also take a look at how OTT players can benefit from cloud computing, media streaming infrastructure, hyper-personalization techniques, video compression technologies, and so on and so forth. I know that's a mouthful over there. So Sid, why don't you first, take it up first, and we would want you to dwell a bit upon how video compression technologies at MX Player is helping it take the game forward, how it has developed these technologies, and along with it, also how technology is fueling the growth for the overall OTT platforms. Over to you, Sid.
Hey, thanks, Shanta, and it's great to be here. Thanks for inviting me. So, I'm going to contextualize my response to this question to a very unique environment in India where majority of the OTT consumption still happens on a mobile device. The big television platforms, the Fire Sticks and the Chromecasts of the world, while they're picking up very aggressively, but for all practical considerations, consumption happens on mobile devices. And especially when you go into the breadth and depth of OTT consumption in a market like India, it's fascinating. The cheapest data in the world, about 500 to 600 million mobile internet connected users. Now, despite the fact that data is cheap and it's not very expensive, there is still a reasonably large number of users who effectively live on a day-to-day ration of data. Like they have a data cap, they get like 2 gigabytes per day. And these, we've done a lot of research, on these users, and they actually have a mental mapping and calculation of, I'm going to spend, 200 MB on WhatsApp, and I'm going to spend like, another 600 MB somewhere else. So they ration it. And so we've always focused on, at MX Player, we pride ourselves on being a massy OTT platform. We're proud of the fact that we have more than 150, 160 million monthly active users consuming OTT content on the platform. And so, we want to democratize access to premium entertainment content to each and every one of these 500, 600 million users in India who have access to a mobile device, have access to data, but are parched for quality entertainment. Because India is a single television household, which means whoever has, no pun intended, control of the remote control, rest of the family's got to watch whatever that person's watching. So we spend a lot of time and effort on reducing data consumption for our users. We're really proud of the fact that we're the first and so far the only OTT in the world who's deployed H.266, which is arguably the most advanced compression standard for video encoding. And by any benchmark, by any comparison, the same content, same bitrate, same resolution, same quality, we are at least 50% of what any of our competitors can benchmark us against. So effectively, that means for the same data, our customers can consume twice the amount of content than they would otherwise on any other platform. We also have, over the last few years, invested in artificial intelligence tech that is able to determine the most important object in a frame. So, for example, if this was being rendered on MX Player on OTT, our tech would automatically determine, I'm the most important person in this frame, and it would just drop the resolution in the background of the chair or the wardrobe out there. And that's why I blurred my background, because we kind of do that automatically, but not to this extent. Wherein a human eye, perceptible eye, will not really know that we're doing that. And it just cuts down even further on the data we consume. And so when it comes to data compression in a market like India, which is highly data sensitive, our ability to operate at extremely low requirements of data from both consumption point of view as well as real-time requirements point of view, it means that we're able to deliver a quality of service to customers independent of whether the data network is unstable, whether it goes up and down, bandwidth is flaky, because the requirement is so small, even a small pipe will do for us. And that has yielded rich dividends when it comes to being able to reach the breadth and depth of the country.
Right. So you spoke about the H.266 technology that you introduced. So just to give a general idea, how expensive is it to develop such kind of technology? Is it skyrocketing prices?
So we've always been at the forefront of embracing the most advanced codec standards in the world. Most of the world, or a lot of the world is still stuck on H.264, which is about 2 generations or maybe 2.5 generations behind. We were amongst the first ones to adopt H.265, which I think has seen a reasonable amount of adoption. Now it's reasonably widespread, it's commoditized. We were amongst the first ones to deploy something called as AV1, which was one step further from H.265, and then with the world's first and only platform to have H.266. I think it just goes back to the core DNA of MX Player as an organization. We're a tech organization in the business of media and entertainment. We run a casual gaming service. We run music streaming with our sister concerns, Gaana.com. We run India's biggest short format video service. And so, having a technology DNA right from the outset, and then, getting into different kinds of media with our mission is to be an all-in-one, one-stop shop entertainment super app for Indian customers. I think having that technology DNA is what gives us the edge. It is really complex. It's very complicated. It takes a sizable amount of engineering pedigree as well as effort. And that's why we've been able to always be at the cutting edge of being able to do whether it was AV1 or H.266. And also we prepare for the future, and we're willing to invest and bet on the future. As of today, H.266 does not have support for hardware decoding. The mobile devices and the chipsets out there, they're not going to be able to do this decoding in hardware, which means you end up consuming software cycles. And so we're really smart about which devices we think are capable of handling that kind of compute load. And so we target the appropriate codec to appropriate devices. So it's a very, if someone's consuming on an extremely low-end device, then we'll stick to H.265 or AV1, depending on what that device can handle. But the point is, we're maybe at best a couple of years away from, 1 to 2 years away from having prevalent hardware decoding support. And so just having that DNA where we're willing to bet on the future and be right at the forefront of investing in tech that we know over the longer term is going to pay dividends. That is how we operate, and I think you need that mindset. I think it's very difficult for media companies who are doing technology or using technology as a means of distribution. It's relatively difficult for them to do this.
Right. Richard, You work with TV and media industry players. You advise them on personalizing the viewing experience for their customers. Could you give us an idea about how technology is helping OTT players enhance consumer experience from a global perspective?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, so Think Analytics, who I work for, sort of comes at this from a different kind of perspective. So we're a software company supplying, primarily supplying software to OTT players, MVPs, cable, satellite, those sorts of players throughout the world. And there's over 85 different operators that use our solution globally. And we're sort of coming at it from a very different perspective. So we're sort of become heart of the viewing experience. So it's about helping viewers, help customers find content that they want. And they want and that they would enjoy. And it's about engaging the viewer in the content that they like, helping them find it. And as catalogs get bigger and bigger, it becomes more and more important. So the traditional view of this, if there is in this industry anything that's traditional, would be perhaps a single content rail, a content line that would appear across the screen, and that would be recommended for you or something like that. And if it's done well, that just by itself can be very very efficient and very good way of getting customers to find the content that they enjoy. But what we're finding is that it's growing much more than that, and particularly with OTT players. So cable companies in the past would be stuck with 1 or 2 or 3 year change cycles to change the box and the software on and all the back end infrastructure, whereas OTT players are much more nimble, much more agile, and that really plays into our hands to be able to start to customize and change the whole of the user experience. So it can go from a single line through to the entire home screen being personalized to the user's choices. And whether that's things like personal recommendations, where it's learning from what you've viewed and using that to apply changes and come up with content that you might enjoy, or whether it's things like where it's predicting what you normally watch at this time of day, so perhaps a different view of it, or whether it's acting more of a reminder service of continue watching or don't miss the next episode. And that then carries through to identifying, like, because you watch this show, you might like these similar sorts of shows. So that's kind of where we come in to the technology thing. And it's about, if you like, first of all, attracting viewers to the service. So in the first, an OTT service, you might get a free trial for a day or a week or something like that. Attract people coming in, so make sure that what they see is relevant and attractive and really applies to those people. And that also it reacts very quickly in real time. So as you start watching it, or whether you tell the service what your tastes are, that immediately it's saying, oh, in that case, we didn't realize that we didn't realize you spoke Tamil. Right, here's a line of Tamil for you, or here's a line of English stuff, or Gujarati, or whatever it might be. And that's relatively simple personalization to do. But then within those languages, and here's the particular shows that you might like within that language base, for example. So it's that kind of thing that we're trying to do, and it's engaging the viewer. And by engaging the viewer, they want to watch more because they can find more. It's just a normal human reaction of, oh, I didn't know you had that, so I'll watch it. And that then has the business consequence of they're more likely to come back and less likely to leave. So more likely to come back, very important if it's a advertising funded service, and more likely to stay if you're a subscriber based service. So that's kind of the rationale for what we do and how our technology starts to help OTT players.
Right. Thank you, Richard. Alok, now moving on to you. As an OTT player making deep inroads into the regional markets, what has been Hoichoi's technology game plan? How has technology helped you achieve scale?
Yeah, so which is a Bengali OTT platform, right? Now, if you see the Bengali is like one of the largest speaking language globally, right? And I think it's the fourth largest speaking language, and we have Bengali diaspora like spread it across the world. So one of the like largest Bengali OTT, right? We don't usually treat ourselves as regional, right? So because like we entertain Bengalis globally, right? So and that like makes us more responsible, right? And it makes our job a bit challenging. And obviously the technology plays a major role, right? Because if you see the OTT distribution model, right, the content is always is the key. It always be, right? But the factor is the how we're delivering it, right? And that makes OTT different from traditional delivery methods, right? And that makes OTT more popular. Now, by design, the OTT is a technology, right? Where we're able to provide the content to the user on their probably smartphone or on a smart TV and another set-top box and everything. So we invest a lot on technology, as Sid was saying, right? Encoding, right, and the data consumption point of view, right? How we can increase the user engagement, right? Communications, how we can inform people that what's new to watch, right? And whenever they are trying to watch something on our platform or any connected devices, right? We try to put a seamless experience where user experience is always supersedes everything else, right? Because if because people have choices, right? And if they don't have a proper personalized and better user experience, that differs, force people to probably uninstall the app, right? Because in India we have seen that people are pretty bit selective about what app they will keep in their phone, right? Because they have different challenges, right? Like storage, and everything. So so as a major OTT player, we have a different segment in terms of technological plan and the roadmap. So but entirely like circles around the user experience.
Right. So when you say user experience, a large part of it also depends on how easy it is to navigate through the app and how quickly the whatever that the consumer is looking for is easily discoverable. So how do
Yeah,
you
true.
ensure that?
So a lot of things are like I mean there are different approaches here, right? One is like one approach is to keep it very simple, right? So that people can find whatever they want to watch, right? Bringing all the all the important shows and videos, so that they can find it very quickly. So the navigations and the user interface of the app, right? Which is we usually like keep doing a lot of A/B testing, right? Try different navigation approaches, and we see that which one works better for the user, right? Usually, and again, all these are part of the like a technology, right? When we do A/B testing, track the user behavior, what exactly they are doing on the app or on our site, right? And then put it to some methodological like a analysis, so that we can decide that okay, this navigation should be there for a particular set of users probably, or probably for a particular region, right?
Right. Okay. Thanks, Alok. Vineet, now moving on to you. Among the various offerings, WinVid also helps publishers and OTT platform owners leverage the best technology solutions. How exactly do you see this working out for your clients? And overall, how do you see technology fueling the growth for OTT platforms? Along with this, Vineet, we'd also like you to touch upon the biggest tech challenges in the OTT space today.
Yeah, thanks, Shanta, for that question, and thank you for Bijoya for getting me on this panel. So I think today more than ever before, it was always the cloud that the OTT folks focused on, but I think the focus is always and even more on the cloud today. It has made all our lives easier. Technology costs are much more manageable. It was probably 4 or 5 years ago. And go-to-market times are weeks versus months, right? So it is in many ways the golden age of technology disruption powered by the cloud. So, powered by cloud, AI, machine learning, blockchain, and a device explosion. which has led to fantastic choices available for content owners as well as consumers of content. So, with today's tech options and video cloud platform providers, content owners can launch across 10 plus devices, offering the best payment options in a matter of weeks. Spinning up or down a live channel takes minutes, no hardware maintenance or no hardware is required at all. So we've come a long way today, right? And obviously the COVID pandemic has intensified their effort towards investing in tech, in good tech. Add to all this the power of machine learning and AI. You can help reduce the video size, enhance video quality at lower bandwidths, auto subtitling, auto translation, much quicker recommendation and personalization engines. And we really have a perfect storm of all these technologies, which has coincidentally only intensified during the last 12 to 18 months. So in addition, another valuable use case for OTT tech, especially in today's world of burgeoning traffic, is for architects to build. I think Sid alluded to this when he spoke, but is for tech architects to build intelligent video delivery mechanisms whereby, basis the geography or existing traffic patterns and bandwidth availability, the systems will actually pick the appropriate CDN to deliver the video. And I think the panelists spoke earlier about CTVs or connected televisions. I think that area is growing really fast. That segment, talking to a lot of my customers who are OTT platforms themselves, that segment is a definite interest area where advertisers, content owners, as well as platforms are focusing on. And even though India remains a mobile first market, so we have this conundrum now of focusing on multiple devices. You have not only one platform, but say 7 or 8 to consider. So those are some of the considerations that the OTT platform owners have. I think today more than ever before, as mentioned earlier, going to market quickly is one of the biggest factors that people consider, right? So you have the likes of MX Player and Hoichoi, who are much more mature, even engineering teams, but smaller outfits or smaller content houses who are considering OTT platform or OTT time to market. For them also, it becomes much easier to make that decision.
Right. Thanks, Vineet. Now, moving on to the next question. We've seen, while the conversation has been on the tremendous growth story of OTT, according to you, how can OTT be used to make this growth more sustainable and also avoiding a subscriber churn in the long run? Along with this, how also it can be used to provide a great customer experience on the platform? Vineet, would you like to start with this?
Yeah, sure, man. Sure. I mean, we've seen today that OTT customers, for the most part, do not have any platform loyalty, right? It's about the content for the most part. So the number one consideration for OTT platforms is to avoid churn, is to keep adding fresh content relatively quickly. The frequency of updates has to be relatively fast because you are competing with a bunch of others. At last count, there were 60 plus OTT providers in India alone. So, you keep adding fresh content, which is also relevant and also meets the tastes of the user. So understanding your user and what kind of preferences they have is critical. So I think, churn is the most dreaded word for content and OTT platform owners today. However, with advancements in tech, it is possible to run AI models to predict churn for specific cohort of users and then accordingly engage them or offer them time-sensitive incentives or upgrades or offers that can minimize the churn impact, right? So these predictive models use analytics to determine the churn threat of a viewer. Understanding where a viewer is in the churn model can help services draw them back in by way of engagement campaigns. Churn analytics are very important because they help services understand their audience more. If a viewer is going to leave the service or if the viewer is engaged with the platform. And, so understanding all those mechanisms are today available through churn analytics as well as advanced subscription management tools.
Right. Could you elaborate very briefly on these tools that you just mentioned? Very briefly.
Yeah, so, for example, Richard's company, I mean, the company that he works at, Think Analytics is one of those options. There's another partner company of ours called Evergent. which runs subscription management systems. They have payment solutions as well as churn management tools built in, where they actually keep track of user data and how the user is engaging with the content, how frequently the user is engaging with the content, what pieces of content the user is engaging with. So they build personas of the users and then accordingly send alerts if they find out that in the churn model they're about to actually exit, which is obviously great intelligence for the content owner because they get a bird's eye view of what's happening in terms of the engagement of the platform.
Right. So, Richard, I guess you would be the best person to, probably elaborate on it a bit as to how you provide this churn management intelligence to your clients, and especially from a global perspective.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you very much, Vinny, for the name check. Yeah, so when we founded the company, I don't know, 21 years ago, our primary focus was around AI towards churn. To build churn models and the cohort analysis and those sorts of things. And so it's something that Think Analytics has a long history of being able to work with. Around 15 years ago, we got into content discovery, search and recommendations. And although it seems like it's a different sort of problem space, it's actually addressing the same sort of issue. And for the way that we primarily approach content discovery is to personalize the service. So rather than it being just cohorts of people, which is important when you need to address large groups of people with churn analysis or advertising type analysis, when it comes to giving people a good experience, we found that actual individuals don't necessarily fit nicely into these cohorts. At least there's too much detail and too much nuance within video content for people to fit into that. So our solution builds models that are entirely personal. So the idea is that everything that you watch, we've got a strong understanding of the metadata that goes into the shows, the written descriptions of what that is. And we have teams actually largely based in Pune in India who help augment that data from the point of view and the purpose of doing search, discovery, and recommendations, which is a very different purpose than you can get really off the shelf from anywhere else. So because we have that, we're able to build models and build profiles, individual user profiles for every user on the system, based in terms of the content there. And there could be 35,000 things in 42 languages that make up these profiles and the description of the content. So when we come to it, we're actually saying, well, if we're recommending something for you, we do think it's a very good match just for you, not for people like you or people we think you look like, but based on what you told us, what you've done, your behavior, based on you. And so coming back to, I guess, the question is the impact that would then have on churn is, well, if people are having a good viewer experience, people go to an OTT service to watch video. That's the purpose of going there. And of course, there's lots of great mechanics that we're not involved with in getting good quality video to the device, at the right time and making sure the quality is good. That's absolutely, if that's not there, the kind of you can forget it. But once they are there, they want to watch video that they enjoy, and they want it to be fine, to find that content quickly, and to really have it presenting them, almost to find the content to find them rather than them to find the content. And if that's happening, you come back again and again. So I don't want to take too much time, but just one recent example last week from a client in the UK, so slightly different perspective than I have. So it's a broadcaster with an OTT service that's attached to them. And they were finding their analysis is, and they use our Think Insight product to do their analysis, is that everybody comes to watch the big hitter, like soap opera type show, and they're there every day to watch it. And they watch that one show on the OTT service, and then they're gone. And so the challenge there was, okay, how do we hook them? As soon as they've watched it, they finished watching what they came for, then what's next? And so to start to personalize it, either with similar shows, what others are doing, what's trending, what's personally recommended for them once we're getting a profile for them. That was very much the challenge, to hook them in. And it's an advertising funded service. So the longer you watch, the more adverts are played to you, the better targeted those adverts are, then of course the better the viewer experience. And so it's really moved from, it's still early days, but we're moving from a single piece of content per day to, I think we're at 3 pieces of content per day at the moment. And that's in a short period of time. And we expect that to grow and grow as people then, it becomes habitual to use this OTT service rather than going around to use one of the, in the UK as in India, there are many to choose from. And habitual to come back to this one because this is where the good and interesting content is. And some of the stuff is made yesterday, some of the stuff is made years ago and way back in the archive. And it drags something up and you think, wow, I never thought you'd have that. I thought I needed to go to Netflix or Amazon Prime to watch that sort of content. So that's really how we start to do that. And it's then, of course, using techniques like A/B testing to make sure that the rails that you're producing are the good ones, the accurate ones. And it's not based on a hunch, it's based on data. And to actually use that to kind of reinforce the decisions. But yeah, so that's kind of our approach is to personalize the UI, make the customer happy because of that. They become engaged, they come back. They keep engaging with the service, they're happy to keep coming back with it.
Right, that's interesting. With the content searching the user rather than the user having to,
Indeed.
Search around for the content. Alok, as you grow across, this burgeoning, especially Bengali diaspora across the world. So how is your platform taking steps to avoid the subscriber churn, and how you are going about, providing an even greater user experience to your customer base?
Right. So usually, there's two things, right? One is, to counter this whole churn cycle, right? The one is, the driving content discovery, at the personalization level, right? And target a right user, at the right time with the right content, right? So that's the two, principles that we follow, right? So, we usually, track user behaviors, right? Their preference genre, what they exactly do on our platform across devices, right? And then we try to push the current, the relevant content, right? As Richard was saying that there are a segment of users who usually watch a certain type of content and then they leave the platform, right? And they wait for the next set of the content, right? So usually target those user, right, and with the right content, so that and it's very important to to have a right segmentation of those users, right, so that we can communicate with them in real time, right? Sending push notifications or other communication channels like sending SMSs and all, email and email newsletters and everything. So one part is obviously having a right having a pool of content, right? A continuous infusion of fresh content, so that they don't feel that the content part is stagnated, right? And for which is very important because we are original content creator, right? So we don't aggregate content, right? So it's everything on which is originals made by us, right? And so that's why it's always we have advantage as well, because we exactly know that what kind of content needs to be made, right, to keep those users remain in the platform. And obviously then the second part is right segmentation of the users, with knowing exactly what they're doing, what is their exact behavior, and then help of us up. Certain part of this process obviously is done by machine learning and all, so that we can push those relevant content and communication to them, so that they usually get hooked to the platform.
Right. Sid, subscriber churn is not an issue for MX Player. It's been on a very steep growth trajectory. So what steps is MX Player taking to sustain this growth? How do you hold on to this growth and ensure that you don't reach a plateau anytime soon?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's a question that we evolve our solutions and answers to every day. It's a question we discuss and deliberate every day. So I would say, first of all, like you rightly said, we're primarily an AVOD platform as of today. So it's advertising-led video on demand. And so we think of our customers as subscribers nevertheless. It's just that they don't pay us, cash directly. Although I must say that about, I want to say about 6 weeks, 5 or 6 weeks back, we launched our first SWOD product on MX Player, and it's, shown tremendous promise. So we also have to start grappling with the, subscriber retention from a direct paying users point of view. So I think number one is, like my co-panelists have rightly pointed out, that the trick really is to change the mental model of our customers, wherein they don't think of OTT or they don't think of MX Player as, I want to watch Ashram and hence I'm going to launch MX Player. I'm going to watch that content. Now I want to watch Big Boss. As much as I think that's great success on part of our marketing, that we have high intention customers who are coming in with a very targeted content. But the trick is to convert that high intent and become an all-pervasive go-to destination for entertainment. And so when I have time to kill and I want to get entertained, how does MX Player become what I call as input zero? And traditionally over the years, input zero has always been linear broadcast television, and the exercise that users go through is flipping television channels. And so the moral equivalent of that now is, how do we occupy mind share where we build confidence with the customer that anytime they launch the app, there will be something interesting that is, highly targeted, highly customized for that particular user. And we build that confidence that the user is assured to the point where the mental model shifts and basically becomes, hey, I want to get entertained, so I'm just going to launch MX Player because I know, like, amongst the first 2 or 3 things it recommends, I am bound to like that content and I'm bound to watch it. And so, that holds true whether it is a paid subscription, direct paid subscription, or an advertising or an AVOD model. Occupying that customer mindshare and becoming input zero in their heads is the key. The rest of, the analytics and then finding, your high intention profile, customer running a device which costs more than X rupees, lives in an X, metro city, has a particular demographic, age, gender, etc. Like, look, all of those are relatively simpler problems to solve, and they maximize the probability of transaction. But at the end of the day, what really matters is becoming input zero from a mental model point of view.
Right. Interesting. Now, coming on to real-time engagement, we see this mostly in areas of sports broadcasting. For instance, the live streaming of IPL matches on Disney Hotstar, which have been increasingly drawing eyeballs over the years. And we recently saw Big Boss OTT on Voot and MX Player, and which provided live 24/7 coverage. So do you think real-time engagement can be a feasible and profitable proposition on OTT? What will it take to really make this possible? Will it require a huge investment in technology? How will this entire ecosystem pan out? Alok, would you like to start on this?
Yeah, so this is interesting. So, I mean, this, real-time engagement, and the way we want to, put it, right? It was always there, like as a fan management engagement, in sports, right? We used to say, in television, we used to say like audience participations, right? So, so obviously, the digital delivery of digital platform gives us, more flexibility and liberty to, use these methodologies, right, to engage people. But obviously, as you rightly said, that is more relevant to, live events and sports, right? But for a, typical VOD, OTT kind of environment, right? I think it's too early to, advise, something to, get, most out of it, right? Obviously, there are possibilities where, we can, engage users to have some kind of a real-time, like a gamification kind of a thing, or a real-time feedback, right? But obviously, I think it's more relevant to the particular content, right? I mean, whether sports and real-time shows are there already, it might be as say we are premiering something, right? Exclusive content, right? As a premiere event, or a film is getting premiered digitally. Probably in that kind of a event, maybe get benefited out of this, or something can be done around that. But in a regular, kind of a VOD kind of a, consumption kind of a thing, I think it's a bit too early, and probably the current scope is very limited.
Right. Live, interactive, immersive. That is what Gaurav Rakshit mentioned in his keynote address earlier in the day. So, Sid, do you think OTT content can be made live, interactive, immersive? Will we see OTT players innovating and experimenting with it in the times to come?
Yeah, Shanta, I think this is one of my pet topics, because we've actually already kind of walked that talk. Probably the only OTT platform in India who has done 2 short films that are interactive. They don't have to be live. I think interaction and live are completely mutually exclusive, and it just goes back to OTT has democratized freedom to choose. When can I watch? Because I'm not like bound to a particular schedule. It has made content become personalized, because the content I watch is different from the content my wife watches, and we have different profiles on the OTT apps we use, and our tastes are different, our recommendations are different. But funnily enough, despite of all of that progress, despite of all the machine learning and artificial intelligence tech we have, the story is still linear. When I watch Ashram, and when you watch Ashram, and when Vineet watches Ashram, and when Alok watches Ashram, we're not watching the exact same story, but we're completely different people. And I think the holy grail when it comes to interactivity, if you leave aside the live sports, because there's a lot you can do over there, because there's a community, there is social element, there is fantasy sports, but just with core OTT video streaming content, the technology has made it possible for us to customize and personalize even stories. And storytelling doesn't have to be the same, because Alok is likely going to, want or is going to be thrilled with a completely different fork or climax than I will, because we're completely different human beings. And I think we're still only scratching the surface of being able to real-time customize and make content interactive, as well as make these stories become non-linear and adapt to each user's taste and preferences. And so, like I said, we've done 2 interactive videos. They've won lots of awards. We're super proud of that. And I think we'll start seeing more and more of that, especially from OTT services that are really at the bleeding cutting edge of trying to reinvent the art of storytelling, which has more or less remained the same. The format and the distribution has changed.
Right. Vineet, what is your take on it? I mean, any solutions or technology solutions that you think is possible to achieve this?
Yeah, I concur with Sid, right? I mean, the tech part is relatively easier to solve once you have the right idea and strategy in mind. And that obviously depends on the kind of content. So the genre of content is important. As Sid rightly mentioned, from a live sports point of view, I mean, we worked in my earlier role at Brightco, we worked very closely with FanCode and Dream 11. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with live sports in terms of, real-time scorecards, community live chats, commerce options. For example, the jersey of the player who just scored a dunk or hit a 6 can pop up at that same time as that shot happens, right? So those kind of things are in the realm of possibility today. These things are definitely going to come to this part of the world sooner rather than later in terms of live content. In terms of VOD, as the panelists mentioned, Alok and Sid, that basically in terms of VOD, you had the Netflix Bandersnatch kind of experiences that people are trying to experiment with. Netflix still has shows. I was watching a show the other day on a kids show on animals where the kids could select the storyline. So they're trying to target younger and younger audiences to have the innovation also in place. So the tech is definitely there. We are personally aware of such tech companies who are also, offering this as a product where no development is required, and these are plug and play platforms that are there to be had if the need arises. So the answer is yes. I mean, the other thing to add is that, there was a whole conversation that people had about second screen engagement for live events, and so for example, you have KBC or Big Boss. Big Boss is doing it with Voot and MX. But second screen engagement has been tried, used successfully in terms of, but one thing to add is you do need for second screen, you do need a strong social media community during live events or breaking news. So it all depends on how the content genre plays out, and also from a UX point of view, how intrusive it is or not, right? So it has to be thought out very carefully in terms of the user experience.
That's important to note here. Richard, globally, what are your observations on OTT platforms adopting real-time engagement with their content strategy? What are the challenges and opportunities that you see here?
Yeah, I've probably got a slightly different take on this to perhaps the other panelists. In that, in terms of content discovery, often these flagship events, whether it's a soap opera or a popular drama, or to use my favorite example that I talk about in any particular context, a cricket match, those things people know about already. They know when they're going to be on. They often know where to find them, and they will watch them regardless of what a content discovery platform says. They might use the search just to identify the channel or something like that, but that's it for those things. You don't need to recommend the fact that there's a test match against England India coming up next year now, but anyway, the last ones. Right. But where the issue comes is, what do you do at the end of the game? So whether it's a cricket match, football match, a big event that lots of people have tuned into, maybe simultaneously to do that. Okay, now that's finished or it's coming to the end. What do people do? Oh, we just switch off now, go and do something else. Well, hang on, you've missed a massive opportunity. That's the time to grab the customers and get them into something else. And is it things that are related directly to the sport that they're watching? If that's the case, maybe so. Or is it, well, you're on the platform, we know a little bit about you, why don't you go off and watch these sorts of things, go down this sort of avenue of content consumption, because that might be the only time those people are actually there. That the only reason they're looking at that particular provider is in order to watch the game. So that's the kind of opportunity, and for us, it becomes key, and to be able to do that, some of the panelists have already touched on this. The scale that the cloud gives us, particularly AWS, is really, really important. Our system is real time and always has been. And one of the best countries in the world for this has been India, in that when you're talking real time and scale, you're talking real time and scale. You're not talking a few million people, you're talking tens of millions of people. And that's really fabulous, because that's something our technology really works with. And the auto scaling and AI-based anticipation of scaling that we're able to use with AWS really helps us apply our technology to that, so that there is always the option. People do then have the option, what do you do next? Because the recommendations are suggesting that, and it's able to keep up with the real-time aspects of it.
Right.
Shanta ma'am, I'm sorry, but we are running late, so can we consider that as the last question?
Yeah. So, I guess, we have a lot of actually interesting more discussions lined up. Unfortunately, we have run short of time. So Richard, Alok, Sid, Vineet, thank you so much for your insights. We'll definitely carry on this conversation forward, maybe in form of some stories or feature reports, or in another forum. But thank you. That's a lot of information and insight over there that we can mull over in the coming days. And there's a lot to look forward to. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Namita?
Even my sincere thanks to Mr. Alok, Mr. Sid, Mr. Vinit, and Mr. Richard for your enriching talk and wonderful conversation with Miss Shanta. Shanta ma'am, thank you so much for moderating the session so wonderfully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Namita. Over to you. Thanks.
Now let's move on to our next talk, which is the need of the hour with our prominent experts on plugging the leaks, giving more teeth to anti-piracy fights. Now, we all know that the shift of organized content from theaters to OTT platforms with the advent of new technologies has also increased digital piracy, as these platforms don't come for free. So, to combat, or we can say to talk on the solutions to combat digital piracy, we have with us our esteemed panel of panelists. Yes, we have with us our speakers. We would like to welcome Ms. Anamika Jha, who is the founder, attorney for creators. Welcome, ma'am. Along with her, we have Mr. Anil Lale, General Counsel, Viacom 18. Very warm welcome to you. Ms. Tanu Banerjee, Partner, Khaitan and Company. Welcome, Tanuji. Mr. Vishnu Mohan Rathinam, Partner, Remfry and Sagar, is with us right now. We would like to welcome you, sir. And to conduct this session, we have Ms. Azmeen Kasad, Advocate and Professor of Law with us. Azmeen, very warm welcome to you, and I would kindly request you to proceed with the discussion.
Thank you so much, Namita. So at the very outset, good afternoon to everyone and a very warm welcome to our esteemed panelists. Content piracy, whether for songs, movies, art, or even newspaper downloads, has been a challenge since decades. But last year, since the time that the lockdown has happened and theaters were shut down, consumers and film producers have increasingly resorted to releasing their films on the OTT platforms and pay-per-view sites. Now, this has led to, obviously, while great content has been released on these sites and on the OTT platforms, this has led to an increase like never before on content piracy. So we have with us today a slew of eminent legal professionals, both those who practice in-house in companies and those who are professionals with their law firms. My first question is to you, Anil. In your experience, are the Indian laws adequate to prevent and deal with the privacy issue that you have experienced by content creators?
Thank you, Asmin, for the question, and thank you, Advili, for bringing into focus such an important issue as far as the creative economy is concerned. Why I say that it's very important is because the content piracy, as we see today, is basically become a parallel economy to the actual creative economy that we see through OTT platforms, broadcast, television, and all those things. When we come to the question of whether the laws are adequate, all of us know that we have the Copyright Act of 1957, which deals with infringement of works. It makes the distribution of infringing works of copyright illegal and punishable. But is this adequate when it comes to piracy? Well, I mean, this was adequate when it was dealing with, the Copyright Act was only dealing with physical means of piracy like DVD sales and cable piracy and all those things, because all the perpetrators of this kind of piracy was within the limits of the jurisdiction of the laws in India. Today, with the increase in bandwidth and proliferation of internet into the masses, and moreover, the compression technologies have become so advanced that even through social media messaging platforms like WhatsApp and Telegram, a whole movie can be shared between people. So the kind of piracy that we are talking about has clearly outpaced the development in law as we see today. Digital platforms actually is in. I was reading in one of the reports that digital platforms, like all the OTT platforms that we see today, is losing more than 30% of their revenues to piracy. There are, when we talk about piracy online, it is not just about downloading content through using BitTorrent or something like that. That time is passé, actually. Right now, we are looking at super aggregator piracy apps like Folk TV and Oreo TV, which aggregate content from all platforms, like, let's say, Woot, which is owned by Viacom, or Hotstar, Netflix, everything is available through just one pirated app, and they are just giving it away for free. So this kind of piracy has created a parallel economy without any investments. As India, another KPMG report I was reading was saying that India is moving toward a billion screen in 2028, and the level of piracy is expected to increase significantly. If the law is not fast enough to keep up with it, it is going to destroy this economy or actually dilute it to a great extent. The last amendment to the Copyright Act, also if you see, was in 2012, where Section 65A and 65B was brought in, basically to combat digital piracy. That those were small steps that were taken, which basically says that circumvention of any technological measures applied to protect the rights and removal of rights management system is illegal and is punishable. But however, this, in my view, is a long way even for denting online piracy as we see today. First thing that we need to understand is that what we see as online piracy today is not infringement, just infringement. It is infringement, but it's not just infringement. Piracy is the business of infringement, and the website and apps which predominantly peddles pirated content is what is creating the creative economy today. Further, piracy is only the tip of the iceberg. If you look at piracy as just one crime, it is actually the tip of the iceberg, because it obviously it also finances other illegal activities and organized crimes, and also stealing of private information. Because whenever you download an app which provides pirated content and all, it actually is also stealing private information about the people who's accessing it, and all the information on their devices as well. These pirates have no face, no territorial boundaries. And while our laws and enforcement mechanism is bound by jurisdictional boundaries, and some of the pirates who are outside India and is providing content into India, we do not have our law does not have the reach to bring them before the law as well. And there are certain things that we have, like as the creative industry, Viacom 18 and other broadcasters and other companies have actually partnered with law enforcement and created cells like MCDC, which is the Maharashtra Cyber Digital Crime Unit, to fight piracy. And we have been able to bring some of them to justice who are operating from within India, like the CEO of Top TV and Ooredoo TV, who was arrested 4 months back in a joint operation where we were providing the information to MCDC, and MCDC made the arrest, and he's still in judicial custody right now. But what happens to those who operate from outside India and making available pirate services in India is the main issue that we are trying to tackle. Right now, for those kind of services, we cannot shut them down because they are not within within jurisdiction of India. And the only thing that we can do is approach court for John Doe orders or dynamic injunctions, directing ISPs to block the pirated online content. But it is like the game of whack-the-mole, where you just take down one link of pirated content, the same content comes up in another link. So it is becoming a vicious cycle. That's what's happening, and people sitting in foreign jurisdictions is just out of our reach. And even if you go into those countries and try to take action, the cost is so prohibitive that even corporates shy away from doing something like that. So serious issues and some immediate steps need to be brought in to address these problems. That is my view on this one.
Thank you for bringing that out so succinctly, Anil. When Radhe was released on the OTT platform, and within hours of its release, it was available on several other content provider sites, and even it was being actually shared by end users or fans by via Telegram and WhatsApp and other such means. Salman Khan actually took to Twitter to warn his fans not to engage in piracy. So let's hear this. Let's hear the response to my next question from a legal practitioner. Tanu, this question is to you. What are the legal recourses that are actually available to content providers or to content creators whose content becomes the subject of piracy, on different digital platforms? First in India, let's just deal with the Indian territory to start with. So how are they supposed to protect, or what are their recourses that they have once they find that their content, which is actually their revenue stream, is now freely available on other content and other digital platforms, what is their recourse according to you? How can they be? How should they reach out?
Thanks, Azmeen, and thanks the AdGully team for having me here. I think Anil has really sort of broadly at least covered and sort of drawn the background here. But just, I think maybe from a practitioner's perspective, more specifically getting into the legalities of it. Look, when we talk of content, we talk of copyright, basically, which is the statutory protection for content, which is an intellectual property, right, or an intangible asset in that sense. And when we talk of piracy, just comparable to any real property, it's basically like theft of property, right, and theft of an intangible asset. And because it's akin to theft, our remedies under the framework are also sort of aligned to that. In terms of specific legal recourses, what is available today is under our Copyright Act. You have both civil and criminal remedies. A criminal remedy, again, because it's akin to a theft, it's considered as a cognizable offense, which means it's a non-bailable offense. And an offender could perhaps be imprisoned for up to 3 years, which is all in the statute. In terms of process, how do you initiate a criminal action? You file an FIR. The FIR forms the basis of an investigation, and then investigation then sort of leads to a charge sheet, which leads to a criminal proceeding before a magistrate or a court. On the civil side of things, you can file for a suit for damages and couple it by seeking an injunctive relief, which is an in sort of interim and immediate relief. In more simpler terms, an injunction is basically an order from the court which sort of prevents a certain action or a certain activity, and in this case targeted to piracy. Now, over the years, like Anil was very rightly saying, practically what in the digital world specifically, what started happening is people who are pirating and these infringers, and technology is advancing. So everyone's innovating ways to pirate as well. What happens is that it's like a chain reaction. One infringer takes out a copy from somewhere, and then it suddenly it's like a chain. It suddenly starts getting shared across different platforms, and nobody can really identify who is the initiator of this. Right? Similarly, there will be one website where a certain pirated copy or unauthorized copy of a content is available. And the minute you enforce an injunction against that particular URL or a website, immediately after that, there will be another website hosting the same content. So what courts have done over the years, I think, is specifically in piracy or infringement actions, 2 different types of injunctions are being sought these days, and courts have been fairly liberal in granting those as well. One is called a John Doe order. It's simply sort of saying you can ask for an injunction against an unknown person, right? Because in the online world, you really don't know the identity of a person. You may be able to identify, let's say, a few websites, but you may not be able to identify all. So a John Doe order is, specifically then in that sense, operates against people who you have been able to identify and automatically against people who you haven't been able to identify. The injunction from a court's perspective as an order is operating against, everyone. It's up to you then, how you identify specific people and then, serve them a copy of the order and then enforce the injunction. So that's one part of it. The other bit, which I think Anil also mentioned, was a dynamic injunction. Simply said, dynamic injunction again is similar to a John Doe order, except that in a John Doe order, you sort of identify a specific entity. And so your injunction operates against a specific entity, whereas in a dynamic injunction, it operates against different URLs and different websites. So basically, you have an injunction against one website that is hosting unauthorized content, and then immediately there will be a mirror website. So when you get a dynamic injunction, your injunction is sort of operating against not just the original website, but also against mirror websites. I think these are all, what is available under the statutes today, the sort of remedies that people can seek. We have a fairly large team, sort of does this day in and day out. But I think piracy is a larger menace today. And like Anil is rightly saying, and I'm sure my co-panelists, Vishnu and Amita, they'll also agree, it's a larger menace which sort of needs a more collective thought and action, which needs to sort of be beyond our legal processes and legal statutes. That's my take. But to sum it up, those are the broader remedies under our statutes today.
Thank you, Tanu. That was so insightful, especially for our guests who may not have a legal background, but who fret and fume whenever they have uploaded any new content which is original, and where they subsequently find that before they can monetize it adequately, it's already uploaded on several other content sharing sites where they have no control over. So this has been extremely helpful insofar as the Indian territory is concerned. My next question goes a little further beyond India, and I am going to invite Anamika to answer that. So what happens, because the internet is the World Wide Web, right? So nobody has any control over where you can find your content ultimately shared. So from that perspective, if a content creator finds that his or her content is now found beyond Indian sites, on global sites, and let's assume they're even able to find out on which URLs they are available, and they are able to find out that yes, these URLs are subject to international laws, then what is the recourse that such a content creator can have under the laws?
Thank you, Azmin. So yes, actually this piracy, so when we say there should be one law and the law should deal the piracy, it is impossible. It won't happen. So what it requires a collective effort. And when I talk about the collective effort, I am a lawyer of trade union as well. I am the lawyer at Screenwriter Association. So here I will say trade union or collective bargaining organization can play a very good role, because these organizations have a power, lots of members, so they can have a lobby with their counterpart outside India. Okay, so this is one way. For example, in India, you know that this certain pirated website has origin outside India. So for example, any South Asian country or anywhere, then trade union of your country can have talk with the trade union, because they are again facing similar problem. Their law cannot arrest a pirate which is operating from India. So here both of them can coordinate together, so that how can you mitigate the cost of litigation as well? Because when you sit in India and when you are dealing with outside firm or outside lawyers, lots of things you will be missing. But when you take help of your counterpart outside India, of course they will provide you those resources which you need to efficiently tackle this. So this is one approach. Other approach, I came across a very interesting way, which is right now happening and it is evolving, which is voluntarily agreement. For example, I just read that American Motion Picture Association, they have an agreement with several domain name providers. For example, they have an agreement with Donuts, Rediff, and these people. So whenever you come across, you have lots of complaint that this specific domain name is showing lots of pirated content. So in that case, if you have this voluntarily agreement, then those domain name can be suspended, it can be demoted, so that it does not clearly come in the search engine. And as Tanu and Anil, they said that today piracy is not just about just sharing one certain file to your other friends and just watch the film. They are operating as a huge business. For example, there are apps like Picasso or other apps where when you open that, lots of advertisement you will see, and this advertisement is not just Indian advertisement. You will see some foreign casino advertisement or some beauty brand advertisement and all, and they generally earn money through these advertisements as well. Again, this voluntarily contract, it helps in that way also. For example, in America, again, the Motion Picture Association, they have contract with advertisement bureau there, which just act as an oversighter, that if your member, if certain people who are associated with your advertisement agency, are they showing their advertisement on this illegitimate business sites? So if that is the same, what action can be taken? How you should not put money to those pirated, because they are earning without any investment. They are just like they're selling narcotic drug, and that too very openly. So this way also you can dismantle their business and slow down. Of course, it requires a lot of research. It requires, because right now it is just on the evolving stage. Similarly, in the Australia, their association, they have an contract with search engine Google. So lots of pirated site, if you inform the Google, give them relevant data that these are the pirated site, they may demote them, and once they have demoted, they cannot come easily on the search engine. So these are the ways, the evolving ways through which you just try to, of course it is not an easy battle, it is a very tough battle, and entering into the contract with these giants are not very easy. But then I said that this cannot be done by one company. This can be done by collective effort, associations or lots of companies coming together and talking about it, and developing new technology, for example, blockchain technology, NFT technology. These are also, by if you invest lots in those technology, again, it can carve out a way to find out what are the original sources, whether in India or outside India, because piracy cannot be seen as a territorial activity. It has to be, look from the perspective of global menaces. So all this, through these specific ways, and cooperation and coordination along with the legislation will help you to figure out a way.
Thanks, Anamika. Tanu, would you like to add in or weigh in a little bit more, also over and above collaboration, as Anamika was alluding to, between countries and their trade unions or associations to kind of investigate where the content piracy actually originated from? As a lay consumer or as a lay content creator, or let's say if it is a company which is in India, which has found its content to be pirated on global sites, what is the way out for them, and how do they take recourse under the global laws in that sense?
Sure. Asmin, so okay, in terms of concepts, specific legal concepts, what is piracy, what is infringement, what are the remedies? The remedies are perhaps, different, let's say, sections and different provisions under different legislations. But at the end of the day, all common law jurisdictions largely operate on similar legal principles. Mostly all of our copyright laws and associated laws in terms of remedies, they all are subsets of treaties and conventions across countries. So in that sense, they all follow a similar system and a similar concept in terms of remedies as well. I think I do agree with Anamika that a lot of it in terms of just taking action can happen, by associations across different countries collaborating with each other to take action. But I think ultimately your actions are in the form of injunctions only, right, at the moment. So, our laws are a little, as a legal remedy, you will be able to seek injunctive remedies. The other things are, for example, today, content creators and, a lot of these platforms also who host content, they invest a lot in rights management systems also. And I think Anil was also mentioning that earlier. Even in our Copyright Act, we have Section 65A, 65B, which specifically talks about platforms who have sort of implemented technological measures or security measures within their systems to manage and protect copyright. And if you can prove that somebody has really gone ahead and tampered with your systems, with an intent to pirate or infringe, you can take action against them. So I would say that from an international perspective, our laws and concepts are quite aligned in that sense, but it is not piracy. I think like Anamika and Anil are both saying, it's become like a parallel economy, become like a parallel business. There are people who are investing lots of money just creating this parallel business. So it needs effort of that kind at an international and a global level to really cover it.
Okay, thank you. Vishnu, would you like to just sort of put in your 2 bits on this as your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think that Tanu covered the local aspects of enforcement well, and Amita gave some very creative solutions. And my pulse on this is that this requires an out-of-the-box integrative approach of technology and law. And I will try and combine the 4th and 5th questions that you put for all of us. So if we worked with lawyers in the US, in the European Union. We have clients who had issues in these jurisdictions, and then India, of course. So if you look at US as a jurisdiction, we were trying to figure out some statistics for some clients, and we figured out that over 80% of pirated content comes from illegal streaming services. This is a huge number to contend with. Given how developed that jurisdiction is in terms of technology, I'm not talking about enforcement. Howsoever rosy the picture is, it is tough to get injunctive relief and damages, even in the US, because the costs of getting that are prohibitive, as Anil seemed to indicate when he was talking. It is ridiculously prohibitive. The cost of procuring it may outrun the cost, awarded in the end. But the law does have some tooth there. For example, pirated music, can cost you as much as $750 minimum as damages per song. For example, if you were to have peer-to-peer music exchanges, up to $150,000 per song. The Millennium Copyright Act has stronger provisions in this particular respect. Very weirdly, they stopped the Stop Online Piracy Act some time ago, which was introduced in the US Senate. And I'm not sure why that happened, but ultimately, the judicial approach has not seemed to do, or has not seemed to work the wonders that it was supposed to work. Even in Europe, you had the e-commerce directive, just, moving across the pond. And now they have this proposed Digital Services Act, which has a couple of very interesting concepts. One of them is that if there is a company which frequently experiences its content being stolen and being pirated, then it becomes like a trusted flagger and probably gets released under takedown mechanisms quickly under the proposed Digital Services Act. Likewise, I think jurisdictions need to work together to combine lists of, or create lists of repeated infringers as well, so that the action taken is faster at a digital level, not at the judicial enforcement level, but in terms of takedown mechanism, complaints to regulatory authorities, etc. If you just come back to India and you look at what Justice Patel said in his judgments a few years ago when he was talking of John Doe orders and injunctions, he seemed to tell content creators that you need to come up with something more than just apprehensions on which websites are carrying illegal content. He wanted evidence which showed that certain websites did carry specific infringing material. And even if you wanted an injunction in the future against the same website, a specific content creator had to show that his or her content had been previously carried on this particular network or website. What's ultimately going to happen is that, I think as one of the panelists in the previous discussion said, that technological investments have brought the downtime and the carryover time of broadcast in these OTT platforms from years to weeks potentially. And that's the kind of investment that you need to make to figure out a holistic mechanism where technology can give you quick solutions or at least a very solid database with which to work with. You know who's repeatedly carrying on infringement. It's not the small player. You could think of an aggressive US-like strategy where they went after the end users for some time. They gave it blitzkrieg publicity. So, small people exchanging peer-to-peer content, were fined huge amounts by courts based on complaints filed by content creators, original music creators, etc. And then that sort of deterred or scared other players. I mean, that was one tactic which was followed in the US. But ultimately in India, you've got to have the kind of coordination, and I'm going to totally digress here, the way financial and non-banking financial companies have. It's like you commit one financial default and the income tax office, the Reserve Bank of India, and all banking companies and non-banking financial institutions have a common database, which is how companies like CRISIL derive their data and their analysis from. So ultimately, it's got to be a cohesive kind of effort where someone commits one default, and that name should spread to all organizations who have an interest in ensuring that their content doesn't get pirated and carried over on pirated networks by the same party. You have to engage with TRAI and domain name registrars. As Anamika, I think, alluded to coordination between the Motion Picture Association and DNRs in the US. Domain name registrars can play a very vital role in giving clear information on who the registrant is. And like it or not, it is not an easy job for pirators and infringers to keep registering domains and to keep creating identities which are distinct from what they created earlier. Now, why TRAI? TRAI is very important because ultimately, pirated content leads to about a quarter of the internet bandwidth available today being misused, right? And at the end of the day, it is in TRAI's benefit to ensure that bandwidth is actually shifted or focused on genuine content, which actually means that you have fewer disruptions, you have quicker internet available to end users, to companies, to intermediaries, etc. And at the end of the day, a more pleasant streaming experience, which actually can ensure that, so for example, if you provide TRAI with specific data, they can actually block specific users or specific companies who are known to have infringing material on their websites from using bandwidth. So it's going to be a cohesive effort between telecom companies, TRAI, content providers, platforms, regulatory authorities. Now, when all this cohesion will happen, you will actually have some bit of the infringers weeded away at the outset itself. Many of them tackled with the regulatory compliance mechanism, and ultimately really serious ones being taken to court.
Thank you, Vishnu.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt in between, but we are running late. So can we consider that the last question?
Okay, sure.
Azmeen?
Sure.
Thank you so much for all your efforts, your knowledge that you have shared with us. And I think this one issue needs immediate attention. I think you all agree to it. So thank you so much, all of you, for your wholehearted participation in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Now we'll move forward to our last set of discussion, which is on creating differentiation, avoiding the pitfalls of monotony. Now, there have been talks about availability of dark, adult, and predictable content on OTT platforms by many people of late. So to break this monotony, or I can say to break this image and bring product differentiation by OTT platforms is becoming really necessary. Let's see what our prominent speakers have to say about such issues. So I'm profoundly elated to welcome Ms. Divya Dikshit, who is the Senior Vice President, Marketing and Revenue, All Balaji. Welcome, ma'am. We have with us Mr. Jay Lala, Chief Executive Officer, Zenith India. Welcome to you, sir. Mr. Karan Taurani is also with us, SVP Research Analyst, Elara Capital. Welcome, sir. Mr. Shailibhadra Shah, Chief Executive Officer, ABC Talkies. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And I would like to request Mr. Neil Pandya, CEO, APAC Pixels One, to moderate this discussion. Over to you, Neil.
Okay. Thank you so much, guys. I think for all our panel, before we are cut towards the end, that we are running short of time and we might have to cut some discussion. We'll try and keep most of the answers crisper so that we can try and cover more ground. So firstly, good evening, listeners. I think thank you, team Ad Gully and Bijoya for inviting all of us. I'm super excited today for a couple of reasons. One, obviously the topic, because this topic is from a marketer's perspective, I think we can speak our heart out. And at the same time, from a consumer's perspective also, we would be really happy to share our content content consumption as a habit for all of us. And secondly, why I'm excited, because of the brilliant panel I have. I think I have who's responsible in the content creation in the panel. So I have Divya and Shaili Bandra from content creators side. I have Jay, who has been veteran into the media industry and has been dealing with multiple clients over the years. And I have Karan, who has brilliant experience into research, and he will highlight a lot of numbers backing for all our discussion. So having all of you here, so firstly, welcome, guys. So in short, I have everyone covered to ensure that we have right discussion happening in the next 45 minutes. So all our listeners, stay glued. I think I am expecting a power pack discussion happening. Guys, I think before I jump one-on-one question to all of you guys, I think I have one icebreaker question for all of you. And it should be like a quick answer and just with a one-liner reason why. So if all of you have to pick between theater, television and OTT, what would be your choice and a one-liner why? Anyone can go. Jai, do you want to go?
Yeah, thanks, Ian. OTT, without any this thing hesitant. I think one of the primary reason is the kind of content it provides. So for me, it's OTT.
Brilliant. Karan?
Yeah, so I think for me, I think the format would be cinema largely because it is very suitable, for the large cinematic scale kind of content. And the surround system, everything put together. The theater experience cannot be replicated at home at all.
Brilliant. Shaili Badra?
I think I will go for two choices. Theater, as Karan said, can't be replicated at home, but the second choice definitely is OTT.
Nice. Do we have Divya here? I can't see it. Is Divya here?
I don't think she's been able to join.
Okay, so okay, on behalf of Divya, I'll answer on my particular choice also. I'm a hardcore OTT guys. I don't think so. I have cable at my home for 6 years now. A little bit biased because when I was a media planner or a media digital guy, I really did not wanted to harass my agency that meri ad kyun nahi dikh rahi hai time pe, because I used to watch particular channels. So I prefer content which is not so advertising skewed. So that having said that, I think we have let me move one-on-one with you guys. I would want to start with content creators first, because now I have got preferences from all of you. What do you like? So it helps me to make my frame of questions very easy. So let me start with Shaili first with you. I hope you don't mind me calling you that. Okay, so let me start with Shaili Badra first about Shaili, I think we all have heard over the years that differentiated content is going to be the need of the hour. This could be, how do we actually create differentiated content? Do we really go and invest into original content and define that as differentiated content? Or I become a curator of content, put it at one side, and I make it differentiated content? Or someone mentioned before the start of the session, adult content and a lot of dark content, which is coming as in differentiated content. Basis your perspective being a content creator, what do you feel is actually a differentiated content?
So, according to me, I think it's a combination of both. So when you look at original, it gives you the leverage to create content that differentiates your targeted audience. And when you say curated content, that helps you build the library based again on your targeted audience. So, both of them are very important, the way you look at it. And the third point that you mentioned, it's a kind of differentiated content, and there have been platforms that have leveraged it very beautifully. And of course, they are facing the music now. So they are evolving, and I think they're going to find ways around how to keep living with it for at least some time to come, because the Indian audience is giving into that kind of content.
Correct. Correct. I think it's a very fair answer, because I think we have seen that type of a content differentiated on television also years back. But there was a time band after 10 p.m. you can show those content and all that things. But with OTT coming in place, it is at the ease of a consumer whenever he wants to watch that. I think Divya is still not there, so I will skip that question from another content creator's perspective. But let me go to Jay. Jay, I think we heard Shaili talking about the differentiation of content. You, in your entire career, I'm sure, would have dealt with hundreds of clients. I was one of them at some point of time from a perspective. And what is your perspective when client think or brands think about content creation? Do they really think that I go to OTT guy and create some original content? Is there a ROI for that? Do he is really stuck again? मुझे तुम्हारे content पे sponsorship logo लगा दो. Is that what helps him? What is brand's perspective? If you can just throw some light.
Sure. See, brands, first of all, Neil, and I think you would agree with me, brands perspective is more about eyeballs. So, we are actually chasing the consumer. Content is a way of doing that. Advertising is a way of doing that, and that's how like basically brands reach out to consumer. Coming closer to content, see, it's again, brands are not in the area of creating content. That's not their area of business. Their area of business is largely into reaching the consumer. So it's more about creating an engagement option. There is something which advertising cannot do, and that is where content steps in. The idea is not to create differentiated content or anything. So brands are not competing with Balajis or anybody of the world. They are trying to reach out to the consumer, and if there is a way where I can communicate better, engage more, is what the content. So it is more brand specific, it is more consumer specific, and that is where the content is created. Yes, if it brings in lots and lots of eyeballs, it's a great probably a huge success. But even if it brings in a fraction of the audience, but that audience which is very important to me, I have communicated my message very well with him or her, and on a consistent basis. So that's the area which I think brands would definitely associate. The second part is what you just said about tagging along. That is more riding on content, which is great, and I like brands would want to associate with that more from a sponsorship perspective, advertising perspective. So that's just a short view in terms of that.
If you allow me just a little bit more on this one only, Jay, how do brands see ROI in creating branded content? I think that's one of the biggest feedback which most of the content creators have, that brand really don't see a lot because it's not measurable. I mean, we need mature brands to get answer of ROI by a lot of other attributions. Basis your experience, how do brands currently see ROI?
So again, there are two schools of thought. There is one school of thought which is looking at brand, looking at what's the value I'm getting out of that, trying to measure whatever I can. So in terms of passive engagement, active engagement, the association with the content, how many spots I'm running, etc. So even during the branded content piece, we break it down and we try and make it more mathematical and move away from the creative side, make it more mathematical, and therefore try and arrive at a number. Is one way of looking at it. I'm not a big advocate of that, but there is a way to do that. The second is obviously the measurement in why have you tried to create content? Why is a brand getting into it? And let's just to give you an example, let's say a brand is getting into a content case where they're saying that I want to say that my shampoo is like, I'm just giving an example, is the cleanest. It does not dry up or anything like that. So you would create content and then you would try and measure that, that because probably advertising has not been able to do that. I need to engage a lot more. So therefore, then the brand and the agency together need to have a proper measurement for that, because why have you created that content? You measure that. So I'm more an advocate of the second part, where you go ahead, but given different sets of clients, different, respect all that, and therefore would work either of the solutions.
Definitely. I think I can relate a lot of things what you said, as I was on the other side for most of my career. And that brings me to someone who's comes with a lot of numbers and a lot of research experience. Karan, this one is for you. I think a lot of us talk back numbers somewhere, but I think you deal in numbers through your entire life. So this one is for you, Karan. Basis your experience, I think all of us have heard that the next growth in content will be within regional content. I mean, regional content. So as per your experience or your research, what is regional content depth? And I mean, there are scale of OTT players, regional OTT players like AHA, Howchai. How are they performing? What, if you can just throw some light on that as well.
Right. So as you rightly said, Neil, that the regional content is the next big thing. If you look at the web series today, almost 40% of new web series productions today are, regional genre in nature. And earlier, back in the days, we had regional content which was looked upon as a content strategy which was ancillary in nature. Like, OTT platforms were not ready to invest heavily into regional content. They had budget constraints. You didn't have a web series on regional which is more than 10, 20 lakhs per episode just for a normal show. But I think now they have gone to a scale wherein OTT platforms are also ready to invest more than 1 crore per episode in the regional genre because they really know what the potential of this market is. Second is that typically this market has been going through a transition at a very slow pace versus Hindi. So if you look at the OTT landscape altogether in terms of the customer transition, it was the English audience which moved first. It is the Hindi audience which is currently moving at a very fast pace. And 2 years down the line, I think regional genre will be the next big thing in terms of customers transitioning from your traditional media to OTT media. So I think, most of the players want to be very well prepared for that. And they've already started investing a big amount of money into content. And that is where things are heading. The second aspect which you mentioned in terms of, the fragmentation, these smaller OTTs which are there right now, Hoichoi, Yaha, which are there, I think they are very promising players. I'm not saying that they can become something as big like an Amazon or something like a Netflix, but definitely they are good in their own niche way. They have a good set of target audience. So something like a Hoichoi drives a good amount of traffic from countries like Bangladesh as well. Even an AHA would have a lot of traffic down South Asia. So I think these are like niche OTT apps which are offering differentiated content. And most of them come from a very strong backing in the form of some of them are a production house, some of them are a TV show making house. So most of them have got a creative expertise, which is there in terms of how the content is made and what exactly the ways in terms of making it. So I think the only problem is that how they reach a certain scale, that is a challenge. So they might, get say about a 50,000, a lakh or 2 lakh customer. But how do they reach that million number of customers? That is a challenge for them. And I think the way ahead for them is that they'll have to tie up with larger players like Amazon, Lionsgate, all together, to actually get there to on the larger mass space. But I think in terms of content, they are doing a phenomenal job. And I think it's the quality of content offering is somewhat even closer to the global OTT giants in terms of what they offer.
Nice. I think when you get an answer from a researcher, I think it's so much backed up with a lot of experience. Karan, I think that's your entire answer was all about. So coming from regional to global, guys, I think this one could be for any one of you right now. So I think all of us have experienced that K-pop in music has really grown. Korean content, I mean, watching of Korean content has dramatically increased. And so recently Spanish content where those are dubbed content, but still Spanish content is also becoming a need of the hour in India. How is it this reverse? How is the scenario of Indian content outside India? How important is global reach for content creators outside India? I think Shaili, Karan, Jai, any one of you can pick this up. I would be more than happy to get this answer.
Right, if I can just take that the question basically. So India content somehow has kind of lagged to go global. There are multiple reasons for that. We've been used to making the kind of content what our local audiences like, and not for the international audiences. I think it's too very early days. I think just about 4 to 5 years back, the entire OTT revolution has started in India, and our creative base is also now started kind of working on content which is good in terms of global reach. Just to give you a perspective here in terms of the film industry, so 10% of your revenues for the film industry comes from overseas. That's the India market for you. When you look at the Hollywood studios, effectively more than 60% of your numbers come from non-US markets. So it's a very, very vast difference in terms of the kind of content they make versus the kind of content we make. But I think we will get there with time, because of the global OTT companies investing into large scale amount of content, and they clearly know how to do the asset sweating. They have a huge reach. They have a huge distribution mechanism. So I think Indian content also, will travel places. We saw that, we've seen that with some small films. I mean, some films which you could name in like so Amir Khan, Dangal, which was there, which is a very small example. But I'm sure that there are going to be more web series which are very compelling in nature. And you will see Indian content also traveling places over the years.
Definitely, I think I would love to see Indian content, and I think one myth I might would have had, and you broke that myth really with 10% only of the content. I thought that there are Indians across the globe, and Indians watching Indian content across the globe could be one of the matrix where that number is high. And I'm assuming that 10% out of that 10%, 8% will be Indians only across the globe who are watching that content. Yeah. So thanks. I think.
Just like
Shelly,
to add a bit.
being a content creator, do you want to add something from a perspective?
So, traditionally, Indian films have done quite well in the Eastern European market, Russian and the entire USSR, what it was. Even today, as you go, the thing is with OTT, the reach becomes much easier, much faster. Like you could just have your platform and globally serve content out of it, which was not possible earlier. You needed a very complex distribution network and rights management, all that stuff. So the demand, I think, already exists. It's a matter of time that the penetration will start. And as Karan rightly said, the investment that's coming into this industry is going to help, just propagate this very fast.
Nice. I think I've come from a brand side to a tech organization, so it itches me always to ask a tech question. Shaili Bhadra, I mean, this one is for you. I think you are a content creator. So how do content creators are actually using tech to differentiate their content from each other? Right? Is that really firstly, is that tech used, and if it is used, how it is used to differentiate the content?
Okay, so I would like to segregate this into two parts. The first is like tech in content production and tech over content production. Now, these are two separate things. So when I say tech in content production, it is the regular technology applied by content creators, which is mainly VFX. And given the technological advancements in VFX, it's become very easy today for even an average content creator to go ahead and dream and realize his projects. And one of the examples that you see is a lot of remakes that are happening. Like, in the TV series and all, probably the third production for Mahabharata is already going on. And we just recently completed the second production. So, and that's basically based on, how effective it will be to the newer audience and, how creatively we will be able to narrate the same story over and over again, kind of thing. So that's the tech in production. Now, when I'm saying tech over content production, it's going to be a game changer. This is where you actually combine content and technology to give a completely different experience to your user. And that's not only that, it's actually going to breed in a completely new set of content creators who will basically dream of content creation, keeping in mind the tech available, interactive content, for example. Very few platforms have experimented with it, but it's still to take off. And that's a huge area where people are in. I am not at liberty to divulge too much, but I can definitely tell you that the potential of exploring technology and content is huge. And it is completely going to change the user experience in the coming times. A couple of years down the line, you will see a film you have not even thought of seeing it the way. You'll be doing things with films which you just don't do. Today, you probably listen to a film, you see a film, that's the max that you do with it. A few years down the line, it's going to be a different story and a different market, rather, I would say.
Correct. I really don't want. I really want to wait and watch how tech is going to be playing a big role into it. Talking about tech, I think, Jay, if I can take the liberty to ask this question to you, I think all of us have seen. I'm a strong. जब भी Sony TV पे आता था और dub films आती थी from a south to Mumbai. I was a strong viewer of that, and I still love watching those films. And we have observed that dubbing is the next big thing in content creators, and to some extent, it is also differentiating content for content creators to that extent. But I also have been a user, and I feel that sometimes the quality of dubbing is not so good. You don't see the lip syncing happening properly. And when I ask some of the content creators, they say it's an expensive job to dub in every regional content, put it across. Based on your experience with content creators, with clients, how do you see this shaping up in the future?
See, from a dubbing perspective, I'm saying that obviously we've just discussed that, that there is a lot of content, and it's not only for India. It's a very complex country. We have lots of languages, and obviously you would want to see southern content in Hindi and vice versa. And similarly, because of OTT, now we are seeing Spanish, Turkish, all those content. So that's it's like, you get an opportunity to see content across the world despite the language barrier. Coming to the dubbing part, the other thing which we need to realize is that India is not a very literate country. One. Second, it is also, it's not a great experience to keep having subtitles and then sort of watching. So it's the user experience is much better, when it is dubbed. Even like, even if it is not the best dubbing, but at least if it is dubbed, it becomes much easier, much better to follow the story and all that. So according to me, I think it's a great experience. Yes, the dubbing cost is expensive, and it's prohibitive at lot of cases, and therefore we see sometimes the content is not greatly done. But the ability to watch content all across the globe, and sitting in your language, your preferred language, is something which OTT is a big tick marker. Today, I have a choice of saying, what do I want to watch it in, Hindi, English, whatever, and it allows me. So it's attracting more users. So I think it's a way forward. It's an opportunity for consumers to see that.
No, I completely agree with you. I'm also expecting that, I take Shaile's point on tech also. If there's a tech which gets launched soon, where the lip syncing and dubbing becomes far easier, I think this tech will explode the entire industry. Imagine if you have a tech who can do something like this, you can convert any content across the globe into any language you're recording. I think that's the need of the hour, Jay. Having said that, I think this could be again for all of you guys. Most of us have observed that, and some of you said that theater experience is far better than is priority than OTT also to some extent, or television to some extent. We have seen movies skipping theatrical release because of the obvious reason of pandemic and getting directly to OTT as a release. Is this in some way sacrificing the quality of story or the shoot quality, or it is giving opportunities for multiple content being created? I mean, what do we have as a perspective? Because as a consumer, I would really want to ensure that I get the best of the quality while I'm watching the content. But maybe as a content creator, it opens up opportunity to multiple content creators who do not have affordability to create theatrical kind of a release. So Karan, if you can go start with this, your perspective, where does this go?
Yeah, clearly. So, content creation, if you clearly see, has always been the case. It's been different, for both the mediums. Even before the pandemic struck, we had a lot of films which went direct to OTT that were created directly only for the OTT platform. But what has happened here is that many producers were not able to wait until cinemas opened up, and that's why they were kind of, forced to go to OTT. But I believe that there will always be a differentiating factor here. So there'll be some content which will be created for OTT, which will be fully meant for them, and some content which will be only meant for the cinematic experience. Of course, films have skipped the cinematic route. Things have happened in the last 18 months for whatsoever reasons. But clearly, these are not sustainable trends because, the producer knows what the potential of a cinema is. Just look at this way, a film like an Uri, which was made at a sub 40 crore kind of a budget, would not have done collections of 320 crores plus had it, skipped the cinematic route. So that's the potential cinema has. Right from your creativity aspect, benchmarking, box office numbers. These are very good metrics which one can track in terms of gauging the success and failure of a particular film. And you can't track these trends on OTT because none of the platforms will share that data with you, right? So I think also the third aspect is that clearly the revenue sharing part. So we've seen films gone directly on OTT. We've seen Radhe, we've seen Lakshmi. Now those are films which have gone OTT because the OTT platforms have paid their hefty money. I don't think the OTT platforms, have to focus only on movies. Movies is of course one of their content strategies, but their key focus area remains to be creating large-scale franchise web series. That's where they get the loyal customer base, which is there. And producers will go to OTT only if the OTTs pay them a hefty premium or a hefty amount. They will never go to OTT on rev share. Like if you look at TVOD model, it's a massive failure in India. Even globally, like Disney produced Mulan and other films put together, none of them clicked well on TVOD. So the point is that these are various concerns which are there, and once things come back to normalcy, I see a big trend reversal moving into cinema. But of course, there will be that niche content, as you rightly said. There will be producers. For example, he was making 6 films in a year. He now make 10 films. Out of his 3-4 might be for OTT release only, and the balance would be for cinema. But I think OTT films are not going to eat up on cinema's film share. That is how it is, and the market is huge. I mean, today look at India. We are making close to 1,600 films a year, out of which 350 are Hindi films. So it's a very huge market. Even if 10% film goes to OTT, it's not going to matter the cinema medium.
Okay, I think that's very promising statement, and at the same time, a lot of differentiated point of view from our content creators. I have Divya. I think Divya has joined us now. So Divya, I think what I was asking Karan from a perspective was that if we have seen movies have been skipped, people are in theatrical release and they have been releasing on OTT. You being a content creator at your end at Odd Balaji, how do you see this? Do you see this as an opportunity for content creators to create some kind of great content for consumers sitting back at home, or do you see that, or from consumers' angle, have you ever heard that they are finding the quality of content a little bit compromised just because it is not a theatrical release? I think this was.
Okay, sorry, but my point of view here is very different. First of all, I think content has become, screen agnostic, right? So whether you see it on your mobile, you see it on your laptop, you see it on connected devices, or you see in theaters, it no longer matters. In fact, I think OTTs have opened up the possibility of now multiple filmmakers coming forward and making such stories which probably wouldn't have gotten a release in multiplexes or cinemas earlier, right? And every film cannot be a 100 crore blockbuster. So yes, it's a two-way sword. You will have a tough time monetizing a 200 crore blockbuster. But then it also opens up avenues for smaller films, things not spoken about, the industry seeing growth in that manner. So I don't think I have seen consumers at large complaining about the fact that, just because this movie is releasing on an OTT platform, it's bad quality. I mean, come on. We today are making originals which are running into crores. For example, one of the latest shows which released on Hotstar, right? It's a 70 crore COP show. So what are we talking about? The quality is definitely not a concern. I think, in fact, OTTs opened up multiple opportunities for smaller filmmakers to come forth and tell their stories, for an entire industry ecosystem to be set up, around those movies, etc., etc. Yes, it's a dampener when you're saying that, listen, these blockbusters, which were probably would have opened to a X crore opening across the country, and how are they going to work now? Yes, that's something which will sort of become a revenue model question mark. But I think that also can be achieved if you're looking at a combination of OTT rights, you're looking at a combination of satellite rights, you're looking at a combination of music rights. It sort of all adds up in the revenue space. And then there is also, when a platform is acquiring a movie, it's acquiring not only for India, it's acquiring for global rights. And global, you have people paying SVOD, TVOD. Globally, it's accepted that you will end up paying for the product either through TVOD or SVOD is an accepted way of life, right? So there are multiple ways to monetize. Yes, you may not have those blockbuster articles coming out, but then you have other levels of monetization, I feel.
I think brilliant. I think Divya, this perspective helps us a lot, how OTT has an opportunity for multiple content creators to bring in different segments of subjects being online, which they wouldn't have brought it on a theatrical release or something like that. Divya, you missed the first question. I really want to ask you one question. As your choice of content, if you have to pick theater, OTT, or television, what would be your choice and why?
I don't know how blunt I'm supposed to be here, but I have stopped watching TV for ages now, because I don't find the content that interests me over there any longer. OTT for sure, because I am discovering stories and narratives over there every day, and it's regardless of the platform, right? I can watch the best of the stories on a Indian platform versus a international platform. So for me, it's the narrative that matters. I think movies, for me, movies has been a family experience. I'll be very honest with you, right? For me, it has been going out every Sunday with my husband and my daughter, spending those 3 hours in the theater, coming out of it, going for a lunch or a dinner, making it back, or, it's generally an outing with family and friends. So more than content catch up, it has been an immersive experience with family and friends for me. Of course, I miss that. We always believe that multiplexes and OTT will coexist.
Brilliant. I think a lot of us, I had the same answer, Divya, so you don't have to be super blunt. I also believed in OTT. But okay, before the Bijoya and all kick us out telling that, your time's up, one last question for you guys would be, Jay, I think I asked you this earlier, but if I have to craft this question in a different way, a lot of client within agencies also, you have a content team who works on content requirements of brands and clients. From a perspective, how do you see brands are evaluating this along with your team of content creators? And I will go to Divya and Shelly Badra also. How are they seeing this, particular brands demand in terms of content generation for them, branded content generation? So Jay, if you can briefly touch upon, I'm sure you said something before this, but a different version of that.
No, Neil, content is a very complex, it's not easy. It's not everybody's, and that's why we have experts in the industry and everybody trying to create that. What we have at our agency and all is more like a filtration process. So to understand what the brand needs, they are not like somebody who are experts and can create a next Balaji hit or a next Yash Raj hit or something like that. So they are not those kind of people. They are just more leaning towards the brand side, understanding what the brand needs are, and they have a bit knowledge about content, and then they go to the experts like we have on the panel today. So we would go to these people and try and work with them and try and create. We don't self-create, trying to original content, because as I said, brands are not in the business of creating content. We want to use content to reach to our consumers. So that's where I think the whole story is. Yes, we work very closely with a lot of the partners to try and see that is there synergies. If you're making some content and if it really resonates with our brands or their target audiences, we would want to jointly create and we would want to jointly work on that. So that's the way we are trying to look at it. So it's both ways. One is coming in from the brand. A brand has a need and we try and work with them. Or second is we keep exploring with content creators to see if there are synergies which could be pitched to the brand. So it's both ways.
Makes sense. I think Shelly Badra and Divya, I think I have been on the brand side for most of the time, and I've been always been so happy to go to an agency because that person talks to 20 content creators and he knows what is my requirement. At the end of the day, he can filter it out from that perspective. From your side, do you guys, being content creator, focus on branded content for monetizing, or you really focus on a perspective of creating content which is going to become really popular and then it will attract consumers on its own? I think, what's your perspective on the same?
First of all, I would like to say, give me number of Jay. I'm going to call him after this conversation and ask him to get me a few clients. That's part one. And second is, why would I be averse to business? It'll be stupid of me to be averse to business, right? So of course, we create content for the stickiness of it, for the consumers to enjoy, participate, engage on our platform. But at the end of the day, you're doing it for a business. So yes, while the slogan is that we create immersive content, but we create immersive content because we want the people and the masses of the country and the Hindi-speaking globe, to immerse and engage with our app so the same can be monetized. So that is the bait and that is the reward, right?
Got it. Jai Divya is on the same call, same WhatsApp group we have created. So please help her on the. Cherry, last comments from your end as a content creator.
Okay, so I think this brand and content creation, they are evolving. Earlier it was just product placement and visibility, how many times the brand is appearing. It's evolved now to link it to the brand value, as Jay said, that it's a very it's getting a little complex now, I would say. Exactly, does the film resonate the value of the brand? Is it being literal? Is it being subtle? The character in the film, is it relating to the brand? So all those things are now coming into play. But what I see evolving and what we are going around is films around brand. For example, Jay gave an example of a shampoo brand saying, all through silky hair or something like that. How about producing a film that has the hair as a central character throughout the film. Maybe it's something being thought of, and then at the end you just relate it to the brand, or you bring in certainly where people are going to discuss. Okay, ladki ye baal wali ladki whom hai, for example. I'm just giving hypothetically, and that brand just relates to it, and probably the character of the girl is such that it resonates with the brand, you know,
I think
bubbly or something. So that's the area which is evolving. That's one thing that we as creators for original, we are actually trying to explore. And I think Jay is going to have two people chasing him now.
But I guess, Shaili, I think 10 years back when I used to work with Resume and Universe account, we had created 5 movies with Viacom as something which were brand's persona, and basis those thoughts it was created. So one googly question to all of you guys. You don't have to answer this for the content which you have created. So if you have to pick one content, branded content or any content which is your favorite, could be anywhere across the globe, what would be? One disclaimer is that you can't pick up your own content which you have created. That will be a little bit biased from your perspective. So something else outside that. Any one of you? Divya, you want to start, or anyone can pick it up?
Hooked to a piece of content. I'm hooked to people. I think I'm watching the characters, right? Okay. So off late, my latest fad is Turkish shows, but I think that's more from a perspective that, of course, they have very good looking men, and obviously you're drawn to them. The second part is they have some seriously good narratives, and also because they are their culture is so aligned to India that you sort of resonate a little more with them than you resonate with European content. So, I mean, there's so much content. I really can't name a particular piece of content. But if I was to name it out of the Indian content, I think I actually enjoyed watching Mirzapur season 1. I think season 2 never lived up to it. Season 1 was fabulous, but that was the last piece I think I really, really enjoyed out of Indian content.
Nice. That Karan, your choice. You guys have got a lot of time to think. I think Divya was the one who gave you time to think about which content you want to shortlist. Karan, do you?
Anyway, let's move on.
Yeah, I think a lot of dubbed content is actually doing very well. If you look at some of the Korean shows, they've been very good in the terms of story making, the dialogue, everything put together. I think India, I think web series, I think Scam was a marquee one. I just hope, and there are more of such web series which are coming, because that was really impressive and amazing. Every aspect of it was really just brilliant.
Sorry if I'm a punt in between Black Mirror. Now that it comes to my mind, I'm a huge dystopian fan in Black Mirror, and I wish somebody in India would remake Black Mirror. But that's just my personal choice.
Why don't you attempt it?
Too convoluted for Indian sensibilities, and I mean, when you go through the stories, all of a sudden, I had my husband flinching from the screen and saying, "What are you watching? Like, what have I married?" So there.
If you have to pick one of your choice of content, one choice, don't give me a diplomatic answer.
You're asking me?
Yes.
All right. So I basically am glued to stories. So anything that has a good story. But if you are asking me particularly from where I am focusing right now and the films that I relate to, Castaway, Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara, the way they are produced and the way they have mixed content and brand and everything, I am glued to those kind of stuff right now, if you were to say. So that's where I'm heading. So I'm not whether diplomatic or business, that's the answer.
Brilliant.
Jeff, if Divya is willing to sponsor, we'll produce the Black Mirror for them.
I kind of like what Shaili is saying, but there's one content which really comes to my mind recently is there's this show called Somebody Feed Phil, which is on Netflix. So it's a travel show. It's something about food and all that, and the way a lot of the restaurants and all have been nicely integrated into it. So it's not in your face. It's not. I don't even know if it is branded or it is not branded. But I'm saying I would love to create something like that for one of our brands, which is so long lasting. It's woven very well inside. So again, Castaway and all of them had like nice brands woven inside. But I think this takes the cake. It's like very, very, very nicely done, and that's something I would love to associate with.
Superb. I think thank you so much, guys. If I have to just end it with a perspective, what the content I would like to watch, which I will go back to 15 years back, which is called Suryavansham on Sony Max. So don't judge me from that perspective, but I love dubbed movies and I love perspective from that. So over to you, Team Adgali, and thank you, Jay, Shaili, Divya, Karan for your time and discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
I would like to convey my thanks also to all the esteemed panelists who took out time for us for the discussion. And I think my presence on screen is like ending for the discussion, but please take it in a healthy way as we're running short of time. Thank you so much, Neil, looking at me and just finishing off the conversation. My sincere thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
And now comes the most awaited moment that for all of us, we were waiting for, yes, the award distribution segment. As in the previous 2 years, for the 2021 SCREENXX Awards, we received an overwhelming response from the industry and several landmark works too. I'm sure you all are really eager to watch the awards, but before that, we have a special awards AV and sponsors AV for you to watch. Please have a look at that.
चिंगारी लगा दी है मैंने, धमाका किसी भी वक्त सुनाई देगा।
हम उन्हें बचा नहीं पाए। खबर पुख्ता है, मर गई वो।
भाई त्या अशरफचा गेम वाजला.
कोणी वाजवला गेम? मकसूदने.
ढगात गेल्यात जमाय 100%.
पिछले 4 साल से इंतकाम की आग में जली हूं मैं। सिर्फ पहचान बदली है, जुनून और जज्बा अभी भी वही है। आज तू जलेगा।
मोहतरमा की तारीफ।
लीला पासवान, हो सके तो अपनी सल्तनत बचा ले।
शुक्र मना अब तक जिंदा है तू। उस फोटो के साथ पोस्टर छपवा दो, वो एक वांटेड क्रिमिनल है।
जब तक मेरा मकसद पूरा नहीं हो जाता, मैं चुप नहीं बैठूंगी।
बहुत पुराना हिसाब बाकी है अपना।
2 दिवसात मी लीला पासवानला ठोकणार.
वो शिकार मेरा है,
दिन थोड़े बचे हैं तेरे.
बड़ी शानो शौकत के साथ उसके टुकड़े किए जाएंगे। मैं बॉम्बे आ रहा हूँ।
चिंगारी लगा दी है मैंने, धमाका किसी भी वक्त सुनाई देगा।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोलाक।
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms, and engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
World's #1 Punjabi television network, PTC Network. World's turned Punjabi. Have you?
यार एप्पल पाई कैसे बनाऊं?
अभी मस्का ब्रो, फिर नटमेग, घुमा घुमा
और अब
put it in.
Wow, cooking or kicking.
New Park Avenue Sports. Feel refreshed to play 2 games at once. Be a multiplayer.
And now I would like to thank all our esteemed jury members who took out time for us for selecting the most outstanding work in the OTT and digital streaming space. Can we have the names? Yes, we have with us our esteemed jury members, Mr. Abhigyan Jha, Indian film producer, director and founder, MAJ Productions, Isha Nagar, managing director, NEPA India. We have Ms. Hetal Khalsa, co-founder, chief creative officer, Pivot Roots, Mr. Karam Taurani, SVP Research Analyst, Elara Capital. We have Ms. Malini Agarwal, founder and creative director, Ms. Malini Entertainment and Girls Tribe. Mr. Mitrajit Bhattacharya, author, columnist, publisher and content producer. Namrata Tata, managing partner, House of Cheer Networks. Mr. Neil Pandya, chief executive officer, APAC Fixes One. So these all are our esteemed jury members we would like to thank. And above that, we have Mr. Nikhil Kumar, Senior Director, Brand and Strategy, India and Southeast Asia, Media Smart. Mr. Ranjeev Vij, National Head Digital, Ad Factors PR. Mr. Ravindra Sivach, National Creative Director, Havas Creative Group, India. Mr. Sajan Raj Kurup, Founder and Creative Chairman, Creative Land Asia. Mr. Shekhar Banerjee, Chief Client Officer and Head West, Wavemaker India. We have Mr. Siddharth Dabhade, Managing Director, MIQ India and SARC. Ms. Sonia Khurana, Chief Operating Officer, Digitus India. We have Mr. Vikram Malhotra, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Abundacia. So thanks to all our esteemed jury members who took out time for us for selecting the most outstanding work in OTT and digital streaming space. Your support means a lot to us. Now is the time to start our award ceremony. But before that, I would like to say all of you that there are only 2 things which are more valuable than money even. One is recognition and the other is praise, of course. So without taking much time of yours, let's start with the award distribution segment. And our first award can you play the awards? Yes. The first award is for the best audio streaming apps. And the gold winner for this is Pocket FM. Congratulations to the team of Pocket FM. You can even send the emojis in virtual because we are having a virtual ceremony this time. So huge applause is required. You can send the applause emojis here. Now, the next award is Best Brand Campaign on an OTT Platform. And the silver winner for this is Food Panda, nominated by Video.al. I'm sorry, Video.ai. Next award is for the best brand campaign on an OTT platform. And the bronze winner for this is Candyman Fantastic, nominated by ITC Sixth Sense. Warmest congratulations to you. Next, the gold winner for this is Pidilite, nominated by Madison Media. Amazing, we're really impressed. Congratulations. Best use of social media by a brand, OTT platform, and the bronze winner for this is Broken But Beautiful Season 3, nominated by All Balaji. From the whole team of Ad Gully, wish you many congratulations, the team of All Balaji. Best use of social media by a brand, OTT platform, and the silver winner for this is Raktanchal and PUBG, nominated by MX Player. Congratulations. We are really happy for your accomplishment. Best use of social media by a brand, OTT platform, and the gold winner for this is The Interns, Girliapa and Whisper, nominated by The Viral Fever. Congratulations. I can see a whole lot of emojis. All the well-wishers are sharing. Thank you so much for your response. Now, best short film ever. And the gold winner for this is Ayushi, nominated by Full House Entertainment and Media Solutions. Wow, congratulations. The best use of video audio and the silver winner for this is Center Fresh Mints, nominated by Creative Land Asia. Heartily congratulations to the team. Best use of audio video, gold winner for this is Chupa Chups, Forever Fun, Perfetti Vandal, India. Many congratulations. Best Influencer Marketing Campaign, and the bronze winner for this goes to Zee Bangla for campaign Mithai Heritage Walk. Congratulations, the team of Zee Bangla. Best Influencer Marketing Campaign joint silver winner are Alpenlibe Just Jelly, nominated by Grace Digital, and Make My Trip, nominated by The Glitch and Elev Media. Congratulations to both of you for accomplishing this. Best Influencer Marketing Campaign, and the gold winner goes to Asur, nominated by Wood Select Viacom 18 Digital Ventures. Many congratulations from the whole team of Ad Gully. Best integration of branded content in a web original, and the silver winner for this is AK versus AK, nominated by Trigger Happy Entertainment. Our heartfelt congratulations to all the awardees. Now, best integration of branded content in a web original, and the gold winner for this is TVF and Unacademy, nominated by The Viral Fever. Fantastic. Now, the best marketing campaign on a streaming platform, and the silver winner for this is Scam 1992 Harshad Mehta Story, nominated by White Rivers Media. And a lot of people are sending their applause emojis. Thank you for that. And other smileys also I'm getting. Best marketing campaign on a streaming platform, and the gold winner for this is Wood Select Viacom 18 Digital Ventures. Many congratulations to Wood Select for this one. Best marketing campaign launch for web series Hindi original. Bronze winner for this is Bichu Ka Khel, nominated by Alt Balaji. Beautiful and fantastic. Best marketing campaign launch for web series joint silver winner are Scam 1992, The Harshad Mehta Story, nominated by White Rivers Media, along with Main Cut Chipe, nominated by GVO Digital. Congratulations to both of you. Best marketing campaign launch for web series. Gold winner for this is Raktanchal and PUBG, nominated by MX Player. Many congratulations from our side to you. Best marketing for a web original across platforms, and the bronze winner for this is Patal Lok, nominated by Trigger Happy Entertainment. Wow, way to go. Best marketing for a web original across platforms. Silver winner for this category is Asur, nominated by Wood Select, Viacom 18 Digital Ventures. Congratulations from the whole team to you. Best marketing for a web original across platforms, and the gold winner is Broken But Beautiful Season 3, nominated by All Balaji. Once again, congratulations to All Balaji and the whole team. Best marketing for a web original, digital only, and the bronze winner goes to Shadyantra, nominated by Shimaru. Wonderful. Best marketing for a web original, digital only once again, and the silver winner for this is Broken But Beautiful Season 3, nominated by Alt Balaji. Many, many congratulations. Now is the turn for best marketing for a web original, digital only. Gold winner goes to Raktanchal and PUBG, nominated by MX Player. Wow. Best use of video, audio, regional content. Bronze winner goes to Zee Bangla. Saraswati Pujo campaign, hashtag Amar Hate Khori. And the silver winner in this category is Ayushi, nominated by Full House Entertainment and Media Solutions. One more award goes to you. Congratulations. And the gold winner in this category goes to Zee Bangla once again for campaigning, celebrating genderless motherhood. Best use of social media by a brand, consumer products, and the bronze winner goes to Dell XPS, nominated by GoZoop Online. Best use of social media by a brand, consumer products, and the silver winner for this category is Jellimals, nominated by ITC 6th Sense. Many, many congratulations. Best use of social media by a brand, and the gold winner for this category goes to Mentos, nominated by Creative Land Asia. Best short video applications, and the gold winner in this category goes to Bandish Bandits Chedkhaniya, nominated by So Cheers. Best use of content, bronze winner goes to Paytm, nominated by Folk Media. I must tell you, Paytm's content, hashtag gets shot go. Best use of content, silver winner is Dell Technologies, nominated by GoZoop Online. Best use of content, gold winner goes to Center Fresh, nominated by Creative Land Asia. Many, many congratulations. Fantastic. Best use of social media by a brand, broadcast, and the silver winner in this category is the India Today Group. Many, many congratulations from the whole team of AdGilly to the India Today Group. Best use of social media by a brand, broadcast, and the gold winner is Zee Bangla once again for campaign Saregamapa crowdsourced anthem. Best marketing brand campaign on audio streaming apps, and the gold winner for this category is Amazon Prime Video, nominated by Pivot Roots Digital. Wow. Many congratulations for making this mark, and from our side to all the awardees, we would give our heartfelt congratulations to all the award winners. So now this is a virtual conversation of, I can say, virtual conference. So this time I would do like it, and all the people who have joined us, I think they all are very happy. So I think we all had a great time hearing all the dignitaries we had in our discussions from their respective fields, talking about various topics and issues. Their participation has truly made this event successful and grand. A special thanks to our presenting sponsor, MX Player, powered by Woot, in association with InMobi. Our gold partner is PTC Network, and gifting partners are Plum Body Loving and Park Avenue Grooming. We truly value your association with us. Now, this brings an end to our today's event. We have few more discussions, chats, and sessions lined up for tomorrow, that is 7th of October 2021, from 2 p.m. onwards. Do join in and explore much more. So thanks to all of you for taking out your precious time for our discussions and making this SCREENXX 2021 Summit and Awards extra special and grandeur. Stay tuned for tomorrow and take care, all of you.